protesters for asking overly critical questions, and heckled questioners in parliamentary proceedings. Point 16. He explicitly attacked the Asahi Shimbun on the floor of the Diet for impugning Japan's honor by publishing a later discredited account by a former Japanese soldier of his role in recruiting comfort women. Point 17. The threat in the state secrets law to punish journalists who publish designated secrets also cast Abe as an enemy of press freedom in the eyes of his critics. In one commonly cited metric, Japan fell from 53 to 72 on the Reporters Without Borders (RWB) Annual Press Freedom Index, although it recovered slightly in the later years of his government, in part because other governments were worse.
安倍一直热衷于为自己的信念而战，并反击批评者，尤其是那些来自中左翼媒体的批评者。在他的第二届政府期间，他利用 Facebook 攻击了包括他的老对手田中义治和一位匿名的大学生，后者建立了一个网站批评他的政策，对提出尖锐问题的新闻播音员发脾气，并在议会程序中对提问者进行喝倒彩。他还明确地在国会中攻击了朝日新闻，指责其通过发表一名前日本士兵后来被揭穿的关于其招募慰安妇的证词，损害了日本的荣誉。17国家机密法中对发布指定机密的记者进行惩罚的威胁，使安倍在批评者眼中成为了新闻自由的敌人。根据无国界记者组织的年度新闻自由指数，日本的排名从第53位下降到了第72位，尽管在其政府后期有所回升，部分原因是其他国家政府的表现更差。
There had never been much love between Abe and the media establishment. From early in his career, he saw it as an adversary, part of the post-war regime that had advanced the masochistic view of Japan's past that had kept the country in fetters. His 2007 resignation, which he blamed partly on a biased press, only strengthened his conviction that the media could not be trusted. He returned to power determined to wield more control over the story told about his government. He scrapped Koizumi's practice of holding daily on-camera sessions with the media, opting for more structured sessions and one-on-one interviews with favored domestic reporters and foreign correspondents. Point 18.
从安倍早期的职业生涯开始，他就将媒体视为对手，认为媒体是推动日本自虐历史观的战后体制的一部分，这种历史观束缚了日本。2007年辞职时，他部分归咎于有偏见的媒体，这进一步坚定了他对媒体的不信任。重返权力后，他决心加强对有关其政府报道的控制。他取消了小泉纯一郎每天与媒体进行摄像会面的做法，改为更有结构的会面和与国内记者及外国记者的1对1访谈。
Abe's reputation as an enemy of the press, however, can be overstated. The RWB index, for example, has methodological flaws that undermine its value. Point 19. His relationship with the press was more nuanced than Donald Trump's attacks on the fake news media. He used the Japanese media establishment's coziness with power to reward favored outlets and reporters with access. Early in his tenure, journalists suggested that the government's carrots and sticks approach was leading reporters to practice self-censorship, but Abe was still unable to prevent all media outlets from pursuing serious allegations of corruption against the Prime Minister and the First Lady. As Martin Fackler, a former New York Times correspondent in Japan, argues, the Japanese media establishment failed to keep pace with a Japanese government that had grown more sophisticated in controlling access to reward and punish news organizations. Point 20. And despite a boast to Trump that he had tamed Asahi, the paper and other outlets held Abe's feet to the fire later in his tenure when he was accused of influence peddling. Point 21.
然而，安倍作为新闻界敌人的名声可能被夸大了。例如，无国界记者指数存在方法论上的缺陷，这削弱了其价值。19，他与新闻界的关系比唐纳德·特朗普对假新闻媒体的攻击更为复杂。他利用日本媒体与权力的密切关系，通过提供接触机会来奖励受青睐的媒体和记者。在他任期的早期，有记者指出，政府的胡萝卜加大棒策略正导致记者自我审查，但安倍仍无法阻止所有媒体追查针对首相和第一夫人的严重腐败指控。正如前《纽约时报》驻日本记者马丁·法克勒所指出的，日本媒体界未能跟上政府的步伐，后者在控制新闻机构的访问权限以奖惩这些机构方面变得更加精明。尽管安倍曾向特朗普吹嘘他已经驯服了朝日新闻，但在他任期内后期， 当安倍被指控进行利益输送时，该报和其他媒体仍然对他进行了严厉的批评。21.
Nevertheless, the mutual suspicion between Abe and the media establishment complicated Abe's determination to explain his government's bills to the public. Abe's critics in the media would gleefully amplify moments when he lost his cool or contradicted himself, or one of his ministers' .22 opposition attacks on the government's bills had a relatively uncritical airing. It may not have been fair, but it was the reality Abe faced as he tried to move controversial legislation through the Diet.
然而，安倍与媒体界之间的互不信任使他向公众解释政府法案的努力变得更加复杂。媒体中的批评者会兴高采烈地放大他失去冷静、自相矛盾或与内阁成员意见相左的时刻。反对派对政府法案的攻击得到了相对不加批判的报道。这或许不公平，但却是安倍在试图将有争议的立法通过国会时所面临的现实。
What resulted were testy debates inside and growing protests outside the Diet and across the country. Abe had the votes in both houses, and a supermajority in the lower house that could override the upper house if necessary. But the opposition had the public behind it. Polls consistently showed that a majority opposed the government's bills, and an even larger majority believed that the prime minister's explanations were inadequate.
结果导致了国会内部的激烈辩论和全国范围内的抗议活动不断增加。安倍在两院都拥有足够的支持票，在众议院甚至拥有可以否决参议院的绝对多数。然而，反对派得到了公众的支持。民调显示，大多数民众反对政府的法案，甚至有更多的人认为首相的解释不够充分。
Inside the Diet, the opposition parties demanded more time for debate and warned the government against steamrolling the legislation. Opposition lawmakers were hoping to delay a vote until late July. If they could delay a vote until fewer than 60 days before the extended session would end in late September, it would force Abe either to extend the session again, to give the lower house time to overrule the upper house, or admit defeat. Delaying passage would raise the stakes in the upper house, where the government's majority was smaller. The lower house's special committee established to consider the legislation deliberated for 116 hours, as lawmakers sought to poke holes in the government's arguments and quiz Abe for details on how the SDF's new powers would apply in various hypothetical situations. The bills finally passed the committee on July 15th, and, with opposition lawmakers vacating their seats, the whole House on July 16th.
在国会内部，反对党要求更多时间进行辩论，并警告政府不要强行通过立法。反对党议员希望将投票推迟到7月下旬。如果他们能够将投票推迟到9月下旬延长会议结束前的60天内，这将迫使安倍要么再次延长会议，以便众议院有时间推翻参议院的决定，要么承认失败。推迟通过将提高参议院的赌注，在那里政府的多数优势较小。下议院设立的特别委员会对这项立法进行了116小时的审议，议员们试图找出政府论点的漏洞，并向安倍询问自卫队新权力在各种假设情况下的具体应用。最终，法案于7月15日在委员会通过，反对党议员离开座位后，7月16日在全体会议上通过。
With more than 60 days remaining, the lower house would have a chance to vote again if the upper house was deadlocked. But Abe had paid a heavy price. A poll conducted in late July by the Yomiuri Shimbun found that not only had the cabinet's disapproval rating surpassed its approval rating for the first time, but the public was overwhelmingly opposed to Abe's handling of the legislation. 64% of respondents opposed ratification during the current session. 82% said the government's explanation of the bills was insufficient. 61% opposed the ruling coalition's decision to hold a vote without the opposition party's .23 in other polls. Abe's approval fell below 40%. In late summer, Abe took to the airwaves to convince the public of the necessity of his bills.
在剩余时间超过60天的情况下，如果上议院陷入僵局，下议院将有机会再次投票。然而，安倍为此付出了沉重的代价。读卖新闻在7月下旬进行的一项民调显示，内阁的不支持率首次超过了支持率。公众对安倍处理立法的方式表示强烈反对。64%的受访者反对在当前会期内批准该法案。82%的人认为政府对法案的解释不足。 61%的人反对执政联盟在没有反对党参与的情况下举行投票。其他民调显示，安倍的支持率已降至40%以下。晚下时节，安倍通过广播向公众阐述了他的法案的必要性。
But he faced a growing challenge in the streets. By the eve of the legislation's passage by the lower house, more than 20,000 marched to the Diet in opposition. Nagatacho rang with calls of Abe Yamaro. Abe quit. Abe, the protesters said, was running wild. Galvanized by a student movement called the Students' Emergency Action for Liberal Democracy, sealed, but bringing together Japanese of all ages, the protest continued to grow. 24 On the final Sunday in August, more than 300 protests were held across the country. Central Tokyo was overwhelmed by a protest that organizers claimed drew 120,000 people, although police estimated just 30,000 attended.
但是他在街头面临越来越大的挑战。在法案通过众议院的前夕，超过2万人游行到国会反对。Nagatacho 回荡着安倍下台的呼声。抗议者认为安倍肆无忌惮。由一个名为学生紧急行动为自由民主 SEALD 的学生运动发起，吸引了各个年龄段的日本人，抗议活动持续扩大。8月最后一个星期天，全国举行了300多场抗议活动。组织者声称，东京市中心的一场抗议活动吸引了12万人，尽管警方估计只有3万人参加。
Abe refused to yield. Despite the protests, the falling approval ratings, and an upper house debate that at times seemed completely stalled, he forged ahead, and his party remained united behind him. On September 8th, the LDP granted him a second term as party leader by unanimous consent after no candidate filed to run against him. His re-election was less unanimous than it appeared. Party bosses pressured backbenchers not to endorse Noda Seiko, a moderate lawmaker who was one of the LDP's most promising female politicians, depriving her of the nominations needed to run. 25 However unnerved party leaders were by the backlash to the security bills, there was no alternative to Abe.
安倍拒绝妥协。尽管面临抗议、支持率下滑以及上议院辩论有时似乎完全停滞，他仍然坚持前行，他的政党也继续团结在他周围。9月8日，由于没有其他候选人参选，自民党一致同意授予安倍第2个任期。尽管表面上看他的连任是一致的，但实际上，党魁施压后排议员不要支持野田圣子，这位中道议员也是自民党最有前途的女性政治家之一，导致她无法获得参选所需的提名。尽管党领导曾对安全法案的反对感到不安，但安倍仍然是无可替代的。
Tensions mounted as the end of the session approached. Finally, on September 17th, the Upper House's special committee approved the legislation despite attempts by opposition lawmakers to physically prevent a vote from being held, resulting in altercations between LDP and opposition members in the committee room. That evening, the legislation was rushed to the whole House. The following day, opposition parties tried to short-circuit the debate by submitting a no-confidence motion in the lower house and a censure motion in the upper house, both of which were defeated. Finally, in the early hours of September 19th, the legislation passed.
随着会议结束的临近，紧张局势不断升级。最终，在9月17日，上议院特别委员会不顾反对党议员的物理阻挠，通过了立法，导致委员会室内自民党和反对党成员之间发生了肢体冲突。当天晚上，立法被迅速提交给全体会议。次日，反对党试图通过在众议院提交不信任动议和在参议院提交谴责动议来中断辩论，但2项动议均未获通过。最终，在9月19日凌晨，立法得以通过。
It was the single greatest victory of Abe's career. He had weathered the protests and the falling approval ratings. After bottoming out in the low 30s, his support began to recover in October and secured a landmark shift in security policy. It was not just a victory for Abe's vision of a Japan that could join the competition among the great powers. It was also a victory for his vision of majoritarian democracy. Centrists in Komeito might wheedle concessions, and opposition lawmakers and demonstrators could protest the government's actions and occasionally hold up the legislative process, but a determined prime minister wielding majorities in both houses could move a legislative agenda while paying little heed to opposition parties, opinion polls, or protesters.
这是安倍职业生涯中最辉煌的胜利。 他顶住了抗议和不断下滑的支持率在跌至30%左右后，于10月开始回升，并成功推动了安全政策的历史性转变。这不仅是安倍关于日本能够参与大国竞争的愿景的胜利，也是他对多数民主制的愿景的胜利。尽管公民党的中间派可能会争取让步，反对派议员和示威者可以抗议政府的行动，偶尔阻碍立法进程，但一位坚定的首相掌握两院多数席位，可以推动立法议程，而不必过多理会反对党、民意调查或抗议者。
As with many of Abe's legislative victories, it was ambiguous. The intensity of public opposition made it less likely that Abe would rush to deploy Japanese forces overseas. The SDF deployed under the new rules of engagement in 2016 as part of the UN peacekeeping mission in South Sudan, but the deployment was a fiasco, as the security situation deteriorated to such an extent that the SDF's presence was not permitted even under the revised peacekeeping law. When it emerged in 2017 that the SDF had concealed evidence of the worsening situation, Defense Minister Inada Tomomi, a conservative protege of Abe's and widely seen as a contender to succeed him, was forced to resign, spoiling her political prospects. Later, SDF warships escorted U.S. naval vessels, a symbolic exercise of collective self-defense, although they were not in harm's way. 26.
正如安倍的许多立法胜利一样，这项立法也显得模棱两可。由于公众的强烈反对，安倍不太可能急于派遣日本部队到海外。2016年，根据新的交战规则，自卫队作为联合国维和部队的一部分被派往南苏丹，但这次部署成了一场灾难，安全局势恶化到连修订后的维和法也不允许自卫队存在的地步。2017年，当自卫队隐瞒局势恶化证据的消息曝光后，安倍的保守派门生，被视为可能接替他的人选的稻田朋美防卫大臣被迫辞职，这严重损害了他的政治前途。后来 SDF 军舰护送了美国海军舰艇，进行了一次象征性的集体自卫演习，尽管这些舰艇并未面临任何危险。26.
While the national security bills commanded the bulk of the public's attention, the most consequential changes to Japan's security policy may have happened before the legislation was even submitted to the Diet, when the Japanese and U.S. governments signed the new guidelines for defense cooperation in April. 27.
尽管国家安全法案吸引了公众的大部分注意力，但日本安全政策中最重大的变化可能发生在立法提交国会之前，即4月，日本和美国政府签署了新的防卫合作指南。
The new guidelines were the most tangible sign that for Abe there was no alternative to keeping the U.S. committed to Japan's security and the security of East Asia. The Allies agreed to strengthen coordination in both peacetime and crises, and all situations in between, including the gray zone, scenarios that alarm Japan's leaders, broaden alliance cooperation to include space and cyberspace, and use Abe's relaxation of arms export rules to expand defense technology cooperation. In the interest of strengthening deterrence for defending Japan, the two militaries would strengthen coordination against countering threats on land, at sea, and in the air, as well as from ballistic missiles through their joint deployment of ballistic missile defenses. 28. The Allies also agreed to expand their cooperation regionally and globally, including partner capacity building, an oblique reference to measures to strengthen the defenses of, for example, Southeast Asian countries battling with China in the South China Sea. The two governments also sought to reinforce the U.S. military's presence in Japan, with the Obama administration committing to deploy the most advanced hardware to Japan, while the Abe government reaffirmed its commitment to facilitate the realignment of U.S. forces in Japan, which included a plan to shutter the controversial Futenma Marine Air Station in Okinawa and build a new air station on an infilled bay at more remote Hinoko.
新的指导方针是安倍认为必须让美国继续承诺保护日本和东亚安全的最具体迹象。盟国同意在和平时期和危机中加强协调，包括使日本领导人担忧的灰色地带情景，扩大联盟合作，涵盖太空和网络空间，利用安倍放宽武器出口规则的机会，扩大防务技术合作。为了加强保卫日本的威慑力，两国军队将加强陆地、海上、空中以及弹道导弹威胁的协调，通过联合部署弹道导弹防御系统。28同盟国还同意扩大在区域和全球的合作，包括加强伙伴国的能力， 这间接提到了加强与中国的南海争端中的东南亚国家的防御措施。两国政府还寻求增强美军在日本的驻扎。奥巴马政府承诺将最先进的装备部署到日本，而安倍政府则重申了其承诺，支持美军在日本的重新部署，这包括关闭冲绳的争议性普天间海军航空站，并在更偏远的边野古田海建设新的航空站。
But as important as the defense guidelines and Abe's security legislation were for upgrading the U.S.-Japan partnership for a new era, in 2015, the most important development for the long-term future of the U.S. and Asia was playing out not in Tokyo, but in the U.S. Congress.
然而，尽管2015年的防卫指南和安倍的安全立法对提升美日伙伴关系以适应新时代至关重要，但对美国在亚洲的长期未来而言，最重要的发展并不是发生在东京，而是在美国国会。
In the 2 years since Japan entered TPP negotiations, U.S. and Japanese negotiators had met dozens of times. They were in accord on the most innovative chapters in the agreement: rules to govern digital trade, state-owned enterprises, investment, intellectual property rights, and labor and environmental standards, but struggled to finalize what would effectively be a bilateral FTA within the multilateral accord.
在日本加入 TPP 谈判的2年间，美日双方的谈判代表已经会面了数十次。双方在协议中最具创新性的章节上达成了一致，这些章节涉及数字贸易、国有企业、投资、知识产权以及劳工和环境标准的规则。然而，在最终确定这一实际上将成为多边协定内双边自由贸易协定的内容时，双方遇到了困难。
The Obama administration faced heavy pressure from farmers to force Japan to liberalize its markets for most agricultural commodities, while the U.S. automobile industry and the United Auto Workers wanted TPP to tackle what it saw as Japan's currency manipulation and non-tariff barriers they believed kept them from selling more cars in Japan. The path to a bilateral agreement was narrow, having to satisfy Japan's farmers, who demanded significant carve-outs for the 5 sacred commodities: rice, wheat, beef and pork, dairy, and sugar, and U.S. business interests, who at times called for Japan to be left behind if it was unwilling to compromise.
奥巴马政府面临农民的压力，要求日本开放大部分农产品市场。同时，美国汽车工业和汽车工人联合会希望 TPP 解决日本所谓的汇率操纵和非关税壁垒问题，认为这些问题阻碍了他们向日本销售更多汽车。达成双边协议的道路非常狭窄，既要满足日本农民的要求，他们要求对5种神圣商品大米、小麦、牛肉和猪肉、乳制品和糖给予重大豁免，又要满足美国商业利益，有时甚至要求如果日本不愿妥协，就将其排除在外。
But there was a path forward. Japan had offered a key concession, accepting that U.S. tariffs on automobiles and light trucks would be phased out over an extensive time frame. Abe and Amari were also willing to push back against the agriculture lobby as they searched for ways to satisfy U.S. demands for a market access agreement that met the WTO standard for tariff elimination on more than 90% of products, while also protecting the sacred commodities. It helped that both governments saw the strategic value of an agreement. As Defense Secretary Ashton Carter said, "You may not expect to hear this from a Secretary of Defense, but in terms of our rebalance in the broadest sense, passing TPP is as important to me as another aircraft carrier." 29 Obama, meanwhile, emphasized that the U.S. was in a competition with China for influence over Asia's economic future. 30.
但前方有一条路。日本做出了关键让步，同意美国对汽车和轻型卡车的关税将在很长一段时间内逐步取消。安倍和甘利也愿意对抗农业游说团体，寻找满足美国市场准入协议要求的方法。该协议需符合世贸组织对超过 90% 的产品取消关税的标准，同时保护重要的农产品。两国政府都看到了协议的战略价值。正如国防部长阿什顿·卡特所说，你可能不会期望从国防部长那里听到这一点，但从最广泛的意义上讲，通过 TPP 对我来说和再增加一艘航空母舰一样重要。29奥巴马还强调，美国正与中国竞争，以影响亚洲经济的未来。30.
But the fact was that in 2015, the U.S. was the biggest obstacle to TPP. Obama needed Congress to grant him Fast Track Trade Promotion Authority, TPA, which would reassure negotiating partners that Congress would be unable to amend an agreement and would be limited to a simple up or down vote on ratification. Without fast track, TPP would be dead. No negotiating partner would make significant concessions or commit to an agreement that could be amended to death by the U.S. Congress.
然而，实际情况是，2015年时，美国成为了 TPP 的最大障碍。奥巴马需要国会授予他快速通道贸易促进授权 （TPA）， 以确保谈判伙伴相信国会不会对协议进行任何修改，而只能进行简单的批准投票。如果没有快速通道授权 ，TPP 将无法推进，因为美国国会可能会对协议进行大量修改，导致协议无法实施。所以没有谈判伙伴愿意做出重大让步或承诺。
Obama, entering his final 2 years in office, had lost control of the Senate to the Republican Party in November 2014 and looked increasingly like a lame duck. Both parties were looking ahead to the 2016 elections. Obama was eager to pursue a major trade deal that would seal his legacy as a Pacific president, but few Democrats wanted to vote for an agreement that would drive a wedge between their competing constituencies. Republicans, particularly in the Tea Party wing, were reluctant to give the president a victory on his way out. The Republican-controlled Senate might have been more inclined to cooperate than the outgoing Democratic Senate. 31, but Republican leaders in both houses were reluctant to move without signs that Obama could convince Democrats to back it. It had to be a bipartisan initiative, or it would not happen.
奥巴马在2014年11月失去了对参议院的控制，进入任期最后2年，显得越来越像一只跛脚鸭。两党都在为2016年的选举做准备。奥巴马急于达成一项重大贸易协议，以巩固他作为太平洋总统的遗产，但很少有民主党人愿意投票支持这项可能在他们选民中制造分歧的协议。共和党人，特别是茶党成员，不愿意在奥巴马即将离任时给他一个胜利。尽管共和党控制的参议院可能比即将离任的民主党参议院更愿意合作，但两院的共和党领导人都不愿意在没有迹象表明奥巴马能说服民主党支持的情况下采取行动。这必须是一个两党合作的倡议，否则无法实现。
When TPA was submitted to the Senate in April, it received enough support from Democrats on the Finance Committee to suggest that it could get a filibuster-proof majority of 60 votes in the full Senate. However, after leaving the committee, it was held up by Democrats seeking a broader package of trade legislation that would include assistance for workers displaced by trade. But these concessions were unacceptable to House Republicans. Finessing these dynamics took most of June, and TPP negotiations were on hold while the bloc waited to see whether Obama could win fast track. In the end, the House passed the TPA package on June 18th, with only 28 of 188 Democrats supporting it. 50 Republicans, mainly from the populist Tea Party wing, also voted against it.
当 TPA 在4月份提交给参议院时，他从财政委员会的民主党人那里获得了足够的支持，表明他可以在整个参议院获得60票的多数，以防止阻挠议事。然而，离开委员会后，他被寻求更广泛贸易立法一揽子计划的民主党人搁置。该计划将包括对因贸易而失业的工人的援助。但这些让步对众议院的共和党人来说是不可接受的。调整这些动态花了整个6月的大部分时间 ，TPP 谈判也因此暂停，等待观察奥巴马是否能赢得快速通道。最终，众议院于6月18日通过了 TPA 一揽子计划，只有28名民主党人，共188名支持他，50名共和党人，主要是来自民粹主义茶党派系的成员，也投了反对票。
TPP negotiators could race to the finish. In early July, U.S. and Japanese negotiators suggested that they were close enough to an agreement that it was conceivable that TPP itself could be concluded at the next ministerial meeting at the end of July. It took a bit longer, but on October 5, 2015, after a marathon 5-day ministerial meeting, an agreement in principle was announced.
TPP 谈判代表可能冲刺至终点。7月初，美国和日本的谈判代表表示，双方已接近达成协议，有可能在7月底的下一次部长级会议上结束 TPP 谈判。尽管耗时稍长，但在2015年10月5日，经过5天的马拉松式部长级会议后，最终宣布达成了原则性协议。
For the moment, It seemed a genuine victory for Obama and his Asia rebalance. After watching she roll out the BRI, the U.S. and its regional partners showed that they too were able to advance a constructive vision for Asia's future. We take high pride in the fact that we have been the member to construct the original treaty, said Amari in the joint press conference announcing the agreement. And by spreading the rules, we can make the world more affluent and strengthen the relationship of mutual interdependence. So it will mean the economic security, but at the same time, in an indirect sense, it will enhance the security in the region and to promote the solidarity in the region. 32.
在那一刻，这似乎是对奥巴马及其亚洲在平衡战略的一次真正胜利。在目睹了习近平推出"一带一路"倡议后，美国及其区域伙伴表明，他们也能为亚洲的未来推进一个建设性的愿景。我们非常自豪，我们是构建原始条约的成员。阿马拉在宣布协议的联合新闻发布会上说，通过推广这些规则，我们可以使世界更加繁荣，并加强相互依存的关系。这不仅意味着经济安全，同时在间接意义上也将增强区域安全，促进区域团结。
Within days, Abe reshuffled his cabinet, bringing on a major ally of the farm lobby as agriculture minister to smooth the treaty's ratification. He established a headquarters at the Prime Minister's office that would manage the ratification process, which would require convincing the public that, although Japan agreed to tariff cuts on some of the nearly 600 tariff lines that made up the sacred commodities, Abe had kept his promise to defend politically sensitive products in negotiations. 33.
几天之内，安倍重新改组了内阁，任命了一位农业游说团体的主要盟友担任农业部长，以促进条约的批准。他在首相办公室设立了一个专门机构，负责管理批准过程。这一过程需要说服公众，尽管日本同意削减近600个神圣商品关税项目中的一些关税，但安倍在谈判中确实履行了保护政治敏感产品的承诺。
But he still recognized that Japan's inclusion in the bloc was the start of a new era, in which all Japanese would look abroad for opportunities to prosper. The TPP is truly a grand plan for the long-term future of our nation, he said in his policy speech in January. 34. He pledged to follow TPP by concluding an agreement with the EU as well as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, which included the 10 countries of ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, China, India, Australia, and New Zealand.
但他仍然认识到，日本加入该集团标志着一个新时代的开始，所有日本人都将目光投向海外，寻找繁荣的机会。TPP 真正是一项关于我们国家长期未来的宏伟计划，他在1月份的政策演讲中说，他承诺在 TPP 之后，与欧盟以及包括东盟10国、日本、韩国、中国、印度、澳大利亚和新西兰在内的区域全面经济伙伴关系协定 RCEP 达成协议。
But even as Abe was stepping into a new role as a full-throated advocate for globalization, it looked as if the U.S. would yield leadership of the liberal global trading regime. Ominously, 2 days after the agreement was announced, Hillary Clinton, the presumptive Democratic Party nominee for president, came out against TPP, despite having described the pact as the gold standard and promoted it as part of the pivot to Asia when she served as Obama's Secretary of State. 35. Donald Trump, the New York businessman and reality TV star who was the Republican frontrunner, also opposed the deal. TPP is a terrible deal, he tweeted on October 5. He had urged Republicans to vote against Fast Track. 36 after the agreement was signed in February, and as he completed his march to the Republican Party's presidential nomination, Trump stepped up his attacks on TPP. It's a rape of our country, he said in June 2016. 37.
然而，就在安倍晋三开始全力倡导全球化之际，美国似乎将放弃领导自由全球贸易体制。希拉里·克林顿在协议宣布2天后表示反对 TPP， 尽管他曾将其描述为黄金标准，并在担任奥巴马政府国务卿时将其作为重返亚洲战略的一部分进行推广。唐纳德·特朗普这位纽约商人和真人秀明星，共和党的领跑者也反对该协议。10月5日，他在推特上说 ，TPP 是一个糟糕的协议。他还曾敦促共和党人投票反对快速通道。36在2月份签署协议后，随着特朗普完成共和党总统提名的竞选，他加大了对跨太平洋伙伴关系协定 TPP 的攻击力度。 这是对我们国家的掠夺，他在2016年6月说。37.
Obama unsuccessfully tried to convince the Republican congressional leaders to take up the treaty. The U.S. and Japan appeared to be trading places. Japan, which had resisted pressure to open its markets in the interests of protecting farmers and other inefficient producers, had become a full-throated supporter of a new trade regime, thanks to a prime minister who saw the strategic value and enjoyed the backing of the general public and corporate Japan. The U.S., meanwhile, after 40 years of pushing free trade agreements for strategic reasons and for the benefit of consumers and big business at the expense of manufacturing firms and their workers, was increasingly divided about the trading order past leaders had built. Point 38.
奥巴马未能说服共和党国会领导人接受该条约。美国和日本似乎在角色上发生了互换。日本曾因保护农民和其他低效生产者而抵制市场开放的压力，现在由于首相看到了战略价值，并得到了公众和企业界的广泛支持，已成为新贸易体制的坚定支持者。与此同时，美国在40年来出于战略考虑以及为了消费者和大企业的利益推动自由贸易协定，却以牺牲制造业及其工人的利益为代价，对过去领导人建立的贸易秩序越来越分裂。
For Abe, TPP was a victory at a moment when Abenomics's fortunes were sagging.
对于安倍而言 ，TPP 是在安倍经济学效果减弱时取得的一次胜利。
Fresh from his electoral victory in December 2014, Abe leveraged his new mandate to complete some of the unfinished work from the first phase of Abenomics. By February 2015, Abe could use the possibility of a breakthrough in TPP negotiations to complete agricultural reform. Having wearied of Jay Zinchu's attempt at self-reform, the government forced the organization to accept a plan that would strip it of much of its power over local cooperatives, enabling the latter to pursue agriculture on the offensive.
2014年12月选举胜利后，安倍利用新获得的授权，完成了安倍经济学第一阶段的未经事业。到2015年2月，安倍可以借助 TPP 谈判可能出现的突破，推动农业改革。由于对 Jay Zinchu 的自我改革尝试感到失望，政府迫使该组织接受了一项计划，该计划将剥夺其对地方合作社的大部分控制权，使这些合作社能够采取积极的农业策略。
It was not a total victory over the organization. Prefectural associations would still maintain some control over local cooperatives and collect fees from them, which could be turned over to the national organization. But the government's reforms reduced the organization from a quasi-monopoly intimately involved in the production and distribution of agricultural products to a more conventional interest group. This reform simultaneously created more room for experimentation with new forms of production and signaled that the group's dominance of agriculture policymaking was over. Cracks have appeared in the strong and solid ties binding MAFF, the JA, and the legislators, wrote former bureaucrat Yamashita Kazuhito. The reform package may not have quite lived up to expectations, but it is highly significant that it has caused these cracks to emerge. 39.
这并不是对组织的彻底胜利，县协会仍然会保留对地方合作社的部分控制，并继续向他们收取费用，这些费用可以转交给全国组织。然而，政府的改革将该组织从一个几乎垄断农业生产和分销的实体转变为一个更传统的利益集团。这项改革不仅为新的生产方式的试验创造了更多空间，还表明该集团在农业政策制定中的主导地位已经结束。农林水产省 JA 和立法者之间坚固而紧密的联系已经出现了裂痕，前官员山下和人写道。改革方案虽然没有完全达到预期，但其导致这些分歧出现的意义重大。39.
Simultaneously, Abe was pressing ahead with corporate governance reform. He was again directly involved in discussions between employers and unions ahead of the annual wage negotiations, resulting in some of the largest pay increases in 20 years. A corporate tax cut and tax incentives that would further reduce the tax bill for firms that raised wages may have helped. Point 40.
同时，安倍正在积极推进公司治理改革。他再次直接介入了雇主与工会之间的年度薪资谈判，结果实现了近20年来最大的薪资增长。公司减税和税收激励措施可能进一步减少了那些提高员工薪资的公司的税负。
Meanwhile, on February 22nd, the Tokyo Stock Exchange, TSE, and the Financial Services Agency, FSA, the leading financial regulator, released a new corporate governance code. LDP backbenchers, led by Shiozaki Yasuhisa, who would join the government in September 2014 as the Health, Labor, and Welfare Minister, played an instrumental role in pushing the administration to prioritize a corporate governance code, with the help of Nicholas Ben S., an American and longtime advocate for corporate governance reform in Japan. 41.
同时，2月22日，东京证券交易所 （SE） 和金融服务局 （FSA） 主要的金融监管机构发布了一项新的公司治理准则。自民党后座议员由岩崎公久领导，他将在2014年9月加入政府，担任厚生劳动大臣。在美国长期倡导日本公司治理改革的尼古拉斯·贝内斯的帮助下，发挥了重要作用，推动政府将公司治理准则列为优先事项。
The code, which built on a 2014 revision to the Companies Act, was not a radical departure from the prevailing model of corporate governance. These changes mainly sought to pressure corporate managers to include more outside directors on corporate boards or explain why they refused, comply, or explain the model, with the updated law stipulating that firms need only appoint one outside director to avoid having to explain their failure to comply. The governance code required TSE-listed companies to appoint 2 outside directors or explain their non-compliance.
该代码基于2014年对公司法的修订，没有对公司治理的现行模式做出重大改变。这些改革主要是为了向公司管理层施压，要求他们在董事会中增加更多外部董事，或者解释为何拒绝这样做，及遵守或解释模式。根据修订后的法律，公司只需任命1名外部董事即可避免解释其不合规行为。治理守则要求东京证券交易所上市的公司任命2名外部董事或解释其不合规行为。
The Corporate Governance Code urged managers to engage in constructive dialogue with shareholders and provide more information about long-range planning, compensation, activist and takeover defenses, and other practices, but did not enshrine shareholder value as the overriding goal for Japanese companies. Nevertheless, the code was, like agricultural reform, an important step to expose economic actors insulated from competition to external pressure that could force them to adapt. To the extent Abe was trying to attract more FDI, and that the code could render corporate Japan more vulnerable to takeover bids, it was another piece of Abe's bid to raise global competitiveness, particularly as TPP neared completion.
企业治理准则鼓励管理者与股东进行建设性对话，并提供更多关于长期规划、薪酬、积极主义和防御收购等做法的信息，但并未将股东价值作为日本公司的首要目标。尽管如此，该准则与农业改革一样，是向受竞争保护的经济行为者施加外部压力的重要一步，迫使其适应。安倍试图吸引更多外国直接投资 FDI， 而该准则可能使日本企业更容易受到收购邀约的影响，这是安倍提高全球竞争力的又一举措，尤其是在跨太平洋伙伴关系协定 TPP 即将完成之际。
Corporate governance reform, however, would in time prove disappointing. Japanese companies brought in more independent directors, but corporate bosses continued to resist external pressure to use their assets more productively or pay their workers more. Although they would dramatically increase share buybacks and divided payouts, Point 42 inbound mergers and acquisitions were dwarfed by Japan Incorporated's overseas purchases. FDI remained below that of its developed country peers, and by September 2019, corporate Japan was sitting on more than 500 trillion yen in cash, more than 3 times as much as at the start of Abe's second tenure. Point 43 high-profile cases of corporate malfeasance, meanwhile, illustrated how managers at Japan's most prestigious firms were shielded from accountability to shareholders and other stakeholders. As legal scholar Curtis Milhaupt argues, it may be corporate governance is a reflection of a nation's variety of capitalism, and therefore it is unreasonable to expect corporate governance reform to deliver the transformational change hoped for by the Abe government. Point 44.
然而，公司治理改革最终令人失望。日本公司虽然引入了更多独立董事，但企业领导层仍然抵制外部压力，不愿更有效地利用资产或提高员工薪酬，尽管他们大幅增加了股票回购和股息支付。截至2019年9月，日本的外国直接投资 FDI 仍低于其他发达国家。日本企业持有的现金超过500万亿日元，比安倍第2次任期开始时多出3倍多。43起备受关注的企业不当行为案例表明， 日本最著名公司的管理者如何逃避股东和其他利益相关者的问责。正如法律学者 Curtis Milhouse 所指出的，公司治理可能是一个国家资本主义形式的反应，因此期望公司治理改革能实现安倍政府所期望的变革性变化是不切实际的。44.
By late 2015, Abe's economic priorities began to shift. He had previously downplayed the significance of Japan's demographic outlook as a constraint on Japan's long-term growth. 45, but now, demographics would increasingly be the central focus of Abenomics. Immediately after his re-election as LDP leader in September, he announced that his government would launch the new three arrows, Abenomics 2.0. Everything that had been included under the first three arrows became the first arrow of Abenomics 2.0, a strong economy. The government wanted to increase the size of Japan's economy to 600 trillion yen by 2020, a sizable increase relative to Japan's nominal GDP of roughly 530 trillion yen when the new arrows were announced, and significantly more than the roughly 500 trillion yen economy that Abe inherited in late 2012.
到2015年底，安倍的经济优先事项开始发生变化。他之前曾淡化日本人口结构对长期经济增长的制约作用，然而现在人口问题将成为安倍经济学的核心。在他9月连任自民党总裁后，宣布政府将推出新3件安倍经济学 2.0。之前3件涵盖的所有内容都成为安倍经济学 2.0 的第一件，即强大的经济。政府希望到2020年将日本经济规模扩大至600万亿日元，这比新建计划宣布时日本名义 GDP 约530万亿日元有显著增长，也远超安倍2012年底接手时的大约500万亿日元经济规模。
The new second arrow, however, was the heart of Abenomics 2.0. The government would explicitly target a higher birth rate, aiming to raise Japan's total fertility rate from 1.4 children per woman to 1.8, which would still be below the replacement rate of 2.1, but would help to stabilize the population at 100 million people. A new third arrow was aimed at eliminating the need for workers to exit the labor force to provide care for elderly parents, a recognition that Japan could not afford to lose productive workers.
然而，新的第2支箭是安倍经济学 2.0 的核心内容。政府将明确目标，提高出生率，计划将日本的总生育率从每名妇女 1.4 个孩子提高到 1.8 个，尽管这仍低于 2.1 的更替水平，但有助于稳定1亿人口。新的第3支箭旨在解决工人因照顾年迈父母而退出劳动力市场的问题，认识到日本不能承受失去这些生产性工人的损失。
Abe had not belatedly realized the severity of Japan's demographic crisis. He devoted an entire chapter of his 2006 book to Japan's shrinking, aging population and the need to both upgrade the social safety net and boost productivity to compensate for the smaller workforce. 46 rather, the new three arrows was an admission that the reflationist had failed. Japan would not be saved by flooding its economy with cash. In fact, flooding the economy with cash had barely delivered inflation. 47, the BOJ was struggling just to keep prices rising. Fighting deflation would still be important, but the Abe government had to address what Shirakawa had warned about. The graying of Japan was a constraint on growth in the present, not just in the future. As Martin Wolf put it, you can't print babies. 48.
安倍并不是迟来的意识到日本人口危机的严重性。他在2006年的书中专门用了一章来讨论日本人口减少和老龄化的问题，以及需要加强社会保障网和提高生产率以弥补劳动力减少的必要性。46相反，新的3支箭政策承认了在通胀主义者们的失败，仅靠向经济注入大量资金无法拯救日本。事实上，向经济注入大量资金几乎未能带来通货膨胀。47日本银行 BOJ 甚至在努力维持物价上涨。对抗通缩仍然重要，但安倍政府必须正视白川警告的问题。日本的老龄化不仅是未来的制约因素，也是当前的制约因素。正如马丁·沃尔夫所说，你不能印出婴儿。48
Japan's population was estimated to have peaked at 127 million in 2015 and, according to projections based on that year's census, in the best-case scenario could still fall below 100 million by 2059 and continue to drop. The worst-case scenario, meanwhile, anticipated that Japan's population could fall to 82 million by 2065. The graying would be more severe. Japan's working age, aged 15 to 64, population had peaked in the late 1990s, and the losses accelerated as baby boomers retired. During Abe's first 6 years in office, the working-age population shrank by 4.5 million people. Fewer workers meant fewer taxpayers and pension contributors supporting a swelling population of retirees. The elderly, already more than a quarter of the population by 2015, would be more than a third by the 2030s.49.
据估计，日本人口在2015年达到了1.27亿的峰值。根据2015年人口普查数据的预测，在最乐观的情况下，到2059年，日本人口仍可能降至1亿以下，并持续下降；而在最悲观的情况下，到2065年，日本人口可能降至8200万。老龄化问题将更加严重。日本的工作年龄人口15至64岁，在20世纪90年代末达到峰值，随着婴儿潮一代的退休，人口减少的速度加快。在安倍晋三执政的前6年，工作年龄人口减少了450万，这意味着支持日益增长的退休人口的劳动者、纳税人和养老金缴纳者数量减少。到2015年，老年人口已经超过了总人口的1/4，预计到2030年代将超过1/3。
We will bring a halt to the dwindling birth rate and aging population and maintain a population of 100 million people even 50 years from now, Abe said when announcing his new cabinet in October 2015, in which Kato Kitsunobu was given responsibility for coordinating the government's response across ministerial lines. 50 demographics had always been part of Abenomics. The Womenomics agenda, included as part of the Third Arrow in 2013, was in part a demographic policy, since drawing women into the workforce and giving them more opportunities for advancement could slow the shrinking of the workforce and, if done properly, make it easier for working women to start families, in part by making it easier for men to be more involved in family life. 51, but now it would be the central focus of the program.
我们将遏制出生率下降和人口老龄化，确保50年后人口仍保持在1亿。安倍在2015年10月宣布新内阁时说，当时河野太郎被任命负责协调政府各部门的应对措施。人口问题一直是安倍经济学的一部分。2013年，作为第3支箭提出的女性经济学议程，在一定程度上是一项人口政策，因为吸引女性加入劳动力市场，并给予她们更多晋升机会，可以减缓劳动力的减少。如果实施得当，还可以使职业女性更容易组建家庭。部分原因是让男性更容易参与家庭生活。但现在，它将成为节目的核心焦点。
The Abe government might set a fertility rate target, but Japan's birth rate was not something that could be changed by Decree. 52 instead. The Abe administration spent the next 9 months drafting a plan to achieve a demographic virtuous cycle. Near-term growth would enable social policy changes to support family formation and support the employment of older Japanese past retirement, which would in turn boost consumer demand and investment. This plan, which would encompass changes to how Japanese work, raise their children, and retire, would become the blueprint for much of the Abe government's economic program for the remainder of Abe's tenure. 53. It would also spur a broader discussion of how foreign workers could slow Japan's demographic crunch.
安倍政府可能会设定一个生育率目标，但日本的出生率无法通过命令来改变。相反，安倍政府在接下来的9个月里制定了一项计划，旨在实现人口的良性循环。近期的增长将促进社会政策的变革，支持家庭的形成，并鼓励老年人退休后继续就业，这将反过来刺激消费和投资。该计划涵盖了日本人工作、抚养孩子和退休方式的变革，成为安倍政府在其任期内剩余时间经济政策的蓝图。此外，该计划还引发了关于如何通过引入外国工人来缓解日本人口紧缩问题的广泛讨论。
But a plan to save Japan from demographic oblivion would be futile if Abe's government could not generate the short-term growth that would boost the confidence and bank accounts of ordinary Japanese. And in 2015, nearly a year after the consumption tax hike, the Japanese economy was sputtering. Price increases had receded, and Japan seemed on the brink of a return to deflation. There were loud grumbles, even from within the LDP, about the wisdom of carrying on with the BOJ's QQE program. There were even signs that Abe and Kuroda were at odds over the direction of Abenomics, and Abe was also fighting with ASO, the finance ministry, and LDP backbenchers again over fiscal policy, as his government sought to update its medium-term fiscal plan after Abe's decision to postpone the tax hike. The Nikkei 225 fell sharply, as the economy dropped into a technical recession again in the second half of 2015. Nearly 3 years into Abe's tenure, it appeared the macroeconomic benefits of Abenomics were modest at best. 54.
然而，如果安倍政府不能刺激短期经济增长，以提升普通日本人的信心和银行存款，那么拯救日本免于人口危机的计划将毫无意义。2015年，消费税上调近1年后，日本经济开始疲软，物价上涨势头减弱，日本似乎正面临再次陷入通缩的风险。自民党内甚至有人对继续实施日本央行的 QQE 计划表示强烈不满。安倍与黑田在安倍经济学的方向上也出现了分歧，安倍还因财政政策问题再次与麻生、财务省和自民党后座议员发生冲突，因为他的政府试图在安倍决定推迟增税后更新中期财政计划。日经225指数大幅下跌，因为经济在2015年下半年再次陷入技术性衰退。安倍上任近3年，安倍经济学的宏观经济效果似乎最多只能说是温和的。54.
Despite his personal commitment to reflationism, Abe and his advisors seemed unperturbed by the return of deflation. "We have successfully created a situation that is not deflationary anymore," Abe said in October 2015. Reaching the BOJ's 2% inflation target was not an essential condition for declaring deflation defeated, added Amari in December 2015.
尽管安倍个人致力于在通胀政策，但他和他的顾问们对通缩的回归似乎并不担心。我们已经成功创造了一个不再通缩的局面，安倍在2015年10月表示。甘利在2015年12月补充说，达到日本央行 2% 的通胀目标并不是宣布战胜通缩的必要条件。
The new three arrows, however, would provide the backdrop for a new surge of fiscal and monetary stimulus in 2016, particularly as Abe sought to recover from the battle over the national security bills and looked ahead to upper house elections in July 2016.
然而，新的3支箭将为2016年的财政和货币刺激措施的新一轮浪潮提供背景，特别是在安倍晋三试图从国家安全法案的争议中恢复，并为2016年7月的参议院选举做准备。
Kuroda shocked markets in January by announcing that the BOJ would follow some European central banks in introducing negative interest rates, using a limited negative interest rate policy, NIRP. The negative 0.1% interest rate would apply only to reserves deposited by banks with the central bank, and even then, only new deposits and not the nearly 2 trillion yen already deposited.
黑田在1月份宣布，日本央行将效仿一些欧洲央行引入有限的负利率政策 NIRP。根据该政策，负 0.1% 的利率仅适用于银行存放在央行的新准备金，而不包括已存入的近2万亿日元。
The immediate market reaction was negative. The Nikkei plunged, the yen rallied, and interest rates on government bonds fell below zero, reflecting higher demand for safe government debt compared with other assets. It was inferred that the NIRP indicated Abe and Kuroda were running out of options, particularly since the global economy continued to grapple with sluggish growth in the US, Europe, and China.
市场的及时反应是负面的，日经指数大幅下跌，日元升值，政府债券的利率降至0以下，反映出与其他资产相比，对安全的政府债券需求增加。这表明，负利率政策的实施意味着安倍和黑田可能已经用尽了政策选项，尤其是在全球经济仍面临美国、欧洲和中国增长缓慢的背景下。
Abe therefore began laying the groundwork for once again delaying the consumption tax hike, now a little over a year away in April 2017. In the spring of 2016, before public debate of the tax hike began in earnest, Abe brought in foreign economists, including Nobelists Paul Krugman and Joseph Stiglitz, most of whom opposed the tax hike and whose expertise and reputations could gird the prime minister for battle with the fiscal hawks. 55 Abe claimed that he would only delay the tax in the event of a natural disaster or a Lehman-style financial shock, but this justification appeared increasingly threadbare.
因此， 安倍开始为再次推迟消费税上调做准备，此时距离2017年4月的预定时间仅1年多。2016年春季，在消费税上调的公开讨论尚未全面展开之前，安倍邀请了包括诺贝尔奖得主保罗·克鲁格曼和约瑟夫·斯蒂格利茨在内的外国经济学家，其中大多数反对上调消费税。他们的专业知识和声誉可以为首相与财政鹰派的斗争提供支持。安倍声称，只有在发生自然灾害或雷曼式金融冲击的情况下，他才会推迟上调消费税，但这一理由似乎越来越站不住脚。
By the start of April, he was already considering new fiscal stimulus, which, combined with a delay to the tax hike, could jolt the economy. Conveniently, Abe would also host world leaders in late May as the chair of the G7. He could use his G7 presidency to push for global macroeconomic policy coordination, and at the summit would unveil a new stimulus package, delay the consumption tax hike, and call a snap election that would be held along with upper house elections in July. The snap election was shelved, and Abe's G7 peers reacted frostily to an attempt to argue that the world was on the brink of another Lehman shock. But the summit endorsed the need for mutually reinforcing fiscal, monetary, and structural policies, and on June 1st, Abe announced that the tax hike would be postponed again. 56.
到4月初，安倍已经开始考虑新的财政刺激措施，这些措施与推迟增税相结合，可能会刺激经济。此外，安倍还将在5月底以 G7 主席的身份接待世界领导人。他可以利用 G7 主席的身份推动全球宏观经济政策的协调，并在峰会上宣布新的刺激计划，推迟消费税的上调，并在7月与参议院选举同时举行临时选举。然而，临时选举被搁置了。安倍的 G7 同行对试图论证世界正处于另一场雷曼冲击边缘的论点反应冷淡，但峰会还是支持了相互强化的财政、货币和结构性政策的需求。6月1日，安倍宣布再次推迟增税。56.
Naturally, electoral politics figured in Abe's decision-making, and he was rewarded when the LDP and Komeito increased their majority in the upper house. Parties in favor of constitutional revision won enough seats to wield a supermajority, clearing an important hurdle. But revision would have to wait. In the immediate term, Abe used the election to complete the development of Abenomics 2.0. As he acknowledged on the campaign trail, the work of Abenomics was only halfway done.
当然，选举政治在安倍的决策中起到了重要作用。当他所在的自民党和公民党在参议院选举中扩大了多数席位时，他得到了回报。支持修宪的政党赢得了足够的席位，形成了超级多数，清除了一个重要障碍。不过，修宪还需等待。短期内，安倍利用选举成果完成了安倍经济学 2.0 的发展。正如他在竞选活动中所承认的，安倍经济学的工作只完成了一半。
Following the election, Abe would unveil a nominal 28 trillion yen fiscal stimulus package, although only 6 trillion yen was new government spending, with the remainder being loans from public financial institutions. 57. Meanwhile, as the Abe government prepared new fiscal stimulus, Kuroda's BOJ conducted a policy review that would deliver another monetary policy shock in September. The birth of what the BOJ called yield curve control, YCC. This new framework was structured around interest rate targets. The bank adjusted its bond purchases to shape the schedule of interest rates from minus 0.10% on short-term bonds to interest rates around 0 on long-term, 10-year bonds, to more freely floating rates on bonds with longer maturities. The BOJ would leave other components of its program unchanged, but YCC became its dominant tool, enabling the bank to adjust its bond purchases in response to market conditions, buying more if market interest rates rose and fewer if they fell. 58. Over the next 3 years, the BOJ scaled back its bond purchases, although it was still nominally committed to buying 80 trillion yen annually, to the extent that analysts referred to a stealth taper. But its commitment to fighting deflation did not flag. The BOJ still dominated the market for JGBs, holding roughly 50% in the later years of Abe's tenure, and it also became, alongside the GPIF, a top shareholder through its ETF purchases. 59.
选举后，安倍宣布了一项名义上为28万亿日元的财政刺激计划，尽管只有6万亿日元是新的政府支出，其余部分是来自公共金融机构的贷款。与此同时， 当安倍政府准备新的财政刺激措施时，黑田领导的日本银行进行了一项政策审查，这将在9月带来另一个货币政策冲击。日本银行称之为收益率曲线控制 （YCC） 的新框架。这一新框架围绕利率目标构建，银行调整其债券购买，以塑造从短期债券的负0.10%到长期10年期债券的利率接近0，再到期限更长的债券的利率更自由浮动的利率时间表。日本央行将保持其计划的其他部分不变，但收益率曲线控制 （YCC） 成为其主要工具，使银行能够根据市场情况调整债券购买量，市场利率上升时增加购买，市场利率下降时减少购买。在接下来的3年里，尽管日本央行名义上仍承诺每年购买80万亿日元的债券，但实际上其购买量已减少，以至于分析师称之为隐形减码。然而，日本央行抗击通缩的决心并未减弱。在安倍晋三任期的后期，日本央行仍主导着日本国债市场，持有约50%的份额，并通过购买 ETF 与政府养老投资基金 GPIF 一起成为主要股东。59.
Thus, by late 2016, Abenomics had been relaunched, with new fiscal and monetary policies and a new demographics and structural plan in the process of being translated into legislation. With the global economy recovering and Japan's economy improving, after 2016, unemployment plunged to just above 2% and remained there, while the jobs-to-applicants ratio reached record highs. As employers in higher-performing sectors struggled to find workers, Abe would have another chance to save Japan's economy.
因此，到2016年底，安倍经济学已经重启，新的财政和货币政策以及新的人口和结构计划正在转化为立法。随着全球经济复苏和日本经济的改善，2016年后，失业率降至略高于2%，并保持在这一水平，职位空缺比率达到历史新高。高绩效行业的雇主们在招聘员工方面遇到了困难，安倍将有另一次机会拯救日本经济。
On May 27, 2016, after the G7 summit, Barack Obama visited Hiroshima. Ambassador Kennedy had cajoled him to visit before his term ended, making him the first sitting president to visit.
2016年5月27日，在七国集团峰会之后，巴拉克·奥巴马访问了广岛。肯尼迪大使曾劝说他在任期内访问，使他成为首位访问广岛的在任美国总统。
In a speech in the city's Peace Park, Obama did not apologize for the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Most Americans still approved of them. Instead, he confronted the suffering of innocents in the Second World War and all wars and called for a moral awakening that would prevent the suffering from being repeated at other times and in other places. 60. It was a moment for the outgoing president to reflect on, as his speechwriter Ben Rhodes noted, his own constant struggle to constrain our own war-making. 61.
在城市和平公园的演讲中，奥巴马没有为对广岛和长崎的原子弹轰炸道歉，大多数美国人仍然支持这些行动。相反，他面对了二战及所有战争中无辜者的苦难，呼吁进行一场道德觉醒，以防止这种苦难在其他时间和地点再次发生。这是一个让即将离任的总统反思的时刻，正如他的演讲撰稿人本罗德斯所指出的，他一直在努力限制我们的战争行为。
But it was also recognition that Obama and Abe had put their past behind them. After the bitterness surrounding Abe's Yasukuni visit, the two leaders reached an understanding. Abe had backed down from his more provocative revisionist stances, at least in public. His government upheld the Kono Statement on the Comfort Women. Abe's August 2015 statement on the 70th anniversary of the end of the war retained key phrases from earlier apologies and expressions of remorse at the immeasurable damage and suffering Japan had inflicted upon innocent people across Asia. 62. And in December 2015, with the tireless involvement of Obama administration officials, including ambassadors in Tokyo and Seoul, Abe and South Korean President Park concluded an agreement on the Comfort Women in which Abe expressed his most sincere apologies, and the Japanese government agreed to contribute to a Korean-established fund to support surviving comfort women, in exchange for Seoul's agreement that the issue was resolved finally and irreversibly. 63.
但这同时也表明，奥巴马和安倍已经将过去的恩怨抛在脑后。 在安倍参拜靖国神社引发的不快之后，两位领导人达成了谅解。安倍在公开场合至少放弃了他更具挑衅性的修正主义立场。他的政府继续坚持关于慰安妇的和野谈话。安倍在2015年8月发表的战后70周年声明中，保留了先前道歉和对日本给亚洲无辜人民造成无法估量的损害和痛苦的悔恨的关键措辞。2015年12月，在奥巴马政府官员，包括驻东京和首尔大使的不懈努力下，安倍晋三与韩国总统朴槿惠就慰安妇问题达成了一项协议。安倍在协议中表达了最诚挚的歉意，日本政府同意向韩国设立的基金捐款，以支持幸存的慰安妇。作为交换，首尔方面同意该问题最终且不可逆转的解决。63
Through these actions, Abe put the national interest first, and by November 2016, he had a landmark trade agreement with the U.S. and 10 other countries in Asia-Pacific and new defense cooperation guidelines that promised to integrate the U.S. and Japanese armed forces more than ever before. Japan's economy also appeared to be back on track. There were still looming challenges. Relations with China remained frigid. North Korea was still refining its arsenal. The agreement with South Korea had almost immediately encountered difficulties and looked endangered as Park's administration tottered. But with Hillary Clinton on track to win the U.S. presidency, it seemed Abe could count on a new president committed to the rebalance, and whose administration would undoubtedly be staffed with familiar faces from the previous administration.
通过这些行动，安倍将国家利益置于首位。到2016年11月，他与美国及亚太地区的其他10个国家达成了具有里程碑意义的贸易协定，并制定了新的防务合作指南，承诺将美国和日本的武装力量整合到前所未有的程度。日本经济也似乎重新步入正轨。然而，仍有许多迫在眉睫的挑战。中日关系依然冷淡，朝鲜仍在完善其武器库，与韩国的协议几乎立即遇到了困难。随着朴槿惠政府的动摇，该协议也显得岌岌可危。但是，随着希拉里·克林顿有望赢得美国总统大选，安倍似乎可以期待一位致力于再平衡政策的新总统，其政府团队无疑将由前政府的熟悉面孔组成。
History had other ideas.
历史却另有安排。
16. The Gamble.
赌注。
On December 26, 2016, 3 years to the day after his visit to Yasukuni, Abe arrived in Hawaii for his final meeting with Obama. The following day, they visited Pearl Harbor for the final act of what had become a joint effort to grapple with the Asia-Pacific's bloody past.
2016年12月26日，正值安倍访问靖国神社3周年之际，他抵达夏威夷与奥巴马进行最后一次会面。次日，两人访问了珍珠港，完成了两国为共同应对亚太地区血腥历史所做的最后努力。
The spirit of Abe's remarks at the USS Arizona Memorial echoed that of his speech before Congress and, to a point, Obama's speech in Hiroshima. Abe offered no apology but lamented the suffering caused and vowed that Japan, with the U.S., would work towards a world filled with tolerance and reconciliation. The world needs the spirit of tolerance and the power of reconciliation now, and especially now, Abe said. Point 1.
安倍在亚利桑那号纪念馆的讲话精神与他在国会的演讲以及奥巴马在广岛的演讲相呼应。虽然安倍没有道歉，但他对所造成的痛苦表示哀悼，并承诺日本将与美国共同努力实现一个充满宽容和和解的世界。世界现在比以往任何时候都更需要宽容的精神和和解的力量，安倍说。
It is here that we remember that even when hatred burns hottest, Obama said, even when the tug of tribalism is at its most primal, we must resist the urge to turn inward. We must resist the urge to demonize those who are different. 2.
在这里，我们铭记，即使仇恨燃烧的最炽烈，奥巴马说，即使部落主义的冲动最为原始，我们也必须抵制封闭自守的诱惑。我们必须抵制将不同的人妖魔化的冲动。
These were words for an uncertain future. 1 month to the day later, Donald Trump issued Executive Order 13769, a sweeping ban on the admission of all refugees for 120 days and a prohibition on the entry of all citizens from a handful of Muslim-majority countries, triggering massive protests at American airports and around the world.
这些话预示了一个不确定的未来。 1个月后，唐纳德·特朗普签署了第13769号行政命令，全面暂停所有难民120天内入境，并禁止来自几个穆斯林多数国家的公民入境。这一举措引发了美国机场和全球各地的大规模抗议。
In 2017, Abe would be tested as never before. Even as he faced the most serious allegations of corruption he had ever faced, he would have to weather the arrival of a new U.S. president whose approach to the world not only threatened his efforts to bind Japan and the U.S. closely together in the name of upholding a liberal world order, but would hasten the transition to an increasingly multipolar world. And yet, by the year's end, he would be stronger than ever. Not only would he win a new parliamentary mandate, he would increasingly appear to be the world's leading champion of globalization at a time of rising protectionism. But it would be a tenuous position, as Abe tried to balance his new role as a defender of a liberal order with his relationship with a president who was fundamentally opposed to its core tenets.
2017年，安倍将面临前所未有的挑战。尽管他遭遇了有史以来最严重的腐败指控，他还必须应对新任美国总统的上台。这位总统的政策不仅威胁到他为维护自由世界秩序而努力将日本和美国紧密联系在一起的目标，还加速了向多极世界的转变。然而，到年底，安倍的力量将比以往任何时候都要强大。他不仅赢得了新的议会授权，而且在全球化面临保护主义抬头的背景下，他逐渐成为了全球化的领军人物。然而，这将是一个脆弱的立场，因为安倍在担任自由秩序捍卫者的新角色的同时，还要与一位从根本上反对这一秩序核心原则的总统保持关系。
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Tokyo on Wednesday, November 9th, 2016, it became clear that Donald Trump, the real estate tycoon turned reality television star, would defeat Hillary Clinton to become the next president of the United States.
2016年11月9日星期三下午3点，东京时间，房地产大亨兼电视真人秀明星唐纳德·特朗普击败了希拉里·克林顿，成为下一任美国总统。
As swing state after swing state went for Trump, the Nikkei 225 plummeted, falling more than 900 points, the largest single-day drop save for the day the UK voted to leave the EU. The yen rallied, creeping up to 100 yen to the dollar. At 6:30 that evening, Abe addressed Trump's election. He briefly congratulated the president-elect and noted, "The U.S.-Japan alliance is an unwavering alliance bound by universal values. I want to make those bonds even stronger." The following morning, Abe spoke directly with Trump, who assured Abe that he wanted to strengthen the special relationship between their countries.
随着一个又一个摇摆州支持特朗普，日经225指数大幅下跌，跌幅超过900点，这是自英国公投脱欧以来最大的单日跌幅。日元升值，对美元汇率升至100日元。当天晚上6点30分，安倍就特朗普当选发表讲话。他简短地祝贺了当选总统，并表示，美日同盟是建立在普遍价值观上的坚不可摧的同盟。我希望能够使这些纽带更加牢固。第二天早上，安倍直接与特朗普通话，特朗普向安倍保证，他希望加强两国之间的特殊关系。
Abe was not entirely shocked by Trump's victory, although his government did not necessarily desire it. But Abe's government had not assumed it was impossible and could not afford to be caught off guard.
安倍对特朗普的胜利并不完全感到惊讶，尽管他的政府并不希望这一结果。安倍政府并未认为这完全不可能，并且不能对此毫无准备。
While the LDP has generally viewed Republicans as friendlier to Japan, some of Abe's closest friends in Republican circles had vocally opposed Trump. Richard Armitage had explicitly endorsed Clinton. For Abe, meanwhile, had met with Clinton briefly during the campaign. He, like most observers around the world and even Trump himself, had little reason to believe that he could pull off an upset.
尽管自民党通常认为共和党对日本更友好，但安倍在共和党圈子里的一些密友曾公开反对特朗普。例如，理查德·阿米蒂奇就明确支持希拉里。与此同时，安倍在竞选期间曾短暂会见过希拉里。他和其他世界各地的观察家，甚至特朗普本人都没有预料到特朗普能够实现逆转。
But he nevertheless quietly prepared for the chance that Trump could win. He did not meet with Trump during the campaign, but on the day he met Clinton, he privately conferred with Wilbur Ross, a private equity magnate who was an old friend of Trump's. Meanwhile, Seishi Kenichi, Japan's ambassador to the U.S. since 2012, had opened a channel to Jeff Sessions, the first sitting Republican senator to endorse Trump, as well as to members of the Trump family, including daughter Ivanka and son-in-law Jared Kushner. 5 Michael Flynn, who would become Trump's first national security advisor, was an important link, visiting Japan a month before the election to urge Tokyo not to panic about Trump and to reassure the Abe government that despite Trump's more outlandish remarks, musing in a campaign town hall that it might be better for Japan and South Korea to acquire nuclear weapons, for example. If elected, he would see Japan's value as a partner in dealing with China's rise and North Korea's provocations. 6.
但他还是悄悄地为特朗普可能获胜做准备。竞选期间，他没有与特朗普会面，但在与克林顿会面的同一天，他私下与特朗普的老朋友私募股权巨头威尔伯罗斯进行了会晤。与此同时，自2012年起担任美国大使的日本大使佐佐江贤一郎已经与杰夫·塞申斯，他是第一位支持特朗普的在职共和党参议员，以及特朗普家族成员，包括女儿伊万卡和女婿贾里德·库什纳建立了联系。5 Michael Flynn， 他后来成为了特朗普的第一任国家安全顾问，是一个关键的联系人。在选举前1个月，他访问了日本，劝说东京不要对特朗普感到恐慌，并向安倍政府保证，尽管特朗普在竞选期间曾发表过一些极端言论，比如他曾表示，如果日本和韩国拥有核武器可能会更好，但若当选，他会认识到日本作为应对中国崛起和朝鲜挑衅的伙伴的重要性。6.
But Japanese officials had reason to worry. Trump had never held elected office, but he had dabbled in politics since the 1980s. The worldview he articulated was that other countries had taken advantage of the U.S., using America's security guarantees and open markets to drive American firms out of business. The list of adversaries taking advantage of the U.S. would change, but there would be one country that never ceded its place on Trump's list, Japan. 7, make Japan, Saudi Arabia, and others pay for the protection we extend as allies, he wrote in an open letter on American foreign policy that ran as a full-page ad in the New York Times, Washington Post, and Boston Globe in September 1987.8.
但是日本官员有理由感到担忧。尽管特朗普从未担任过公职，但他自1980年代起就开始涉足政治。他所阐述的世界观认为，其他国家利用美国的安全保障和开放市场，将美国企业挤出市场。特朗普的对手名单会有所变化，但有一个国家始终没有从他的名单上消失——日本。7让日本、沙特阿拉伯和其他国家为我们提供的保护付费。他在1987年9月在《纽约时报》、《华盛顿邮报》和《波士顿环球报》上作为整版广告刊登的一封关于美国外交政策的公开信中写道：8
He delivered the same message on the campaign trail. He railed against Japan as killing us on trade, taking our jobs, and devaluing their yen. Japan, he said, they send the cars by the millions, 70 billion a year. If we get attacked, Japan doesn't have to do anything, he said in September 2015. If Japan gets attacked, we have to go fight for them. He even shared his opinion of Japan's prime minister. Japan now has a great leader, Shinzo Abe, he said at a campaign stop in New Hampshire. He's a killer. His views of Japan partly reflected his age. As part of the generation born just after the war, Trump repeatedly mentioned Pearl Harbor and Japan's samurai past in meetings with Abe. 9.
他在竞选活动中传达了同样的信息。他批评日本在贸易上对我们造成巨大伤害，抢走了我们的工作，并贬值日元。他说，日本每年向我们出口数百万辆汽车，价值700亿美元。如果我们受到攻击，日本不需要做任何事情。他在2015年9月表示，如果日本受到攻击，我们必须为他们而战。他甚至对日本首相发表了自己的看法。日本现在有一位伟大的领导人安倍晋三，他在新罕布什尔州的一次竞选活动中说，他是个狠角色。他对日本的看法部分源于他的年龄。作为战后出生的一代，特朗普在与安倍的会晤中多次提到珍珠港和日本的武士历史。
But ultimately for Trump, Japan was an ungrateful ally. His hostility to the U.S. alliance with Japan was part of a broader hostility to the post-war U.S.-led international order, the network of alliances, multilateral institutions, and trade agreements that, while deterring the Soviet Union, had entrenched democracy, promoted trade and investment, and preserved peace and stability throughout much of the world.
但最终对特朗普而言，日本是一个忘恩负义的盟友。他对美日联盟的敌视，反映了他对战后美国主导的国际秩序的广泛敌意。这一秩序包括联盟网络、多边机构和贸易协定。这些措施在遏制苏联的同时，巩固了民主，促进了贸易和投资，并在世界大部分地区维持了和平与稳定。
As Trump intuited, this regime had allowed Japan to rebuild after the war and enjoy rapid growth, while limiting its defense expenditures and relying on the U.S. to defend it. Every U.S. president since Eisenhower had wanted Japan to contribute more to the alliance, but for many U.S. strategists, the U.S.-Japan relationship was a bargain. The U.S. military received strategically valuable bases for which Japan footed much of the bill and, by guaranteeing Japan's security, Washington and Tokyo could reassure Asia that Japan would not return to militarism. As Japan grew wealthy, U.S. negotiators struggled to restore balance to their economic relationship, but alliance managers were largely untroubled by Japan's exporting prodigious amounts of cars and electronics and buying comparatively little in return. Point 10. In fact, Trump's ire was directed as much at past U.S. administrations as at foreign governments. The globalists had allowed Japan and other countries to get away with exploiting the U.S. That time was over.
正如特朗普所直觉到的，这一制度使日本在战后得以重建并实现快速增长，同时限制了其国防开支，并依赖美国进行防御。自艾森豪威尔以来的每一位美国总统都希望日本能为联盟做出更多贡献，但对许多美国战略家而言，美日关系是一笔划算的交易。美国军队获得了战略价值极高的基地，而日本承担了大部分费用。通过确保日本的安全，华盛顿和东京可以向亚洲保证日本不会重返军国主义。随着日本财富的增长，美国谈判代表努力恢复经济关系的平衡，但联盟管理者对日本大量出口汽车和电子产品而相对较少购买其他产品并不感到困扰。事实上，特朗普的愤怒不仅指向外国政府，也指向了历届美国政府。全球主义者让日本等国家得以占美国的便宜，这种情况已经结束了。
In short, Trump threatened a world order that had proven beneficial for Japan. But it was not just that his most long-held opinion as a public figure was that Japan and several other countries were taking advantage of the U.S. Rather, it was that he was impulsive, unpredictable, and tended to view all transactions as zero-sum. He'd like people when they were helpful and turn on them when they weren't. It wasn't personal. He's a transactional man. It was all about what you could do for him, said Tony Schwartz, Trump's ghostwriter. 11. He would also retaliate if he felt he was crossed. When someone attacks me, I always attack back, except 100x more. This has nothing to do with a tirade, but rather a way of life. He once tweeted. 12.
简而言之，特朗普威胁了一个对日本有利的世界秩序。但问题不仅在于他作为公众人物最长久的观点是日本和其他几个国家在利用美国，更重要的是他冲动、不可预测，并倾向于将所有交易视为零和游戏。当他觉得别人对他有帮助时，他会喜欢他们；而当他们不再有用时，他就会转而反对他们。这并不是个人恩怨，他是一个交易型的人，一切都取决于你能为他做什么。特朗普的代笔作者托尼·施瓦茨说：11如果他觉得被背叛，他也会报复。当有人攻击我时，我总是反击，而且是100倍的反击。这与发泄无关，而是我的生活方式。他曾在推特上写道：12
Trump kept allies and adversaries guessing. We have to be unpredictable. And we have to be unpredictable starting now. 13 While unpredictability may be useful to keep adversaries off balance, it was a chilling prospect for an ally in need of help to deter China and North Korea.
特朗普让盟友和对手都感到困惑，我们必须保持不可预测。从现在开始就要这样。虽然不可预测性可能有助于让对手失去平衡，但对于需要帮助来遏制中国和朝鲜的盟友来说，这却是一个令人不安的前景。
But it was not all gloom. Candidate Trump also wanted to get tough on China, including in the South China Sea, which would be hard without allies like Japan. 14 Maybe, some Japanese officials hoped, the new president would be a useful corrective to what they saw as Obama's dovish inclinations on China.
但并非全是阴霾。特朗普还希望对中国采取强硬立场，包括在南海问题上，这需要像日本这样的盟友。也许一些日本官员希望新总统能纠正他们认为奥巴马对中国过于温和的态度。
Abe would have to adjust. He would have to work harder to keep the U.S. committed to Japan, while seeking insurance against a worst-case scenario in which Trump abandoned Japan militarily and punished it economically. Abe had inherited from Kishi a belief in the importance of national independence, but knew Japan had no alternative but to preserve its alliance with the U.S. He would have to do whatever it took to keep Trump satisfied, the alliance intact, and Japan's access to U.S. markets unimpeded. The ethic of responsibility would win out, and the Abe Doctrine, which originally served to strengthen ties with a president who wanted the U.S. to be more firmly embedded in Asia, would now have to draw a reluctant president into the region.
安倍必须做出调整，更加努力地维持美国对日本的承诺，同时为最坏的情况做准备，即特朗普在军事上放弃日本，并在经济上对其进行惩罚。安倍继承了岸信介对国家独立重要性的信念，但深知日本别无选择，只能保持与美国的联盟。他必须不惜一切代价让特朗普满意，保持联盟的稳固，并确保日本能够顺利进入美国市场。责任伦理将占据上风，安倍主义最初旨在加强与希望美国更坚定地扎根于亚洲的总统的关系，现在必须将一个不情愿的总统拉入该地区。
Unlike Obama, Trump, it seemed, might be more receptive to the personal touch.
与奥巴马不同，特朗普似乎更愿意接受个人化的接触。
Abe therefore maneuvered to arrange a meeting with the president-elect immediately after the election. It was a delicate issue. As Obama warned that week, there is only one president at a time. 15 Customarily, a foreign leader would not travel to the U.S. to meet with the president-elect, certainly not without seeing the president. 16.
因此，安倍努力在选举后立即安排与当选总统的会面。这是一个敏感的问题。正如奥巴马那周警告的那样，一次只能有一位总统。15按照惯例，外国领导人不会在没有先见现任总统的情况下前往美国与当选总统会面。16
The following week, Abe would be traveling to Peru for APEC and would need to stop in the U.S. to refuel. Could they meet in New York on November 17th? Abe asked Trump. That would be awesome, Trump reportedly replied. 17 His goal, Abe told lawmakers, was to have a candid exchange of opinions and build a relationship of trust. 18 Trump would later say that his staff advised him not to meet Abe before his inauguration. I think it's absolutely fine, but I didn't really mean now. I meant sometime in February, March, or April. Meaning, you have a very aggressive, very aggressive, strong, tough prime minister, he said. 19.
下一周，安倍将前往秘鲁参加 APEC 会议，并需要在美国停留加油。安倍问特朗普是否可以在11月17日在纽约会面。那太棒了，特朗普回答道。安倍告诉立法者，他的目标是进行坦诚的意见交流并建立信任关系。特朗普后来表示，他的工作人员建议他在就职前不要与安倍会面。我认为这绝对没问题，但我不是指现在，我是指2月、3月或4月的某个时候。意思是，你有一个非常激进的、强大的、强硬的首相，他说。
Abe was making the single greatest gamble of his premiership. He bet on a personal relationship with Trump, despite uncertainty about how he would manage the U.S.-Japan relationship and his unpopularity both at home and in Japan. 20 Abe, visiting the president-elect at Trump Tower, had to mollify an incoming president who had little interest in maintaining the status quo. 21 He used flattery, diversionary tactics, repetitive and simple talking points, hyperbole, and he is even alleged to have nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. 22 He arranged for Trump to be the first state guest when Naruhito was enthroned in May 2019, when Trump also presented a prize to a champion sumo wrestler. And Abe also used golf to forge a unique relationship with the incoming president. Abe brought the president-elect a gold-colored driver to their meeting as a gift, and the two discussed playing subsequently point 23 they played several times, often joined by a famous pro.
安倍正在做出他任期内最大的一次赌博，他押注与特朗普的个人关系，尽管对如何管理美日关系存在不确定性，以及他在国内外的不受欢迎。安倍在特朗普大厦拜访当选总统时，不得不安抚一位对维持现状几乎没有兴趣的即将上任的总统。他使用了奉承、转移策略、重复和简单的谈话要点，夸张，甚至有传言称他提名特朗普为诺贝尔和平奖。他还安排特朗普成为2019年5月德仁天皇即位时的第一位国宾。特朗普还向一位冠军相扑选手颁发了奖品。安倍还利用高尔夫球与即将上任的总统建立了独特的关系。Abe 给后任总统送了一个金色的高尔夫球杆作为礼物。在会面时，两人讨论了之后一起打球的事。他们多次一起打球，经常还有一位著名的职业选手加入。
Abe was cagey about discussing their private conversations. In a press conference after the Trump Tower meeting, Abe said only, "I am convinced Mr. Trump is a leader in whom I can have great confidence." 24 in his public utterances, he has only ever expressed feelings of friendship and admiration, and even in private his advisors claim that Abe and Trump genuinely enjoy their encounters.
安倍对讨论他们的私人谈话非常谨慎。在特朗普大厦会议后的新闻发布会上，安倍表示，我确信特朗普先生是一位我可以充分信任的领导人。在他的公开讲话中，他始终只表达过对特朗普的友谊和敬仰之情，甚至在私下里，他的顾问也声称安倍和特朗普确实享受彼此的会面。
Nevertheless, Abe was attacked for his decision to bet on a personal relationship with Trump. Shortly after his trip, he had a testy exchange with Renho, at the time the leader of the opposition Democrats. Why? She asked Abe. Did he feel like he could trust Trump after so many reckless remarks during the campaign? Abe struggled to be heard over heckling from opposition lawmakers and gave repetitive, long-winded responses about the importance of personal relations between the U.S. president and Japanese prime minister. So long-winded, in fact, that Abe was told by the committee chairman to answer concisely. He again refused to divulge the substance of their meeting, even regarding TPP, which the Diet would ratify in December even as Trump reiterated his pledge to withdraw, stating that to do so would betray Trump's confidence. Point 25.
然而，安倍因决定与特朗普建立个人关系而受到批评。访问后不久，当时在野党民主党领袖联访与他发生了激烈的交锋。联访质问安倍，在特朗普竞选期间发表了许多轻率的言论之后，他为何还觉得可以信任特朗普？安倍在反对党议员的起哄声中努力发言，给出了冗长且重复的回答，强调美日两国领导人之间建立个人关系的重要性。委员会主席甚至要求安倍简明扼要的回答。他再次拒绝透露会议的具体内容，即使关于 TPP 该协议将在12月由国会批准，而特朗普重申了退出的承诺，称这样做会背叛特朗普的信任。25
But Abe was undaunted by the criticism and persisted in his efforts to become friends with Trump after his inauguration.
但是安倍并未被批评所动摇，在特朗普就职后仍坚持不懈地努力与他建立友好关系。
Hitherto, at the present time, and henceforth, the Japan-U.S. alliance has been the cornerstone of our country's foreign and security policies, he said in his speech to open the ordinary Diet session on January 20th, hours before Trump's inauguration. This is an unchanging principle. I intend to visit the United States as quickly as possible to further strengthen bonds with the new President Trump and the alliance. 26.
迄今为止，现在以及将来，日美同盟一直是我国外交和安全政策的基石。他在1月20日召开的例行国会开幕式上发表演讲时说，这比特朗普就职典礼早了几小时。这是一个不变的原则。我打算尽快访问美国，以进一步加强与新总统特朗普和同盟的关系。
Abe would arrive in the U.S. for meetings with Trump in February. He would not be Trump's first foreign visitor, but he would be accorded a unique honor. After initial meetings in Washington, they would travel to Florida for further discussions and golf at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort.
安倍将于2月访问美国，与特朗普会面。他不会是特朗普接待的第一位外国访客，但他将获得特别的礼遇。 在华盛顿进行初步会晤后，他们将前往佛罗里达州，继续讨论，并在特朗普的海湖庄园打高尔夫球。
On February 10th, Trump welcomed Abe to the White House with a hug. I shook hands, but I grabbed him and hugged him because that's the way we feel, he said. But more importantly for Abe, he issued a statement in which he affirmed his commitment to basic principles of the U.S.-Japan relationship.
2月10日，特朗普在白宫热情拥抱了安倍，他表示：“我握了手，但还是情不自禁地拥抱了他，因为这就是我们之间的感情。”对安倍而言，更重要的是，特朗普发表声明，重申了对美日关系基本原则的承诺。
Abe, meanwhile, established what would become the blueprint for his subsequent engagements with the president. He flattered Trump, praising him for his victory and saying that his golf game was not up to the level of Donald at all. 27 He highlighted Japanese investments in America and hinted at more to come. To deflect pressure, he convinced Trump to accept a new dialogue between Vice President Mike Pence and Aso that would focus on issues in the bilateral economic relationship. The two leaders sought to downplay any indication of friction, notwithstanding Trump's announcement on January 23 that the U.S. would withdraw from TPP.28.
安倍同时制定了与总统后续会面的蓝图。他奉承特朗普，称赞他的胜利，并表示自己的高尔夫球技根本比不上唐纳德。他还强调了日本在美国的投资，并暗示未来还会有更多。为了转移压力，安倍说服特朗普接受由副总统麦克彭斯和麻生太郎之间进行的新对话，该对话将重点关注双边经济关系中的问题。尽管特朗普于1月23日宣布美国将退出 TPP， 两位领导人仍试图淡化任何摩擦迹象。
In Florida, Abe's visit took a strange turn that highlighted the through-the-looking-glass quality of the new era. They traveled together on Air Force One to Florida and dined at his club that evening. The following morning, they golfed at Trump National with Ernie Els, where Trump was photographed using the golden driver Abe had given him. After their round, they played an additional 9 holes at another Trump course. It was unclear what they discussed during their hours on the links. Some critics fretted that Abe would make secret verbal commitments and lamented that they were spending time together golfing when Trump was facing global criticism for the Muslim ban. 29 But it seemed that Trump just wanted to talk about golf. Japan is very well represented, Trump tweeted after their outing.
在佛罗里达，安倍的访问出现了一个奇怪的转折，凸显了新时代的镜中世界特质。他们一起乘坐空军1号前往佛罗里达，并在当晚与安倍的俱乐部共进晚餐。第二天早上，他们与厄尼·埃尔斯在特朗普国家高尔夫俱乐部打高尔夫球。特朗普被拍到使用安倍送给他的金色球杆。打完一轮后，他们又在另一个特朗普球场打了9洞。他们在这几个小时的高尔夫球场上讨论了什么内容尚不清楚。一些批评者担心安倍会做出秘密的口头承诺，并批评他们在特朗普因穆斯林禁令面临全球批评时，却花时间一起打高尔夫球。但似乎特朗普只是想谈论高尔夫。日本的代表非常出色。特朗普在他们外出后发布了推特。
The strangest moment would come that evening.
最不可思议的时刻将在那天晚上发生。
North Korea had for several weeks been preparing for a possible intercontinental ballistic missile launch, its first since Trump's inauguration and a continuation of an intense period of testing that had seen Pyongyang conduct 2 nuclear tests and nearly a dozen medium and intermediate-range ballistic missile tests in 2016. Obama had impressed upon Trump that North Korea's arsenal would be perhaps the single greatest challenge he would face, and it seemed only a matter of time before North Korea would test the new president's commitment to defending U.S. allies in Northeast Asia.
朝鲜在几周内一直在为可能的洲际弹道导弹发射做准备，这是自特朗普就职以来的首次发射，也是2016年朝鲜进行2次核试验和近10次中程及中远程弹道导弹试验的紧张测试期的延续。奥巴马曾向特朗普强调，朝鲜的武器库可能是他面临的最大挑战。朝鲜测试新总统对东北亚美国盟友的防御承诺似乎只是时间问题。
Before the two leaders repaired to dinner, North Korea launched an intermediate-range ballistic missile into the Sea of Japan. As intelligence about North Korea's launch came in, Abe and Trump, dining at an outdoor patio at Mar-a-Lago, hashed out a response in full view of club members. At least one member posted photos of the leaders, and their teams reading documents using cell phone flashlights. Point 30.
在两位领导人准备用餐之前，朝鲜向日本海发射了一枚中程弹道导弹。当有关朝鲜发射的情报传来时，安倍和特朗普正在海湖庄园的户外露台上用餐，他们当着俱乐部成员的面商讨了应对措施。至少有一名成员发布了领导人及其团队使用手机闪光灯阅读文件的照片。
The patio strategy session was followed by a late-night press conference that lasted no longer than 2 minutes. Abe, unusually, spoke first. We absolutely cannot approve of North Korea's latest missile launch. North Korea must completely comply with UN resolutions, he said. Point 31. Trump then took the lectern and delivered a one-sentence statement. I just want everybody to understand and fully know that the United States of America stands behind Japan, its great ally, 100%. 32.
露台战略会议后，举行了一场仅持续2分钟的深夜新闻发布会。安倍罕见的首先发言：我们绝对不能容忍朝鲜的最新导弹发射，朝鲜必须全面遵守联合国决议。随后，特朗普走上讲台，发表了一句话的声明：我只是想让每个人都明白并充分了解，美国完全支持其伟大盟友日本。
For the moment, it appeared that the balance of power between the two governments had shifted. Abe looked like a seasoned pro. Trump, less than a month into his presidency, looked unprepared to deliver an effective message to Pyongyang, allies in Tokyo and Seoul, or the international community. In fact, Michael Flynn, Trump's first national security advisor, resigned 2 days later, and it was not until February 20th that H.R. McMaster succeeded him and promptly launched a comprehensive North Korea policy review. Point 33.
目前看来，两个政府之间的权力平衡已经发生了变化。安倍显得像一位经验丰富的老手。特朗普上任还不到1个月，看起来还没有准备好向平壤、东京和首尔的盟友以及国际社会传达有效的信息。事实上，特朗普的第一任国家安全顾问迈克尔·弗林在2天后辞职，直到2月20日 ，H.R. 麦克马斯特才接替他，并立即启动了全面的朝鲜政策审查。
Abe nevertheless had a successful weekend. Trump had said the right things about the alliance. He and Trump had spent over 11 hours together, mostly on the golf course. The two governments had agreed to shift fraught economic issues to a more anodyne setting. While opposition lawmakers would criticize Abe, opinion polls showed that the Japanese public largely approved.
尽管如此，安倍度过了一个成功的周末。特朗普对联盟说了正确的话。他和特朗普在一起度过了超过11个小时，大部分时间是在高尔夫球场上。两国政府同意将棘手的经济问题转移到一个更平淡的环境中。尽管反对派议员会批评安倍，但民意调查显示，日本公众普遍表示支持。
But it was still unclear what the Trump administration would do in Asia. Beijing assiduously courted the new president, with Ambassador Choi Tiankai launching a charm offensive aimed at Jared and Ivanka. While the new administration was filled with China hawks, Chief Strategist Steve Bannon warned early in the administration of the risk of war over the South China Sea, and after leaving the administration would start a lobbying group advocating a hardline approach to China. While trade advisor Peter Navarro had attracted Trump's attention peddling anti-China books and documentaries, they were balanced by Wall Street-oriented free traders who wanted to preserve the broad contours of the U.S.-China relationship. Point 34. While Trump had lambasted China for its trade and industrial policies, Tokyo feared he might nevertheless see the opportunity for a grand bargain with Xi. Trump's hosting Xi for a summit at Mar-a-Lago in early April only reinforced these concerns, particularly after the summit launched to a new round of trade negotiations, and Trump looked to Xi for help with North Korea.
但是，特朗普政府在亚洲的政策仍然不明朗。北京积极争取新总统的支持，大使崔天凯对贾里德和伊万卡展开了魅力攻势。尽管新政府中有很多对华鹰派人物，首席战略家史蒂夫·班农在政府初期就警告南海可能爆发战争的风险，离职后还成立了一个游说团体，主张对中国采取强硬立场。贸易顾问彼得·纳瓦罗通过兜售反华书籍和纪录片吸引了特朗普的注意，但他们与希望保持中美关系大局的华尔街自由贸易者之间形成了平衡。尽管特朗普曾严厉批评中国的贸易和工业政策， 但东京担心他仍可能寻求与习近平达成重大协议。4月初，特朗普在海湖庄园接待了习近平，举行峰会，这进一步加剧了东京的担忧，特别是峰会启动了新一轮贸易谈判。特朗普还寻求习近平在朝鲜问题上的帮助。
These initiatives went nowhere, and Trump veered between attempts to coax China to cooperate and threats about China's trade practices. With the U.S. focused on renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and its free trade agreement with South Korea, Japan receded to the background. The issue of its trade surplus with the United States left for Aso and Pence to discuss in a bilateral dialogue that met only twice in 2017. For most of 2017, it appeared that Abe's gamble was paying off.
这些倡议都没有取得进展。特朗普在试图说服中国合作和威胁中国的贸易行为之间摇摆不定。由于美国专注于重新谈判北美自由贸易协定 NAFTA 和与韩国的自由贸易协定，日本被推到了次要位置。其与美国的贸易顺差问题留给了岸田和彭斯在2017年仅举行的2次双边对话中讨论。2017年的大部分时间里，安倍的赌注似乎正在得到回报。
Meanwhile, Trump's embrace of a maximum pressure approach to North Korea put U.S. muscle behind his commitment to stand behind Japan. The president engaged in ever more dramatic shows of force around North Korea to reestablish deterrence, administration officials argued, and signal the new administration's resolve to defend its allies from any attack. As North Korea conducted a series of missile tests in the spring and summer that appeared to show it was close to perfecting an intercontinental ballistic missile that could strike Guam and Hawaii and perhaps even the U.S. mainland, the Trump administration signaled to Pyongyang that it was willing to wage preemptive or even preventive war. All options are on the table, McMaster said in April. Trump would repeatedly and more explicitly allude to the possibility of war. North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen, he said in August. While his administration applied sanctions pressure that left Kim with little choice but to respond with his own provocations to signal his unwillingness to submit.
同时，特朗普对朝鲜采取了最大压力政策，以实际行动支持日本。总统在朝鲜周边进行了一系列越来越有震慑力的军事展示，以重建威慑力。政府官员表示，这表明新政府决心保护盟友免受任何攻击。随着朝鲜在春季和夏季进行了一系列导弹试验，似乎接近完善能够打击关岛、夏威夷甚至美国本土的洲际弹道导弹，特朗普政府向平壤发出了信号，表示愿意发动先发制人或预防性战争。所有选项都在考虑之中，麦克马斯特在4月表示。特朗普反复且更加明确地暗示了战争的可能性，朝鲜最好不要对美国发出更多威胁，否则将面临前所未有的烈火与愤怒，他在8月表示。同时，他的政府施加的制裁压力使金正恩几乎别无选择，只能通过挑衅行为来表明他不愿屈服。
While Trump's war of words with Little Rocket Man would resemble an unusually high-stakes professional wrestling bout, the situation was increasingly grave. North Korea tested a hydrogen bomb in early September and then in late November tested a road-launched ICBM that led the DPRK to declare that it had completed the state nuclear force. By December, it appeared that the Trump administration was willing to risk escalation. Anonymous administration sources were quoted speculating about the appeal of a bloody nose strike on a limited number of targets that would degrade North Korea's nuclear capabilities. There were reports that the administration was considering the evacuation of American civilians from South Korea. In this atmosphere, the chances of war, even accidental war, grew considerably, since Kim, fearing an attack that would deprive him of his nuclear deterrent and overthrow him, could be encouraged to launch a first strike at the first sign of a potential attack. 35.
尽管特朗普与小火箭人之间的口水战看起来像是一场异常高风险的职业摔跤比赛，但局势愈发严峻。朝鲜在9月初测试了一枚氢弹，随后在11月底又测试了一枚公路机动洲际弹道导弹。朝鲜宣布其完成了国家核力量。到了12月，特朗普政府似乎愿意冒升级的风险。有匿名政府消息人士称，政府正在考虑对有限目标进行鼻子流血打击，以削弱朝鲜的核能力。此外，有报道称，政府正在考虑从韩国撤离美国平民。 在这种紧张的气氛中，战争甚至是意外战争的可能性显著增加。由于金正恩担心遭到攻击，这将剥夺他的核威慑能力并推翻他的政权，因此他可能会在发现潜在攻击的第一个迹象时就发动先发制人的打击。35.
Abe was in the uncomfortable position of backing Trump's hardline approach even as Japan was at greater risk of being drawn into a conflict that could mean the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Japanese. He had become, the Wall Street Journal noted, Trump's loyal sidekick on North Korea. 36 Abe, who had long championed a pressure and dialogue approach to North Korea, could hardly break ranks with Trump. The missile tests not only put Japan directly in harm's way. On August 29th and September 15th, North Korea fired its intermediate-range Hwasong-12 ballistic missile over Japan into the Western Pacific. But if North Korea's arsenal could strike the U.S. directly, it could pose an existential threat to Japan by forcing U.S. leaders to decide whether it was worth trading Los Angeles for Tokyo. Decoupling, an old fear from the Cold War, was back. 37.
安倍晋三处于一个尴尬的境地，即使日本面临更大的风险，可能会被卷入导致数十万甚至数百万日本人丧生的冲突，他也必须支持特朗普的强硬立场。《华尔街日报》指出，安倍已成为特朗普在朝鲜问题上的忠实副手。安倍长期以来一直倡导对朝鲜采取施压与对话的方式，因此几乎不可能与特朗普分道扬镳。导弹试验不仅直接将日本置于危险之中，8月29日和9月15日，朝鲜发射了中程火星12弹道导弹，飞越日本，落入西太平洋。而且，如果朝鲜的武器库能够直接打击美国，这将可能对日本构成生存威胁，迫使美国领导人考虑是否值得用洛杉矶换取东京。冷战时期的旧恐惧脱钩再次浮现。37.
The crisis with North Korea laid bare the risks Abe was running by gambling on Trump. Japan needed the U.S. more than ever. Tensions are increasing in the region, from the Sea of Japan to the East China Sea and the South China Sea, Abe said in his policy speech to the Diet in January 2017. And the security environment surrounding our country is becoming increasingly severe. 38. Thus, as Washington and Pyongyang rattled their sabers, Abe was unstinting in his support for maximum pressure. In 2017, Abe and Trump met 4 more times and spoke over the phone 16 times, more than twice as many phone calls as between Abe and Obama. Whether initiated by Trump or by Abe, these calls allowed Abe to regularly show the Japanese people that he was always working to maintain his relationship with the president. He also used his conversations with Trump to enlist him as an ally in the recovery of Japan's abductees in North Korea, an effort that had gone nowhere since talks with Pyongyang had broken down earlier in Abe's administration. This effort paid off when, in his speech to the UN General Assembly in September, Trump alluded to the abduction of Yokota Megumi as part of a broadside against North Korea. We know it kidnapped a sweet 13-year-old Japanese girl from a beach in her own country to enslave her as a language tutor for North Korea's spies. 39. Trump met with the families of the abductees when he visited Tokyo in November. 40.
朝鲜危机揭示了安倍支持特朗普所冒的风险。日本比以往任何时候都更需要美国的支持。从日本海到东海和南海，该地区的紧张局势正在加剧。安倍在2017年1月向国会发表的政策演讲中表示，我国周边的安全环境正变得越来越严峻。因此，当华盛顿和平壤剑拔弩张时，安倍对最大压力政策给予了坚定的支持。2017年，安倍和特朗普又会面了4次，并通了16次电话，通话次数是安倍和奥巴马的2倍多。无论是由特朗普还是安倍发起，这些电话都让安倍有机会向日本民众展示他一直在努力维护与总统的关系。他还利用与特朗普的对话，争取特朗普的支持，帮助解决日本在朝鲜的被绑架者问题。这一问题自安倍政府早些时候与平壤的谈判破裂后就一直没有进展。当特朗普在9月的联合国大会演讲中提到 Yokota Megumi 被绑架一事作为对朝鲜的全面批评的一部分时，这一努力得到了回报。我们知道，朝鲜从他自己的国家的海滩上绑架了一位13岁的日本女孩，强迫她作为朝鲜间谍的语言教师。39. 特朗普在11月访问东京时会见了被绑架者家属。40.
Trump's first presidential visit to Japan came on 5 to 6 November. Trump and Abe golfed for the first time since February, joined by Pro Matsuyama Hideki. The president and the first lady had an audience with the emperor and empress. The two allies celebrated their coordination in the maximum pressure campaign against North Korea. And they embraced a new concept, the free and open Indo-Pacific, as an organizing principle for deeper cooperation not just between the US and Japan, but also with other maritime democracies. 41 Japanese officials would take heart the following month when the Trump administration's national security strategy identified China as a revisionist power determined to use political, economic, and military tools to push the U.S. out of the Indo-Pacific and specified cooperation with Japan, Australia, and India as part of its strategy for maintaining order in the Indo-Pacific region. We welcome and support the strong leadership role of our critical ally, Japan, the report noted. Point 42.
特朗普总统首次访问日本是在11月5日至6日。自2月以来，特朗普和安倍首次一同打高尔夫球，职业选手松山英树也加入了他们。总统和第一夫人拜见了天皇和皇后，两位领导人庆祝了在对朝鲜施加最大压力行动中的协调合作。他们还提出了一项新的概念——自由开放的印太，作为不仅在美日之间，而且与其他海洋民主国家之间深化合作的指导原则。41日本官员在下个月感到欣慰，因为特朗普政府的国家安全战略将中国定位为一个修正主义大国，意图通过政治、经济和军事手段将美国逐出印太地区，并明确指出与日本、澳大利亚和印度的合作是其维持印太地区秩序战略的一部分。报告中提到，我们欢迎并支持我们关键盟友日本的领导作用。42.
But during his visit, it became increasingly apparent that Trump remained dissatisfied with the economic relationship. We want fair and open trade. But right now, our trade with Japan is not fair and it's not open, but I know it will be soon, he said at a meeting with business leaders. Point 43. He appeared to be losing patience with the ASO-Pence dialogue and wanted formal negotiations for an FTA. It was an omen. In his second year, Trump would lean hard on allies and adversaries to achieve his vision for free, fair, and reciprocal trade.
然而，在访问期间，特朗普对美日经济关系的不满愈发明显。我们希望实现公平和开放的贸易，但目前我们与日本的贸易既不公平也不开放。但我相信这种情况很快就会改变，他在与商界领袖的会议上表示。他似乎对安索·彭斯对话失去了耐心，希望启动自由贸易协定的正式谈判。这是一个预兆。在特朗普的第2年，他将对盟友和对手施加压力，以实现他所设想的自由、公平和互惠的贸易愿景。
As the so-called axis of adults left the administration and were replaced by others more committed to Trump personally, it became apparent that the Trump administration's approach to the world would never just be a more idiosyncratic variation of the bipartisan foreign policy consensus that prevailed before his election. Point 44. No amount of personal diplomacy by Abe could change that.
随着所谓的成人轴心离开政府，取而代之的是那些对特朗普个人更加忠诚的人。很明显，特朗普政府的外交政策不会仅仅是他在当选前2党共识的特立独行版本。安倍的个人外交也无法改变这一点。
Despite his investment in a personal relationship with Trump, Abe had not lost sight of his strategic vision. Building on the over 500 summit meetings conducted so far, Abe said on January 20, 2017, Japan will engage in dynamic peaceful diplomacy and economic diplomacy and fulfill its responsibilities at the center of the world stage, while taking a panoramic perspective of the world map. 45.
尽管安倍在与特朗普建立个人关系上投入了精力，但他并未忽视自己的战略愿景。在迄今为止举行的500多次首脑会议的基础上，安倍在2017年1月20日表示，日本将积极开展和平外交和经济外交，履行其在世界舞台中心的责任，同时以全景视角审视世界地图。
His greatest accomplishment after 2016 was his ability, even as he courted Trump, to pursue a more independent global leadership role for Japan that went beyond anything his predecessors had been able to achieve. Japan could not afford to turn inward. It needed a global order that would encourage more flows of goods, capital, people, and data to ensure its prosperity.
2016年之后， 他最大的成就是在接近特朗普的同时，仍能为日本争取到一个比前任更为独立的全球领导地位。日本不能自我封闭，需要一个能够促进商品、资本、人员和数据流动的全球秩序，以确保其繁荣。
Japan's leaders have long seen their country as small, resource-poor, and isolated, surrounded by continental giants that could overwhelm Japan. It was this sense of isolation amidst looming giants that Japan's wartime planners claimed necessitated Japan's imperialism on the Asian continent as it sought to build its own continental bloc to break out of isolation. 46.
日本的领导人长期以来一直认为自己的国家面积小，资源匮乏，孤立无援，周围是可能压倒日本的大陆强国。正是这种在强邻环伺下的孤立感，促使日本战时的策划者声称，日本在亚洲大陆上寻求建立自己的势力范围，以打破孤立是必要的。46.
In the early 21st century, Japan's leaders once again found themselves surrounded by looming continental powers, and once again saw protectionist walls going up, threatening Japan with isolation. Abe had absorbed an important historical lesson. A protectionist world order would leave Japan less prosperous and more isolated, consigned to demographic oblivion and irrelevance. Despite former Trump advisor Steve Bannon's attempt to enlist Abe in his global nationalist movement, Prime Minister Abe was Trump before Trump. He told a gathering of LDP lawmakers in March 2019, Abe saw that globalism was in Japan's national interest, and he was even willing to break ranks with his conservative allies in pursuit of a more global Japan. 47.
21世纪初，日本领导人再次发现自己被崛起的大陆强国所包围，再次面临保护主义壁垒的威胁，可能导致日本的孤立。安倍从历史中吸取了重要教训，保护主义的世界秩序将使日本更加贫困和孤立，面临人口老龄化和国际地位下降的困境。尽管前特朗普顾问史蒂夫·班农试图拉拢安倍加入他的全球民族主义运动，2019年3月，他对自民党议员说，安倍首相是特朗普之前的特朗普。安倍认为全球化符合日本的国家利益，甚至愿意与保守派盟友决裂，推动日本走向更加开放的全球化。
In the early days of Trump's presidency, it was Xi, not Abe, who made a bid for global economic leadership. Xi, speaking in Davos days before Trump's inauguration, highlighted the ways in which China had benefited from globalization, warning, no one will emerge as the winner in a trade war. 48, but she was an unconvincing champion. Many governments were concerned with how China violated the letter and spirit of international trading rules. Europe, meanwhile, was too divided. Its leaders too focused on their domestic problems to lead the way on globalization. 49, there was a global leadership vacuum to be filled.
在特朗普总统任期的早期，是习近平而不是安倍提出了全球领导地位的主张。习近平在特朗普就职前几天在达沃斯发表讲话，强调了中国从全球化中受益的方式，并警告说没有人会在贸易战中获胜。然而，习近平并不是一个令人信服的领导者。许多政府担心中国违反了国际贸易规则的精神和文字。与此同时，欧洲过于分裂，其领导人过于关注国内问题，无法在全球化方面发挥领导作用。全球领导力存在一个需要填补的真空。
Abe was not the most likely leader to fill it. Not only was Abe preoccupied with preserving Japan's relationship with the U.S., but Japan had a history of passive trade strategy. 50, it had benefited from the open trading system but had always fought hard to protect its farmers and other inefficient producers. Japan had been late to the race to conclude bilateral and regional trade agreements when global liberalization faltered, and its agreements were not ambitious. Only 4 years earlier, Abe had to overcome significant domestic resistance to join TPP.
安倍并不是最有可能填补这一空缺的领导人。安倍不仅忙于维护日美关系，而且日本历来采取被动的贸易战略。日本从开放的贸易体系中受益，但一直努力保护其农民和其他低效生产者。当全球自由化受阻时，日本在双边和区域贸易协定的竞赛中姗姗来迟，且其协定并不雄心勃勃。仅仅4年前，安倍还不得不克服重大的国内阻力加入 TPP。
But TPP gave Abe an opening. The agreement, after all, was finished and some members, including Japan, had ratified it. Saving a trade pact that appeared to be all but dead, particularly after the U.S. withdrew, would be a relatively easy way to strike a blow on behalf of the global economic order, at least, easier than forging a new agreement from scratch.
然而 ，TPP 为安倍提供了一个机会，毕竟该协议已经完成，一些成员国，包括日本，已经批准。在美国退出后，拯救一个看似几乎已死的贸易协定，将是为全球经贸秩序做出贡献的相对简单的方法，至少比从零开始制定新协议要容易。
However, when Trump announced that he would withdraw, Abe did not immediately try to revive it. The TPP is meaningless without the participation of the United States, he said in a press conference at APEC in November 2016.51. Abe's first priority after the U.S. presidential transition was fending off demands for a bilateral FTA and trying to persuade Trump to reverse course. 52.
然而，当特朗普宣布退出时，安倍并没有立即尝试重启 TPP。没有美国的参与 ，TPP 毫无意义。他在2016年11月的 APEC 新闻发布会上表示，安倍在美国总统过渡后的首要任务是抵制要求签订双边自由贸易协定的压力，并试图说服特朗普改变立场。
But even without the U.S., Japan could benefit. The agreement still represented a significant upgrading of global trade and investment rules. It drew Japan closer together with some of Asia's other middle powers, countries economically dependent on China but keen to keep the U.S. engaged politically, militarily, and economically. Other Asia-Pacific economies could still aspire to join. And, if Japan could preserve the agreement, it might also enhance its leverage in trade talks with the U.S.
即使没有美国，日本也能从中受益。该协议仍然标志着全球贸易和投资规则的重大提升。它使日本与亚洲其他中等国家更加紧密地联系在一起。这些国家虽然经济上依赖中国，但希望美国在政治、军事和经济上继续发挥作用。其他亚太经济体仍可能希望加入。如果日本能够保留该协议，它也可能在与美国的贸易谈判中增强其影响力。
When it became apparent that Trump would not change his mind, and that the U.S. would not impede Japanese efforts to preserve TPP, Abe could change course. Others had expressed interest in saving it. Chile hosted a TPP ministerial in early March to discuss a path forward that also included China and South Korea. But Abe's decision in April to recommit was a turning point. Abe was not just committed to TPP, he was committed to globalization. Let us move forward in order to advance free and fair trade, he said in an address in June 2017. Together with all of you here who share this ambition, I intend to hold this flag high going forward. 53.
当显然特朗普不会改变主意，并且美国不会阻碍日本保留 TPP 时，安倍可以改变方向。其他人也表示有兴趣拯救 TPP。智利在3月初主办了一次 TPP 部长级会议，讨论了一条包括中国和韩国在内的前进道路。但安倍在4月决定重新承诺，这成为了一个转折点。安倍不仅致力于 TPP， 还致力于全球化。让我们为了推进自由和公平的贸易而前进，他在2017年6月的一次讲话中说：“与在座的各位共同拥有这一雄心的人一起，我将高举这面旗帜继续前进。”
Japan's leadership was vital as the remaining members tried to determine what the agreement would look like without the U.S. Would all 11 be willing to stay in the bloc? Developing country members like Malaysia and Vietnam had been drawn to TPP because, in exchange for undertaking domestic reforms to comply with chapters on investment, state-owned enterprises, and labor and environmental standards, they would receive substantially greater access to the U.S. Without the U.S., the benefits of TPP were markedly smaller. Meanwhile, Canada and Mexico were preoccupied as they faced Trump's demands to renegotiate NAFTA.
日本的领导对于剩余成员试图确定没有美国的协议将如何进行至关重要。所有11个国家都愿意继续留在该集团吗？像马来西亚和越南这样的发展中国家之所以被 TPP 吸引，是因为他们可以通过进行国内改革，以符合投资、国有企业和劳工及环境标准等章节的要求，从而获得进入美国市场的大幅增加的准入。没有美国 ，TPP 的吸引力明显减弱。同时，加拿大和墨西哥正忙于应对特朗普要求重新谈判北美自由贸易协定。
Meanwhile, even if the bloc could be held together, some members wanted to make changes to the agreement signed in 2016. Should the remaining members roll back provisions in areas like intellectual property rights, or preserve as much of the agreement as possible to keep the door open for Washington?
同时，即使该集团能够保持团结，一些成员也希望对2016年签署的协议进行修改。剩下的成员应该在诸如知识产权等领域撤销某些条款，还是尽可能保留协议内容，为华盛顿的回归敞开大门。
Abe, as the informal leader of the bloc, had to overcome these challenges as the TPP. 11 announced on May 3rd that they wanted an updated agreement by November. They missed the November target, but by January 2018, an agreement was ready to sign.
作为该集团的非正式领导人，安倍必须克服这些挑战。TPP-11在5月3日宣布，希望在11月前达成更新的协议。虽然他们未能在11月达成目标，但到2018年1月，一份可签署的协议已经准备就绪。
Japan had resisted demands for substantial changes and convinced its partners that they should freeze, i.e., suspend implementation, of a select number of provisions that had been favored by the U.S. unless the U.S. returned to the group. Meanwhile, all 11 members remained. Japan even accepted a demand from Canada to replace the increasingly toxic TPP name with the more cumbersome Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, a change that might help some members sell it domestically.
日本抵制了要求进行重大改革的压力，并说服其合作伙伴冻结及暂停实施美国支持的某些条款，除非美国重返该组织。同时，所有11个成员国都留了下来。日本还接受了加拿大的要求，用全面进步跨太平洋伙伴关系协定 CPTPP 这一更为繁琐的名称，取代了越来越不受待见的 TPP 名称。这一改变可能有助于一些成员国在国内推销该协定。
CPTPP was signed on March 8th and would enter into force as soon as 6 members ratified it. For months later, Japan became the second to ratify, and by the end of October, 5 more had followed. The agreement came into force at the start of 2019. Almost immediately, other governments in the region, as well as the UK, thinking about its post-Brexit trade policy, expressed interest in joining.
CPTPP 于3月8日签署，一旦有6个成员国批准，该协议将正式生效。4个月后，日本成为第2个批准该协议的国家，到10月底，又有5个国家相继批准。该协议于2019年初正式生效。几乎立刻，该地区的其他国家以及正在考虑脱欧后贸易政策的英国表达了加入的兴趣。
It was a significant moment. Other countries were prepared to deepen global economic integration even as the U.S. turned to protectionism. And it was a personal victory for Abe, who in fewer than 6 years had transformed his country from a reluctant participant that U.S. officials feared might spoil negotiations to the savior of the ambitious regional trade pact.
这是一个重要的时刻。尽管美国转向了保护主义，其他国家仍准备深化全球经济一体化。对于安倍而言，这也是个人的胜利。在不到6年的时间里，他将日本从一个美国官员担心可能会破坏谈判的不情愿参与者，转变为这一雄心勃勃的区域贸易协定的救星。
Abe also prioritized the conclusion of negotiations for an economic partnership agreement with the EU. Brussels and Tokyo had launched negotiations in 2013, but they had lagged behind TPP. But in late 2016, both Japan and the EU recognized that a bilateral agreement could give them more leverage in confrontations with Trump. As Abe said at a summit with EU leaders in Brussels in March 2017, when they reaffirmed their commitment to conclude negotiations swiftly, it is extremely important to send a strong message to the world. 54.
安倍还优先考虑与欧盟结束经济伙伴关系协定的谈判。布鲁塞尔和东京于2013年启动了谈判，但进展落后于 TPP。然而，2016年底，日本和欧盟都意识到，双边协议可以在与特朗普的对抗中给他们更多的筹码。正如安倍在2017年3月与欧盟领导人在布鲁塞尔举行的峰会上所说，当时他们重申了迅速结束谈判的承诺，向世界发出强烈的信息极为重要。
Not unlike the bilateral negotiations between the U.S. and Japan in TPP, the Japan EU talks became stuck on agriculture and autos, the most politically palatable concessions on market access for Japan's cars and electronics and European agricultural products. Abe and his counterparts finally reached a deal on July 6, 2017, enabling them to announce an agreement in principle that was the first sign that the world's major economies would not simply react defensively to the Trump administration.
与美国和日本在 TPP 中的双边谈判类似，日欧谈判也因农业和汽车议题而陷入僵局。日本在汽车及电子产品市场准入方面，以及欧洲在农产品市场准入方面，做出了最能被政治接受的让步。安倍和他的同行最终在2017年7月6日达成了协议，使他们能够宣布达成原则性协议。这是世界主要经济体不会仅仅对特朗普政府采取防御性反应的第一个信号。
European producers would enjoy TPP-like levels of market access for key agricultural commodities, giving them an advantage over their American competitors. The agreement not only lowered trade barriers, but also updated rules governing bilateral commerce, including trade and services. 55 The agreement was eventually signed in July 2018 and took effect on February 1, 2019. Japan and the EU simultaneously concluded a strategic partnership agreement, which called for the partners to deepen coordination across a wide array of economic, security, and cultural issues, and to manage global challenges like climate change. It also signaled a greater role for Europe in Asia's security competition, with the EU functioning as a supporting partner of the evolving free and open Indo-Pacific strategy.
欧洲生产商将享受到类似于 TPP 的农产品关键商品市场准入水平，从而在与美国竞争对手的竞争中占据优势。该协议不仅降低了贸易壁垒，还更新了双边贸易规则，包括服务贸易。该协议最终于2018年7月签署，并于2019年2月1日生效。日本和欧盟同时签署了一项战略伙伴关系协议，该协议呼吁双方在广泛的经济、安全和文化问题上深化合作，并共同应对气候变化等全球挑战。这也标志着欧洲在亚洲安全竞争中扮演了更重要的角色。欧盟成为自由开放的印太战略的支持伙伴。
They were not drawing together strictly to hedge against the U.S. They were not even opposed to working with the Trump administration. Japan, the EU, and the U.S. would, for example, convene trilateral consultations on WTO reforms to deal with China's trade and industrial policies. But Japan and the EU would not wait for the U.S. to strengthen coordination regarding the global economic order or, for that matter, countering China's effort to build its own Eurasian order. 56 They hoped for U.S. leadership to be reborn, but they would not stand still in the meantime. 57
他们聚集在一起，并非仅仅为了防范美国，甚至不反对与特朗普政府合作。例如，日本、欧盟和美国将就世贸组织改革举行3方会谈，以应对中国的贸易和产业政策。然而，日本和欧盟不会等待美国来加强全球经济秩序的协调，也不会等待美国来应对中国构建自己欧亚秩序的努力。他们希望美国领导力能够重生，但在此期间不会停滞不前。
At its national convention in March 2017, the LDP granted Abe a gift. It would change party rules so that Abe, his second term as LDP president and therefore his tenure as prime minister scheduled to end in September 2018, could seek a third term. A third term would enable him not only to surpass his great-uncle Sato Isaka's record as the longest-serving post-war prime minister, but also to become the longest-serving prime minister since the start of constitutional government in 1889. He would also be able to open the 2020 Olympics.
2017年3月，在自民党的全国大会上，安倍获得了一份特殊的礼物。党规被修改，允许安倍在其自民党总裁的第2个任期内，即2018年9月任期结束后寻求第3个任期。如果成功连任，他不仅将超过叔公佐藤荣作，成为战后任期最长的首相，还将成为自1889年宪法政府成立以来任期最长的首相。此外，他还将有机会主持2020年奥运会。
The timing of the LDP's change was inauspicious. Abe would soon be fighting for his political survival.
自民党的变革时机不佳。安倍不久后将为自己的政治生存而战。
On February 9th, the Asahi Shimbun reported a suspicious public land sale in Osaka to Moritomo Gakuen, a private school operator headed by an acquaintance of the prime minister's named Kagoiki Yasunori. Kogoiki, a right-winger involved with his local Nippon Kaigi chapter, planned to open what he called Japan's first Shinto elementary school. First Lady Abe Aki would be an honorary principal, and Kogoiki reportedly raised funds for the school, suggesting it would be named after Abe. Kogoiki even claimed that Aki had given him a donation that she claimed was from Abe himself. Asahi found that MOF had sold public land to Moritomo for a tenth of what it had sold a similar plot of land for recently, and had concealed information regarding the sale. The official story was that Moritomo, which had leased the land, had discovered industrial waste on site and was able to purchase the land so cheaply because MOF deducted cleanup costs from the sale price.
2月9日，朝日新闻报道了一起发生在大阪的可疑公共土地出售事件，买家是私人学校运营商森友学园，该学园由首相的一位熟人加藤家昭经营。加藤是一位右翼分子，参与了当地的日本会议分会，计划开设日本第一所神道教小学。安倍昭惠夫人将担任这所学校的名誉校长。加藤还声称昭惠曾给他一笔捐款，称这笔捐款来自安倍本人。朝日新闻发现，财务省以近期类似地块售价的1/10的价格将公共土地出售给森友学园，并隐瞒了有关出售的信息。官方的说法是，森友学园在租赁这块土地时发现了工业废物，因此能够以如此低廉的价格购得土地，因为财务省从售价中扣除了清理费用。
Moritomo Gakuen soon became the biggest scandal that Abe had faced. It had everything: influence peddling, a shady right-wing crony, the involvement of the First Lady, and administrative malfeasance. The scandal soon overwhelmed diet business as opposition lawmakers pressed Kogoiki and other witnesses for answers. Abe said he would resign if evidence showed his direct involvement in the sale, but none was forthcoming. The scandal produced a lot of smoke, but the only fire it uncovered was that Kogoiki appeared to have defrauded both the national government and the Osaka prefectural government in paperwork regarding the site cleanup and purchase, which made it easier for the Abes to distance themselves from him. Kogoiki and his wife were later charged with fraud.
莫里托莫学园很快成为安倍面临的最大丑闻，它包含了所有要素：权钱交易、一个可疑的右翼亲信、第一夫人的参与以及行政不当行为。随着反对党议员向加藤和其他证人施压要求答案，这一丑闻迅速淹没了国会事务。安倍表示，如果有证据显示他直接参与了土地出售，他将辞职，但没有证据出现。这一丑闻产生了大量疑云，但唯一被揭露的问题是，加藤在有关场地清理和购买的文件中欺诈了国家政府和大阪府政府，这使得安倍夫妇更容易与他保持距离。加藤和他的妻子后来因欺诈罪被起诉。
The scandal reintroduced a word to Japan's political vernacular, santaku, which is used to describe how bureaucrats surmise the intentions of their political masters and acted accordingly. This concept enabled Abe and his allies to shift the blame to MOF officials, arguing that they had acted independently to assist a project with which the First Lady had been involved.
这场丑闻使一个词重新进入了日本的政治词汇，忖度 santaku。这个词描述了官僚如何揣摩上司的意图并据此行动。安倍及其盟友利用这一概念，将责任推给了财务省官员，声称这些官员是独立行动，以支持第一夫人参与的项目。
Without concrete evidence of wrongdoing on Abe's part, the Moritomo scandal faded, but just as it did, another influence peddling scandal emerged in May, again involving a private school operator, Kate Gakuen. The Kate Gakuen scandal hit closer to Abe, since the company's head, Kate Kotaro, was a friend dating back to his time in the U.S. and a regular golfing companion. Kate had applied for a license to open a new veterinary school in one of the national strategic special economic zones that were a signature piece of the third era of Abenomics.
由于缺乏安倍不当行为的具体证据，森友学园的丑闻逐渐平息。然而，就在丑闻平息之际，5月又出现了一桩涉及私人学校运营商佳绩学园的权钱交易丑闻。佳绩学园的丑闻对安倍来说更为棘手，因为该公司的负责人佳绩孝太郎是安倍在美国时的老朋友，也是他经常一起打高尔夫球的伙伴。佳绩申请在安倍经济学第3支箭的标志性项目之一国家战略性特别经济区开设一所新的兽医学院。
Once again, the Asahi Shimbun broke the story. Leaked documents from the Education Ministry showed communication between the ministry and the Cabinet Office suggesting it was the Prime Minister's intention for Cake's application to be approved quickly. The scandal again turned on a key witness whose credibility could be questioned by Abe's allies. Maikawa Kihei, who had been forced out as the Education Ministry's top bureaucrat in January for his suspected role in illegally helping former bureaucrats land post-retirement jobs, and was suspected of leaking the Cake documents in retaliation.
朝日新闻再次率先报道了这一消息。泄露的教育部文件显示，教育部与内阁办公室之间的沟通表明，加快批准加计学员的申请是首相的意图。这一丑闻再次围绕着一个关键证人安倍的盟友可以质疑其可信度。前教育部长官前川喜平，他因涉嫌帮助前公务员非法获得退休后的工作，而在1月被迫离职，被怀疑是出于报复而泄露了加计文件。
The Abe government first claimed the documents were fake and rejected calls for Maikawa to testify, but this position was untenable. Democratic lawmakers produced evidence that confirmed their veracity. One document described conversations between Hagiuda Koichi, a deputy chief cabinet secretary and ministry officials about Cake's application.
安倍政府最初声称这些文件是伪造的，并拒绝了要求前川出庭作证的呼吁，但这一立场难以维持。民主党议员提供了证实文件真实性的证据，其中一份文件记录了内阁副长官秋生田光一与部委官员关于加计申请的对话。
Abe paid a significant price for these scandals. His approval ratings plummeted in June, as voters overwhelmingly believed that the government's explanation for the scandal was inadequate. 58 at the end of the Diet session. Abe apologized for his government's handling of the allegations and acknowledged that its response had invited mistrust for the government from all people. 59 The public's loss of trust in Abe extended to the LDP, which in July suffered a defeat in the Tokyo legislative elections after Komeito's local branch formed a coalition with Tokyo Governor Koike Yuriko's Tokyoites First Party. Koike, a one-time LDP member and Abe ally, had defied the LDP to launch a successful independent campaign for Tokyo's governorship in 2016, and her victory confirmed that she could be a threat to Abe's leadership.
安倍为这些丑闻付出了巨大代价。6月，他的支持率大幅下降，因为选民普遍认为政府对丑闻的解释不足。在国会会期结束时，安倍为其政府处理指控的方式道歉，并承认其回应引起了全体人民对政府的不信任。公众对安倍的信任下降，也影响到了自民党。7月，自民党在东京地方选举中落败，原因是公民党的地方分支与东京都知事小池百合子的都民第一党结成了联盟。小池曾是自民党成员和安倍的盟友。2016年，他不顾自民党的反对，成功以独立候选人身份竞选成为东京都知事。他的胜利证明了他可能对安倍的领导地位构成威胁。
The summer gave Abe a strategic pause. He reshuffled his cabinet in early August, appointing popular maverick Kono Taro as foreign minister, bringing back respected experts Onodera Itsunori and Hayashi Yoshimasa to lead the troubled defense and education ministries, and drawing on economic policy expert Motegi Toshimitsu to serve as economic revitalization minister and chief trade negotiator. He also brought in Noda Seiko, one of his most vocal critics in the LDP, to serve as internal affairs minister. It was a sober, serious cabinet, and it helped arrest Abe's slumping approval ratings.
夏天给了安倍一个战略性的喘息机会。他在8月初改组了内阁，任命了受欢迎的独立人士河野太郎为外务大臣，重新启用了受人尊敬的专家小野四五点和林方正，分别领导问题重重的防卫省和文部科学省，并任命经济政策专家茂木敏充担任经济再生大臣和首席贸易谈判代表。他还任命了自民党内最直言不讳的批评者之一野田圣子担任总务大臣。这是一个严肃且专业的内阁，有助于遏制安倍支持率的下滑。
Meanwhile, in August and September, North Korea fired ballistic missiles over Japan and tested a thermonuclear bomb. The government's handling of a couple of minor school contracts suddenly seemed less important, and the opposition Democratic Party, far from gaining support for its dogged pursuit of Abe's scandals, was shedding members rapidly. The narrative had changed. Abe was once more the leader who would keep Japan safe in a dangerous neighborhood. His approval ratings recovered, and Abe decided to gamble again. On September 25th, he announced that he would dissolve the Diet and call a snap election.
同时，在8月和9月，朝鲜向日本发射了弹道导弹，并进行了热核武器试验。政府处理几份小学校合同的问题突然显得不那么重要了。反对党民主党因紧追安倍的丑闻，反而迅速失去了支持者。形势发生了变化，安倍再次成为了能够保护日本免受危险邻国威胁的领导人。他的支持率回升，安倍决定再次冒险。9月25日，他宣布将解散国会并举行提前选举。
On Saturday evening, October 21st, 2017, the LDP held a large rally in a plaza outside Tokyo's Akihabara Station. It was the last day of the general election campaign.
2017年10月21日周六晚上，自民党在东京秋叶原站外的广场上举行了一场大型集会。这是大选竞选活动的最后一天。
Abe, heralded by a swell of brassy music, climbed atop a campaign truck just before 8 o'clock. Tokyo had been blanketed in cold rain for days, the rain reaching a crescendo as election day approached. Despite the rain, however, the plaza was full of LDP supporters, who fervently waved Japanese flags and roared their approval for the prime minister.
阿贝在铜管乐的伴奏下，于8点前不久登上了一辆竞选卡车。东京已经连续几天被冷雨笼罩，随着选举日的临近，雨势愈发猛烈。尽管如此，广场上还是挤满了自民党的支持者，他们热情地挥舞着日本国旗，为首相欢呼。
Abe was also undaunted by the rain. Neatly coiffed and dressed in a navy suit, he hardly looked like a man who had spent the previous 11 days stumping for candidates from Hokkaido to Nagasaki. He looked calm and self-possessed, confident that voters would return him to power the following day.
阿贝对雨水毫不畏惧，他头发整齐，身着海军蓝西装，完全不像一个在过去11天里从北海道到长崎四处拉票的人。他显得镇定自若，对自己的连任充满信心，相信选民会在次日再次将他推上权力的宝座。
Victory was not inevitable. When he called a snap election, the decision was roundly criticized as nakedly opportunistic. Time to exploit an uptick in his approval ratings after months of weak polling. Within hours, it seemed Abe may have grossly miscalculated. Koike promptly announced that she would form a new party, the Party of Hope, aimed at ousting Abe in the election.
胜利并非板上钉钉。安倍宣布提前选举的决定被广泛批评为赤裸裸的机会主义，目的是利用其支持率在数月低迷后的回升。然而，几小时内，安倍似乎严重误判了形势。小池随即宣布，他将组建一个新党——希望之党，旨在选举中击败安倍。
Koike's announcement followed months of speculation that she would use her national popularity to take on the suddenly vulnerable prime minister. Soon thereafter, opposition leader Mai Haraseiji, who headed the Democratic Party, the product of a merger between the DPJ and some members of the Japan Restoration Party, announced that he and his party would join forces with Koike. It seemed Koike might be able to catch a wave of popular enthusiasm, bring the elusive, floating voters to the polls, and win enough seats to drive Abe from power.
小池的声明是在数月的猜测之后发布的，人们猜测他会利用自己的全国性人气来挑战突然变得脆弱的首相。不久之后，反对党领袖前原诚司宣布，他和他的民主党由民主党与日本维新会的部分成员合并而成，将与小池联合。小池似乎有可能抓住民众的热情，吸引那些难以捉摸的摇摆选民前来投票，并赢得足够的席位，将安倍赶下台。
But after a series of tactical misfires and crippling indecision over whether Koike would abandon Tokyo's governorship to head her party's parliamentary ticket, enthusiasm for the Party of Hope collapsed. Koike's and Mai Haras gambit did little more than ensure that the opposition vote would be divided between candidates from various DPJ splinter parties and the communists, easing the path to victory for many LDP candidates.
然而，由于一系列战术失误和对小池是否应放弃东京都知事职位来领导希望之党的议会竞选的犹豫不决，希望之党的支持度急剧下降。小池和前原的这一赌注几乎未能取得更多成效， 反而导致反对派选票分散在多个民主党分裂政党和共产党的候选人之间，从而为自民党候选人铺平了胜利的道路。
Abe therefore had every reason to feel confident. He had faced down Koike's threat. He had overcome 2 scandals. He had deftly managed new international challenges. Assuming he could preserve his government's supermajority in the lower house, he also appeared to be on track to achieve his, and his family's, longtime political dream, the revision of Japan's post-war constitution, which Abe had said in May that he wanted to accomplish by 2020.
因此，安倍有充分的理由感到自信。他成功应对了小池的威胁，克服了2场丑闻，并巧妙地处理了新的国际挑战。只要能保持其政府在众议院的超级多数，他就有望实现他和家族长期的政治梦想——修改日本的战后宪法。安倍在5月表示，他希望在2020年完成这一目标。
And yet, the speech Abe gave in Akihabara, indeed, the entire campaign, betrayed deeper anxieties about the state of his country and his legacy. After all, Abe himself, in his press conference announcing the snap election, said he was calling it to secure a new mandate for surmounting national crises, referring to the immediate threat of North Korea's nuclear and ballistic missile programs and the long-term challenge of demographic decline.
然而，安倍在秋叶原的演讲乃至整个竞选活动都反映出他对国家现状和自身遗产的深层忧虑。毕竟，安倍在宣布提前选举的新闻发布会上表示，他呼吁选举是为了获得应对国家危机的新授权。他提到的危机包括朝鲜核武器和弹道导弹计划的直接威胁，以及人口减少的长期挑战。
The following day, Abe was returned to power with a bolstered majority, his party winning the exact number of seats, 284, that it held before the election, in a chamber 10 seats smaller. The newly formed Constitutional Democratic Party, a left-wing splinter from the old Democrats, became the largest opposition party. Together with Komeito, Abe's government continued to command a supermajority. Whatever misgivings the public had about Abe's trustworthiness as a leader, for many voters there was no alternative, other than staying home. 60.
第二天，安倍以增强的多数席位再次当选，他的政党在一席减少10个的议会中赢得了与选举前相同的284个席位。新成立的立宪民主党作为民主党左翼的分裂派，成为了最大的反对党。与公民党联合，安倍政府继续维持着超级多数。尽管公众对安倍的领导可信度有所保留，但对许多选民而言，除了待在家里，似乎没有其他选择。
Despite his domestic challenges, Abe had spent the year navigating an increasingly volatile world, building a relationship with Trump, pursuing rapprochement with China and Russia, sealing a trade agreement with the EU, and reviving TPP after the U.S. withdrawal. No one had better ideas for how to manage Trump, Kim, or Xi. Abe was dominant at home and, having led his party to another victory, likely to win a 3rd term as leader. But Japan still faced an uncertain future. With a new mandate in hand, Abe's attention turned to his legacy, where it had become all too apparent that he would leave unfinished business for his successors.
尽管安倍在国内面临诸多挑战，但他这一年一直在应对日益动荡的国际局势，与特朗普建立了关系，寻求与中国和俄罗斯的和解，与欧盟达成了贸易协议，并在美国退出后重新启动了 TPP。没有人能更好地应对特朗普、金正恩或习近平。安倍在国内占据主导地位，并在带领其政党再次获胜后，很可能赢得第3个任期。但日本的未来仍充满不确定性。安倍带着新的授权，将注意力转向了他的政治遗产，这已经变得非常明显。他将为继任者留下未完成的任务。
17. In search of a legacy.
寻找遗泽。
We surely stand at a historical turning point. The future of Japan is opening, Abe said on September 20th, 2018. I am determined to lead. 1.
我们确实站在一个历史的转折点，日本的未来正在开启。安倍在2018年9月20日表示：“我决心引领这一进程。”
He had just been re-elected to a 3rd term as the LDP's leader, defeating his old rival Ishiba. He had won despite having to overcome more allegations of influence peddling. New evidence surfaced in both the Moritomo and Kate Gakuen scandals in the spring that hinted at an attempt to conceal documents and seemed to implicate senior advisors, if not the prime minister himself. Abe's approval ratings dipped but quickly recovered as his domestic headaches were overshadowed by summit diplomacy on the Korean Peninsula. Point 2, and while independence may have wavered, the LDP continued to stand by its leader.
他刚刚成功连任自民党领导人第3个任期，击败了老对手石破茂。尽管他面临更多的利益输送指控，春季森友学园和嘉济学园丑闻中出现了新的证据，暗示有人试图隐瞒文件，似乎牵涉到高级顾问，甚至可能是首相本人。安倍的支持率一度下降，但很快恢复，因为他的国内问题被朝鲜半岛的首脑外交所掩盖。尽管独立人士可能动摇，自民党继续坚定支持其领导人。
His victory was a foregone conclusion by the time the LDP voted. His lieutenant Nikai Toshihiro had, since becoming LDP Secretary General in August 2016, cemented Abe's dominance of the party and engineered the rule change that allowed him to run again. Point 3, LDP lawmakers overwhelmingly supported Abe's re-election. Ishiba entered the race more to deprive the prime minister of a unanimous victory than out of a sincere belief that he could win. Ishiba had been outmaneuvered by Abe and locked out of power. He had been a vocal critic of Abenomics, had questioned Abe's handling of the scandals, and during the campaign even criticized Abe's flattery diplomacy with Trump. These critiques did little to endear Ishiba to his LDP colleagues, and while he performed better than expected in grassroots voting, all but 76 of the LDP's 405 parliamentarians backed Abe. It was still Abe's party.
他的胜利在自民党投票时已成定局。自2016年8月担任自民党干事长以来，安倍的副手二阶俊博巩固了安倍在党内的主导地位，并策划了允许他再次参选的规则变更。自民党议员压倒性地支持安倍连任。石破茂参选更多是为了不让首相全票当选，而不是出于真诚地相信自己能够获胜。石破茂已被安倍的策略排除在权力之外。他曾是安倍经济学的直言批评者，质疑安倍处理丑闻的方式，并在竞选期间批评安倍对特朗普的谄媚外交。这些批评并没有让石破茂赢得自民党同事的好感，尽管他在基层投票中的表现超出预期，但自民党的405名议员中有329人支持安倍。这仍然是安倍的政党。
With another 3 years to govern, Abe would have a chance to become Japan's longest-serving prime minister, to usher Japan into a new age when Akihito abdicated in 2019, lead the G20 in 2019, and host the 2019 Rugby World Cup and 2020 Olympics. But there was no guarantee that he could cement a legacy that would outlast him. He may have dominated the political system and freed the Japanese state of many of the constraints that had limited Japan's role in geopolitical competition, but translating his domestic clout in durable changes in Japan's international position was repeatedly frustrated.
随着还有3年的执政时间，安倍有机会成为日本历史上任期最长的首相。在2019年明仁天皇退位时，引领日本进入新时代，领导2019年的 G20 峰会，并主办2019年橄榄球世界杯和2020年奥运会。然而，他能否巩固一个在他卸任后仍能持续的遗产，并没有保证。尽管他已经主导了政治体系，并使日本摆脱了许多限制其在地缘政治竞争中角色的束缚，但将国内影响力转化为日本国际地位的持久变化却一再受阻。
Trump's visit to Tokyo in November 2017, when the U.S. president embraced Abe's free and open Indo-Pacific vision, may have been the high point of Abe's relationship with him. Thereafter, despite his investment in a personal relationship with Trump, Abe had not been able to change his beliefs about Japan. Trump still believed that allies were taking advantage of America. He still wanted to use U.S. power in bilateral negotiations to end unfair trade. And, whatever friendship existed between them, Japan was not exempt from his determination to put America first.
2017年11月，特朗普访问东京，当时美国总统接受了安倍的自由开放的印太愿景，这可能是安倍与特朗普关系的顶峰。此后，尽管安倍在个人关系上投入了大量努力，但未能改变特朗普对日本的看法。特朗普依然认为盟友在占美国的便宜，他仍然希望通过利用美国的权力在双边谈判中结束不公平的贸易，无论他们之间存在何种友谊，日本都不会被排除在他将美国利益置于首位的决心之外。
Whatever illusions Tokyo had about Abe's influence over Trump were shattered in the early months of 2018. The year began with Kim Jong-un's declaration in his New Year message that, having completed the great, historic cause of perfecting the national nuclear forces, the time was right for improving the frozen inter-Korean relations and building a peaceful environment on the Korean peninsula. It was a timely gesture.
东京对安倍影响特朗普的任何幻想都在2018年初几个月破灭了。金正恩在新年致辞中宣布，朝鲜已完成完善国家核力量的伟大历史任务，现在是改善韩朝关系和在朝鲜半岛建立和平环境的时候了。这是一个事实的姿态。
South Korea, after impeaching and jailing Park Geun-hye, had elected Moon Jae-in as president in May 2017. Moon was a veteran left-wing politician who believed deeply in the possibility of reunification. The Trump administration was still agitating for conflict with Pyongyang. In February, South Korea would host the Winter Olympics. Moon wanted them to be an Olympics of peace. With North Korea participating in the Games. Point 4, perhaps Olympic diplomacy could walk the U.S. and North Korea back from the brink of war.
韩国在弹劾并监禁朴槿惠后，于2017年5月选举文在寅为总统。文在寅是一位资深左翼政治家，他深信朝鲜半岛统一的可能性。特朗普政府仍在煽动与平壤的冲突。2月，韩国将举办冬季奥运会，文在寅希望这能成为一届和平奥运会，朝鲜能够参与比赛。或许奥运外交能够使美国和朝鲜从战争边缘后退。
Moon welcomed Kim's message, and soon North Korea announced that it would in fact participate. North Korea sent a high-level delegation to the Games, including Kim's sister Kim Yo-jong, who invited Moon to visit Pyongyang. Moon then launched a campaign of shuttle diplomacy to turn truce into a lasting peace. North-South talks yielded an agreement to convene the third-ever Inter-Korean summit in April, a pledge to refrain from missile testing while talks were ongoing, and a proposal, delivered by Moon's advisors to Trump, for a direct meeting between Trump and Kim, which would be the first-ever summit between sitting U.S. and North Korean leaders. On March 8th, Trump agreed to meet Kim without preconditions.
文在寅对金正恩的信息表示欢迎。不久后，朝鲜宣布将实际参加冬奥会。朝鲜派遣了一个高级别代表团，包括金正恩的妹妹金宇正，他邀请文在寅访问平壤。随后，文在寅发起了一项穿梭外交活动，旨在将停战转变为持久和平。南北会谈达成了多项协议，包括于4月举行第3次韩朝首脑会议，承诺在会谈期间暂停导弹试验，并由文在寅的顾问向特朗普提议直接会面，这将是首次在任的美国和朝鲜领导人之间的首脑会议。3月8日，特朗普同意在没有先决条件的情况下与金正恩会面。
Trump gave no prior notification to Abe, who scrambled to keep up. Abe risked isolation as Kim suddenly had meetings with Moon, Trump, and, in late March, Xi, when Kim traveled to China for his first foreign trip since taking power.
特朗普没有提前通知安倍，安倍急忙应对。安倍面临被孤立的风险，因为金正恩突然与文在寅、特朗普以及在3月底与习近平会面，这是他自掌权以来的首次外访。
Abe traveled to Washington in April to confer on North Korea. He suggested that North Korea's shift was the result of maximum pressure on Pyongyang, and said he would remind Trump about the plight of the abductees. 5 Abe and Trump again went to Mar-a-Lago and golfed, but the mood had changed. Now, Abe came to beseech Trump not to be tricked by North Korea and not to forget Japan's interests, even as Trump appeared eager to play peacemaker.
安倍4月前往华盛顿讨论朝鲜问题。他提出朝鲜的转变是由于对平壤施加的最大压力，并表示会提醒特朗普关注被绑架者的问题。安倍和特朗普再次前往海湖庄园打高尔夫球，但气氛已经不同。现在，安倍来请求特朗普不要被朝鲜欺骗，不要忽视日本的利益，尽管特朗普似乎急于扮演和平使者的角色。
Between March 8th and June 12th, when Trump and Kim met in Singapore, Abe met with Trump in April and again in early June and talked with him 5 times on the phone. Abe could take some comfort that there were still players in the Trump administration who would help make its case in internal deliberations, including Pence and the new National Security Advisor, John Bolton. But Trump would be in the room with Kim, and Abe would have to trust him not to forget Japan. Trump said the right things when they talked, but there was no guarantee that he would follow through in negotiations, not least because, as Trump said at a press conference with Abe in June, "I don't think I have to prepare very much. It's about attitude. It's about willingness to get things done." 6.
从3月8日到6月12日，特朗普和金正恩在新加坡会面期间，安倍晋三在4月和6月初再次与特朗普会面，并与他进行了5次电话交谈。安倍可以感到一些安慰，因为特朗普政府中还有像彭斯和新任国家安全顾问约翰·波尔顿这样的人会在内部讨论中为日本发声。然而，特朗普将与金正恩面对面会谈，安倍必须相信特朗普不会忽视日本。特朗普在与安倍的交谈中说了一些正确的话，但没有保证他会履行谈判承诺，尤其是在6月与安倍的新闻发布会上，特朗普说：“我认为我不需要做太多准备。”这关乎态度，关乎愿意完成事情。
When Trump and Kim finally met, the outcome was anticlimactic. The two leaders agreed to start a diplomatic process aimed at the denuclearization of the Korean peninsula and the creation of a peace regime on the peninsula, but there was no grand bargain. There were tangible consequences, however. Trump surprised both his own military and South Korea by agreeing to suspend joint exercises between the U.S. and South Korean militaries while talks were ongoing, war games that he repeatedly described as very expensive. With North Korea having suspended its tests, Trump had effectively endorsed a China-Russia freeze-for-freeze proposal that his administration rejected the previous year. 7, but perhaps most troubling was the effusive praise that Trump heaped on Kim. "He is very talented," Trump said. "Anybody that takes over a situation like he did, at 26 years of age, and is able to run it and run it tough. I don't say he was nice or I don't say anything about it. He ran it. We fell in love," he gushed at a rally later that year. 8.
当特朗普和金正恩最终会面时，结果却令人感到失望。两位领导人同意启动一项旨在朝鲜半岛无核化和建立半岛和平机制的外交进程，但并未达成重大协议。然而，确实产生了一些实际影响。特朗普出乎自己军队和韩国的意料，同意在谈判期间暂停美韩联合军演。他多次形容这些军事演习非常昂贵。随着朝鲜暂停其试验，特朗普实际上支持了中国和俄罗斯提出的冻结换冻结建议，而他的政府在前一年曾拒绝这一建议。但最令人不安的是特朗普对金正恩的溢美之词。他非常有才华，特朗普说。任何人在26岁接手这样的局面，并且能够管理和掌控，虽然我不评价他是否友好，但他确实做到了。我们坠入了爱河。他在那年晚些时候的一次集会上热情地说：“爸。”
Despite the spectacle, Trump would not abandon sanctions, to Kim's frustration. Working-level talks went nowhere, and by late 2019 Pyongyang warned that without sanctions relief it could break off all negotiations. The two sides could not agree on what denuclearization should entail, and whether the U.S. would offer political and economic concessions incrementally or after significant and ideally irreversible steps by North Korea. North Korea continued to refine its arsenal, while nominally abiding by the testing freeze.
尽管有这场表演，特朗普拒绝放弃制裁，这让金正恩感到沮丧。工作级别的会谈没有取得进展。到2019年底，平壤警告说，如果不解除制裁，朝鲜可能会中断所有谈判。双方无法就无核化的内容以及美国是逐步提供政治和经济让步，还是在朝鲜采取重大且最好是不可逆的步骤后提供让步达成一致。朝鲜继续改进其武器库，同时名义上遵守测试冻结。
In other words, although Trump returned from Singapore declaring that there is no longer a nuclear threat from North Korea, as far as Japan was concerned, North Korea was as capable as ever. It had driven a wedge between Japan and the U.S., and was determined to isolate Japan further, having repeatedly refused Abe's request for a summit to resolve the abductee issue once and for all. Abe was not without friends in the Trump administration, but Trump's interest in personal diplomacy with Kim meant that it was impossible to rule out the possibility of a strategic surprise between the two leaders.
换句话说，尽管特朗普从新加坡回来后宣布朝鲜不再构成核威胁，但对日本来说，朝鲜的核能力依然如故。 朝鲜在日美之间制造了裂痕，并决心进一步孤立日本，一再拒绝安倍要求举行峰会，以彻底解决绑架问题。安倍在特朗普政府中并非没有支持者，但特朗普对与金正恩进行个人外交的兴趣意味着两位领导人之间发生战略意外的可能性无法排除。
In the meantime, it would be Japan's turn to feel the brunt of U.S. economic pressure.
在此期间，日本将感受到美国经济压力的冲击。
When a country, USA, is losing many billions of dollars on trade with virtually every country it does business with, trade wars are good and easy to win, Trump tweeted on March 2, 2018.
当一个国家，美国，与几乎所有贸易伙伴国都出现数十亿美元的贸易逆差时，贸易战是好的，而且很容易获胜。特朗普于2018年3月2日在推特上说。
The previous day, Trump had announced that, based on defending U.S. national security per Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, he would impose tariffs of 25% on steel and 10% on aluminum. There was significant opposition to this decision within the administration. Jim Mattis, the Secretary of Defense, argued that U.S. production was more than adequate for defense needs. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, National Economic Council Director Gary Cohn, and White House Staff Secretary Rob Porter had all sparred with protectionists like U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer, Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, and Economic Advisor Peter Navarro, as well as with the president himself as part of the struggle to uphold the U.S. commitment to the global rules-based trading system. In Trump's first year, they had won some important victories. 9, but by March, Porter and Cohn had left, and Trump was feeling more confident.
前一天，特朗普宣布，根据1962年贸易扩展法第232条，为了保护美国国家安全，将对钢铁征收25%的关税，对铝征收10%的关税。这一决定在政府内部引发了强烈反对。国防部长吉姆·马蒂斯认为，美国的生产能力完全能够满足国防需求。财政部长史蒂夫·姆努钦、国家经济委员会主任加里·科恩和白宫幕僚秘书罗布·波特曾与贸易代表罗伯特·莱特希泽、商务部长威尔伯·罗斯和经济顾问彼得·纳瓦罗等保护主义者，以及总统本人就维护美国对基于规则的全球贸易体系的承诺进行了争执。在特朗普的第一年，他们取得了一些重要胜利，但到了3月，波特和科恩已经离职，特朗普感到更加自信。
The country's allies, who were among the largest exporters of steel to the U.S., were not exempt. That included Japan, which did not even get the temporary exemption granted to the EU, Canada, Mexico, South Korea, and Australia. When Abe took his second trip to Mar-a-Lago the following month, he not only failed to secure an exemption but was forced to accept a new set of talks between Lighthizer, a veteran of trade friction with Japan in the 1980s, and Motegi, Minister of Economic Revitalization. These talks would be more focused on trade imbalances than the ASO-Pence dialogue and could set the stage for formal free trade agreement, FTA, negotiations.
该国的盟友，其中一些是向美国出口钢铁的主要国家，没有被豁免。这包括日本，日本甚至没有获得欧盟、加拿大、墨西哥、韩国和澳大利亚所享有的临时豁免。当安倍下个月第二次前往海湖庄园时，他不仅未能争取到豁免，还被迫同意与莱特希泽80年代与日本贸易摩擦的老手和经济振兴大臣茂木敏充进行新一轮谈判。这些谈判将更多地关注贸易不平衡问题，而不是安索彭斯对话，并可能为正式的自由贸易协定 FTA 谈判铺平道路。
The metals tariffs were not catastrophic for Japan, a relatively modest steel exporter that mostly exported specialized products for which there were few substitutes. 10, but the tariffs were a reminder that Trump had not abandoned his long-standing beliefs about Japan. I'll talk to Prime Minister Abe of Japan and others, great guy, friend of mine, and there will be a little smile on their face, Trump said in late March as he announced what turned out to be the first stage of the increasingly open-ended trade war with China. And the smile is, I can't believe we've been able to take advantage of the United States for so long. So those days are over. 11.
金属关税对日本的影响并不大。作为一个相对较小的钢铁出口国，日本主要出口的是替代品较少的特种产品。然而，这些关税提醒人们，特朗普并没有放弃他对日本的长期看法。 我会和日本的安倍首相以及其他国家的领导人，很好的人，我的朋友，交谈，他们的脸上会带着微笑。特朗普在3月底宣布对华贸易战的第一阶段时说，这种微笑意味着真不敢相信我们能占美国的便宜这么长时间，所以那些日子已经过去了。
Abe had hoped to avoid bilateral negotiations with Trump. There seemed little for Japan to gain and much to lose, given both the history of friction in U.S.-Japan trade negotiations and Trump's sharp-elbowed approach to negotiations. But in May, Trump scrambled Abe's calculations when he launched a national security investigation into imports of automobiles and auto parts, which could result in new tariffs as high as 25%.
安倍曾希望避免与特朗普进行双边谈判。鉴于美日贸易谈判的历史摩擦以及特朗普在谈判中的强硬态度，日本似乎没有什么可得，却有很多可能失去。然而，5月，特朗普启动了一项针对汽车及其零部件进口的国家安全调查，这可能导致高达25%的新关税，这打乱了安倍的算盘。
Abe could not ignore this threat. Nearly 40% of Japan's $125 billion in exports to the U.S. were automobiles or auto parts. Beyond the economic impact, it would be a devastating blow to national pride and to Abe's political standing at home if Trump followed through. And Abe might find himself trapped between his desire for friendship with the U.S. president and calls for retaliation from an outraged public. It would be months before Trump would have to decide on automobile tariffs. Section 232 stipulates that the Commerce Department has 270 days to investigate before referring the matter to the president, and difficult for Abe to resist demands for an FTA in the hope that Trump was bluffing. Point 12.
安倍无法忽视这一威胁。日本对美国的1250亿美元出口中，近40%是汽车或汽车零部件。除了经济影响外，如果特朗普兑现威胁，这将对国家自豪感和安倍在国内的政治地位造成毁灭性打击。安倍可能会发现自己陷入两难境地，一方面希望与美国总统保持友好关系，另一方面则面临愤怒公众要求报复的呼声。特朗普在决定是否对汽车征收关税之前还有几个月的时间。根据1962年贸易扩展法第232节，商务部有270天的时间进行调查，然后将此事提交给总统。安倍很难拒绝达成自由贸易协定的要求，寄希望于特朗普只是在虚张声势。
Therefore, in September 2018, Abe and Trump announced that the U.S. and Japan would launch FTA negotiations. Abe took pains to stress that he had not broken a pledge not to enter into FTA negotiations with the U.S. These negotiations would be, the joint statement indicated, for a trade agreement on goods, TAG, not an FTA. The joint statement, setting out the framework for the talks, did suggest that negotiations would be limited. The U.S., for example, agreed to respect Japan's desire that concessions on market access for agricultural products should not exceed what it had offered in previous agreements. The two governments essentially agreed to talks for a bilateral agreement that would be limited in scope and limited in time. Since Trump wanted a trade win that he could use to bolster his re-election prospects, particularly as American farmers suffered from Chinese trade sanctions and the impact of Japan's trade agreements with their competitors.
因此，2018年9月，安倍和特朗普宣布，美日将启动自由贸易协定 FTA 谈判。安倍强调，他并未违背不与美国进行自由贸易协定谈判的承诺。根据联合声明，这些谈判将仅限于货物贸易协定 TAG， 而非全面的自由贸易协定。联合声明概述了谈判框架，表明谈判将受到一定限制。例如，美国同意尊重日本的立场，即农产品市场准入的让步不会超过其在先前协议中的承诺。两个政府基本同意就一项范围和时间都有限的双边协议进行谈判，因为特朗普希望取得一项贸易胜利，以助其连任，尤其是在美国农民因中国贸易制裁和日本与竞争对手的贸易协议而遭受损失的情况下。
It was nearly 7 months before negotiations began in earnest, in part because the Trump administration had to comply with fast-track rules, which mandated time for consultations with Congress before entering talks. Point 13, but Abe faced upper house elections in July 2019 and did not want to appear to be caving to U.S. pressure before going to voters. Therefore, despite a series of summits between Abe and Trump, Abe went to Washington in April, And then Trump visited Japan to become the first foreign leader to receive an audience with the newly enthroned Naruhito in May, and again in June for the G20 summit in Osaka. Trump agreed that a deal could wait until after Japan's elections.
在正式谈判开始前，几乎过去了7个月。部分原因是特朗普政府需要遵守快速通道规则，该规则要求在谈判前与国会进行磋商。但安倍面临2019年7月的参议院选举，他不希望在选举前显得屈服于美国的压力。因此，尽管安倍和特朗普之间举行了一系列峰会，安倍于4月访问了华盛顿，特朗普5月访问日本，成为首位与新即位的德仁天皇会面的外国领导人。6月再次访问日本，参加在大阪举行的 G20 峰会。特朗普同意可以在日本选举后再达成协议。
Once the elections were over, it took just 2 months for an agreement to be announced. It was limited in scope. Japan would cut or eliminate a range of tariffs on agricultural commodities, most notably beef and pork, much as in TPP, although rice was excluded, while the U.S. would offer some modest industrial and agricultural tariff cuts. The U.S. would not explicitly promise not to raise auto tariffs, but Japanese officials trusted assurances from Lighthizer that if Japan adhered to the agreement, they would not need to worry about auto tariffs. A separate agreement would liberalize data flows in a manner consistent with the data-free flow with trust approach that Abe had promoted via Japan's leadership of the G20.
选举结束后，仅用了2个月就宣布了协议。该协议范围有限。日本将削减或取消一系列农产品的关税，特别是牛肉和猪肉，这与 TPP 类似，尽管大米被排除在外。美国则会提供一些适度的工业和农业关税削减。美国没有明确承诺不提高汽车关税，但日本官员相信莱特希泽的保证，即如果日本遵守协议，就不必担心汽车关税。另一项单独的协议将按照安倍通过日本在 G20 领导地位所推广的数据自由流动与信任方法，放宽数据流动。
It was, in a sense, another admission by Abe that he could not convert his personal relationship with Trump into favorable treatment. Opposition lawmakers picked holes in the agreement when it went to the diet. But it is impossible to know the counterfactual, and it is hard to argue that Abe would have enjoyed better treatment if he had taken a more confrontational approach. He held out for nearly 3 years and only conceded in the face of an extraordinary threat. 14, as was the case with North Korea, Trump's bark may have been worse than his bite. Trump may not have changed his deeply held views about Japan, but Abe managed to deflect potentially harmful actions.
从某种意义上说，这是安倍再次承认他无法将与特朗普的个人关系转化为优待。当协议提交给国会时，反对党议员对协议提出了质疑，但无法知道另一种情况会怎样。很难说，如果安倍采取更对抗的态度，他会得到更好的待遇。他坚持了近3年，只是在面对异常威胁时才让步。正如对朝鲜的情况一样，特朗普的威胁可能比他的实际行动更严重。尽管特朗普可能没有改变他对日本的根深蒂固的看法，但安倍设法避免了潜在的有害行动。
While Abe struggled to leverage his friendship with Trump, their administrations nevertheless worked as closely as ever, at least on defense. There was a great degree of continuity in military affairs from the Obama administration to the Trump administration. It helped that the Trump administration came into office prepared to take a significantly harder line towards China. It articulated a comprehensive approach to China's military modernization, trade practices, and intelligence and surveillance activities, best illustrated in a speech by Pence at the conservative Hudson Institute in October 2018. That triggered speculation about the dawn of a new Cold War in Asia. 15 The Abe administration viewed favorably the Trump administration's defense spending increases and its programs to modernize the U.S. nuclear arsenal, upgrade missile defenses, and develop greater space and cyber capabilities.
尽管安倍努力利用与特朗普的友谊，两国政府在国防领域仍保持了密切合作。从奥巴马政府到特朗普政府，军事事务方面保持了高度的连续性。特朗普政府上台时，准备对中国采取更加坚定的立场，这一点非常有帮助。特朗普政府全面阐述了对中国军事现代化、贸易行为以及情报和监视活动的立场， 这一点在2018年10月彭斯于保守派智库哈德逊研究所发表的演讲中得到了充分体现，引发了关于亚洲可能进入新冷战的猜测。15安倍政府对特朗普政府增加国防预算、现代化美国核武库、升级导弹防御系统以及增强太空和网络能力的计划表示支持。
It was difficult for Tokyo to entirely trust that Trump would not abandon Japan. In June 2019, shortly before he was due to travel to Japan for the G20, reports suggested Trump had mused about ending the security treaty, but the administration as a whole continued to see Japan as an important partner in the Indo-Pacific. There was no better example of just how well the two governments worked together than in the Trump administration's embrace of the free and open Indo-Pacific concept, which articulated a vision of the region based on respect for sovereignty, the peaceful settlement of disputes, free, fair, and reciprocal commerce, and respect for international rules and norms. These principles were in most cases thinly veiled criticisms of China, and for the U.S. government it became an organizing principle for a Manichaean struggle against China, perhaps even more than Abe had intended when he first articulated the concept.
对东京而言，很难完全信任特朗普不会抛弃日本。2019年6月，在他即将前往日本参加 G20 峰会之前，有报道称特朗普曾考虑终止安全条约，但整个政府仍视日本为印度太平洋地区的重要伙伴。特朗普政府对自由开放的印度太平洋概念的积极支持，就是两国政府合作良好的最佳例证。这一概念提出了一个基于尊重主权、和平解决争端、自由、公平和互惠的贸易以及尊重国际规则和规范的地区愿景。这些原则大多是对中国的隐晦批评，对美国政府而言，这成为了一种对抗中国的二元斗争的组织原则，甚至比安倍首次提出这一概念时的意图还要强烈。
Nevertheless, it was the Abe doctrine in action. Abe had furnished the language that would undergird the Trump administration's approach to the region and its efforts to strengthen ties with Australia, India, ASEAN countries, and other partners. 16 While it would have its economic components, development finance institutions from the U.S., Australia, and Japan would sign an agreement in November 2018 to cooperate on infrastructure investment in accordance with the quality infrastructure principles the Abe administration had articulated several years prior. It was predominantly a military initiative. Notwithstanding Trump's skepticism of long-standing U.S. alliances, his administration's approach to the Indo-Pacific depended heavily on strengthening defense ties with traditional treaty allies, upgrading ties with new partners like India, and even coordinating with European allies like the UK and France to increase their involvement in regional security.
然而，这正是安倍主义的体现。安倍提供了语言，这些语言支持了特朗普政府对本地区的政策及其加强与澳大利亚、印度、东盟国家和其他伙伴关系的努力。尽管该倡议包括经济成分，美国、澳大利亚和日本的开发金融机构于2018年11月签署了一项协议，根据安倍政府几年前提出的高质量基础设施原则，在基础设施投资方面进行合作，但主要还是军事性质的。尽管特朗普对美国长期的联盟关系持怀疑态度，其政府在印太地区的政策却很大程度上依赖于加强与传统条约盟友的防务合作，提升与印度等新伙伴的关系，并与英国和法国等欧洲盟友协调，增加他们在地区安全事务中的参与。
The Abe administration's Second National Defenses Program Guidelines, NDPG, and Midterm Defense Plan, published in December 2018, reflected Japan's commitment to Allied cooperation. While Japan would continue to strengthen its ability to defend its outlying islands and enhance its capabilities in new domains like space and cyber, the latest defense plans showed that it continued to depend on the U.S. The Abe administration not only prioritized closer coordination with the U.S. military to bolster deterrence in peacetime and plan for possible crises in East Asia, Japan would also become a more significant consumer of U.S. military equipment. The midterm defense plan was the largest ever, envisioning nearly $250 billion in defense acquisitions over the subsequent 5 years, including a significant increase in Japan's purchases of F-35 fighter jets from the U.S.
安倍政府在2018年12月发布的第二个国家安全保障战略和中期防卫计划，体现了日本对盟国合作的坚定承诺。尽管日本将继续增强其保卫偏远岛屿的能力，并在太空和网络等新兴领域提升实力， 但最新的防卫计划显示，日本仍然依赖美国。安倍政府不仅优先与美军紧密合作，以加强平时的威慑能力，并为东亚可能发生的危机制定计划，日本还将成为美国军事装备的重要买家。中期防卫计划是有史以来规模最大的，预计在接下来的5年内将进行近2500亿美元的防卫采购，其中包括大幅增加从美国购买 F-35战斗机的数量。
Abe sought closer defense partnerships with other countries, but these activities were a complement to, not a substitute for, the alliance with the United States. They were also part of a broader trend of U.S. allies and partners seeking to strengthen defense ties amongst themselves without the direct involvement of the United States. In this sense, Japan's activities could be part of a transition away from the U.S.-led hub-and-spokes alliance system to a more networked approach to regional security, particularly among China's neighbors. As the region's middle powers, anxious about China and also worried about the potential for U.S. retrenchment, bolster their defense ties to make it harder for a stronger China to coerce any single country. 17.
安倍晋三寻求与其他国家建立更紧密的国防伙伴关系，但这些活动是对美日联盟的补充而非替代。这些活动也是美国盟友和伙伴在没有美国直接参与的情况下，加强彼此防务联系的更广泛趋势的一部分。从这个意义上说，日本的活动可能是从美国主导的轮辐式联盟体系向更加网络化的区域安全方法转变的一部分，尤其是在中国的邻国之间。由于该地区的中等强国既担心中国，也担心美国可能的战略收缩，因此通过加强防务联系，使一个更强大的中国更难对任何一个国家进行胁迫。
Trump and his China hawk advisors had warned of the threat posed by Chinese state capitalism since before she came to power. 18 Trump himself had come to see China as one of the greatest threats to the U.S. economy and, as a candidate, threatened to pursue cases against China at the WTO and to impose unilateral sanctions to combat China's illegal activities. I will use every lawful presidential power to remedy trade disputes, he said in June 2016.19.
特朗普及其对华鹰派顾问自习近平上台前就警告过中国国家资本主义带来的威胁。特朗普本人已将中国视为对美国经济的最大威胁之一，并在竞选期间威胁要在世贸组织对中国提起诉讼，单方面实施制裁以打击中国的非法活动。我将动用一切合法的总统权力来解决贸易争端，他在2016年6月表示。19.
In 2018, as China hawks gained influence in the administration, it unveiled its new approach, launching an increasingly sprawling trade war that was a frontal assault on the prevailing terms of the U.S.-China economic relationship that may even have been intended to decouple the world's two largest economies by making it harder for U.S. companies to relocate production to China. The administration did not necessarily have a clearly articulated goal. Trump often seemed mainly concerned about the bilateral trade deficit with China. Lighthizer seemed mainly interested in encouraging China to reform if possible, and Navarro, skeptical of China's willingness to compromise, seemed mainly interested in decoupling. But its new approach seemed designed to convince China either to reform its state-led development model in fundamental ways, or to see its access to the global economy sharply curtailed.
2018年，随着对华鹰派在政府中的影响力增强，美国公布了一种新策略，启动了一场日益扩大的贸易战。这场贸易战是对美中经济关系现有框架的直接挑战，甚至可能旨在通过限制美国公司向中国转移生产，使世界两大经济体脱钩。政府内部并没有一个明确统一的目标，特朗普主要关注的是与中国的双边贸易逆差，莱特希泽则希望推动中国进行可能的改革，而纳瓦罗对中国愿意妥协持怀疑态度，更倾向于推动脱钩。但其新方法似乎旨在说服中国要么对其国家主导的发展模式进行根本性改革，要么将面临进入全球经济的机会大幅减少的局面。
To deliver this message, the Trump administration ratcheted up tariffs on an ever greater share of imports from China, tightened restrictions on Chinese investment, 20 introduced measures to combat the global market power of Chinese telecommunications giant Huawei, and even considered preventing Chinese citizens from studying in the U.S. The Trump administration also tried to enlist the support of allies and partners in challenging China's policies. It pressured its allies to not purchase 5G network technology from Huawei due to purported security risks and included a provision in the U.S. Mexico Canada Agreement (USMCA) that appeared to give Washington a veto over Mexico's and Canada's relationships with China. 21 It warned Asian countries about China's debt trap diplomacy, and it bashed the WTO while working with Japan and the EU on reforms that would strengthen the organization's ability to punish Chinese policies that appeared to violate the spirit of the rules-based trading system. 22.
为了传达这一信息，特朗普政府不断提高对中国进口商品的关税，加强了对中国投资的限制，采取措施对抗中国通信巨头华为的全球市场影响力，甚至考虑限制中国公民在美国学习。特朗普政府还试图争取盟友和伙伴的支持，以挑战中国的政策。他以所谓的安全风险为由，向盟友施压，要求他们不要购买华为的 5G 网络技术，并在美国、墨西哥、加拿大协议 （ASEAN) 中加入了一项条款，似乎赋予了华盛顿对墨西哥和加拿大与中国关系的否决权。他警告亚洲国家警惕中国的债务陷阱外交，同时批评世贸组织，并与日本和欧盟合作推动改革，以增强该组织对那些看似违反基于规则的贸易体系精神的中国政策进行惩罚的能力。22.
But even before the Trump administration began ramping up its trade war, Abe launched a diplomatic initiative seeking rapprochement with Beijing. Abe shared many of the Trump administration's concerns about China's industrial policies, particularly the Made in China 2025 plan, targeting innovation in high-technology sectors in which Japan also had or sought significant market share, and remained alarmed by China's growing military might. 23. He nevertheless recognized that China and Japan had a shared interest in the preservation of a global rules-based trading system. 24. Thus, as Abe weighed his options after the U.S. withdrawal from TPP, his government reached out to Beijing.
甚至在特朗普政府开始升级贸易战之前，安倍就已经发起了一项外交倡议，寻求与北京和解。安倍对特朗普政府关于中国工业政策的许多担忧表示赞同，特别是中国制造2025计划，该计划旨在高科技领域实现创新，而日本在这些领域也拥有或寻求重要的市场份额。安倍对中国日益增长的军事实力感到担忧，但仍然认识到中日两国在维护基于规则的全球贸易体系方面有着共同的利益。因此，在美国退出 TPP 之后，安倍政府向北京伸出了橄榄枝。
In February 2017, Suga and Nikai dined together ahead of Abe's trip to the United States. Nikai was the LDP's leading China hand, with thick connections to the CCP. 25. The Prime Minister's feelings towards China are deepening, Suga said. We want to raise the level of our relations with China, so we would absolutely appreciate your help. 26.
2017年2月 Suga 和 Nikai 在安倍出访美国前共进晚餐。Nikai 是自民党内著名的中国问题专家，与中共有着深厚的联系。首相对中国的感情日益加深 ，Suga 表示：“我们希望提升与中国的双边关系，因此非常希望得到您的支持。”
This meeting set in motion a top-level effort by the Abe administration to move beyond friction between Abe and Xi. It would be inextricably linked with Abe's campaign to preserve an open international economic order. Both governments were willing to compartmentalize their military competition and even work to establish a crisis management mechanism and downgrade their dispute over historical issues.
这次会议启动了安倍政府的一项最高级别努力，旨在超越安倍与习近平之间的摩擦。这一努力将与安倍维护开放国际经济秩序的竞选活动紧密相连。两国政府都愿意将军事竞争分开处理，甚至努力建立危机管理机制，并降低在历史问题上的争端。
This approach was not universally supported within the Abe government. National Security Advisor Yachi and Mofa worried that it could be risky to ramp up Japan-China economic engagement, just as a new U.S. administration was contemplating a hardline approach. However, the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, METI, including its current and former officials at the Canty, notably Imai, fretted that growing protectionism from the U.S. could harm Japan, and looked to China as an ally in defending globalization. In late March, METI's administrative vice minister held the first meeting with his Chinese counterpart in 5 years, where they agreed that rising protectionism posed a danger to both countries. 27 By May, they had agreed that the foreign and finance ministers would again convene regular ministerial dialogues.
这种做法并未在安倍政府内部获得普遍支持。国家安全顾问谷内和外务省担心，在新一届美国政府考虑采取强硬立场之际，加强日中经济合作可能会带来风险。然而，经济产业省包括首相官邸的现任和前任官员，特别是金井，担心美国日益增长的保护主义可能对日本造成损害，因此视中国为捍卫全球化的盟友。3月底，经济产业省的政务次官与中方对等官员举行了5年来的首次会晤，双方一致认为，日益增长的保护主义对两国都构成威胁。到5月时，双方已同意外交部长和财政部长将再次定期举行部长级对话。
Sino-Japanese rapprochement would ultimately center on the BRI. China had been seeking international partners and convened the first Belt and Road Forum in May 2017 to celebrate the initiative. Japan was an attractive partner. Japan's companies competed for infrastructure projects, and Japan had been quietly challenging the BRI by promoting a vision of quality infrastructure that met high standards for social, financial, and environmental sustainability. Tokyo's support might quiet growing criticism that the BRI was little more than Chinese economic imperialism.
中日关系的改善最终将围绕“一带一路”倡议展开。中国一直在寻找国际合作伙伴，并于2017年5月召开了首届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛，以庆祝该倡议的启动。日本是一个有吸引力的合作伙伴。日本公司在基础设施项目中竞争激烈，日本一直在通过推广符合高标准的社会、财务和环境可持续性的优质基础设施来悄然挑战“一带一路”倡议。东京的支持可能会平息越来越多的批评，即“一带一路”倡议不过是中国的经济帝国主义。
In late April, Nikai announced that he would attend the Belt and Road Forum, leading a delegation that would include the chairman of K-Danren. Imai would go too, signaling Abe's personal investment in a new relationship. Nikai hand-delivered a letter from Abe to Xi, a letter Imai had modified to include language more optimistic about the possibility for bilateral cooperation as part of the BRI than that originally included. Yachi was infuriated by Imai's change when he found out and, far from conceding the issue, continued to battle within the administration for a tougher approach to Beijing. 28 Abe sought a middle path between his advisors, embracing the overall campaign to put relations with China on a sounder footing while discouraging the more ambitious goals of the China hands.
4月底，二阶宣布他将参加“一带一路”论坛，率领一个包括经济团体联合会主席在内的代表团。伊万也会参加，这表明安倍对新关系的个人重视。二阶亲手将安倍写给习近平的信交给了习近平，这封信经伊万修改，加入了比原信更为乐观的关于双边合作可能性的措辞，作为“一带一路”倡议的一部分。当谷内发现伊万的修改时，他非常愤怒，并在政府内部继续为对北京采取更加强硬的态度而斗争。安倍试图在顾问之间寻求中间道路，一方面支持将中日关系置于更稳固基础的总体努力，另一方面又不鼓励中国问题专家的更雄心勃勃的目标。
When Abe met Xi on the sidelines of the G20 in July, their joint statement included a mention of the BRI for the first time. 29 By November, when Abe met Xi and Li at APEC, the language had been upgraded. The joint statement now said, the two sides shared the view that they will together discuss how Japan and China will contribute to the stability and prosperity of the region and the world, including the Belt and Road Initiatives. 30.
当安倍在7月的 G20 峰会间隙与习近平会面时，双方的联合声明首次提到了“一带一路”倡议。29到了11月，安倍在 APEC 会议期间与习近平和李克强会面时，声明的语言进一步升级。联合声明中提到，双方一致认为将共同探讨日本和中国如何为本地区和世界的稳定与繁荣做出贡献，包括“一带一路”倡议。30.
Even then, Abe was still determined to set the terms of Japan's engagement. At a K-Danren-hosted Japan-China CEO summit in December, Abe noted that Sino-Japanese cooperation on infrastructure could contribute greatly to the prosperity of Asian peoples, and suggested the possibility of cooperation as part of the BRI, but also said such cooperation would be under Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific strategy. Framework Point 31 Japan would only provide financial support for firms participating in BRI projects if the projects satisfied Abe's quality infrastructure principles, meaning cooperation would be on a case-by-case basis.
即便如此，安倍仍决心设定日本参与的条件。在12月由日本经济团体联合会主办的中日 CEO 峰会上，安倍指出，中日基础设施合作可以极大地促进亚洲人民的繁荣，并提出了在“一带一路”倡议框架下合作的可能性，但同时强调，这种合作将在日本的自由开放的印度太平洋战略框架下进行。日本仅会在“一带一路”项目符合安倍提出的高质量基础设施原则时，为参与项目的公司提供财政支持。这意味着合作将基于具体项目进行评估。
It was the better part of a year before the two governments could announce the start of a more formal initiative, during which time Japan's leverage only grew as the U.S. embarked on its trade war with China and stepped up its own efforts to promote infrastructure investment in developing economies, particularly in cooperation with the Quad countries. By the time Abe arrived in Beijing in October 2018 for the first visit by a Japanese prime minister for a bilateral meeting since 2011, a public-private committee on joint investment in third countries had concluded an agreement on limited cooperation on infrastructure development. References to the BRI had been dropped.
在两个政府能够宣布更正式的倡议启动之前，已经过去了将近1年的时间。在此期间，随着美国与中国展开贸易战，并加大在发展中国家基础设施投资的力度，尤其是在与四方安全对话国家的合作中，日本的影响力不断增强。2018年10月，安倍晋三前往北京，进行自2011年以来日本首相首次双边会晤。关于在第三方联合投资的公司委员会已经就基础设施开发的有限合作达成了一项协议，对“一带一路”倡议的提及已被删除。
Nevertheless, Abe's visit confirmed that both leaders were determined to keep their territorial dispute and military tensions, and Washington's appetite for a new Cold War, from dominating their relationship and explore new forms of political, economic, and financial cooperation, including a shared desire to finalize negotiations for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. There were also plans for Xi Jinping to undertake a state visit to Japan.
然而，安倍的访问证实了两国领导人都决心不让领土争端和军事紧张局势，以及华盛顿对新冷战的兴趣主导两国关系，而是探索新的政治、经济和金融合作形式，包括共同希望完成区域全面经济伙伴关系协定 （RCEP） 的谈判。此外，还计划让习近平对日本进行国事访问。
It would be difficult to describe Abe's rapprochement with Xi as a hedge, with Japan's defense establishment primed to counter China's burgeoning military might, and the Japanese public overwhelmingly skeptical of their giant neighbor. Point 32 Japan was not entering China's orbit yet. Abe would send a potent signal of his strategic priorities when he hosted Narendra Modi at his private countryside villa immediately after his visit to Beijing, but it was emphatically not decoupling from Asia's largest economy, either. For Japan, opening to the world has meant opening to China.
将安倍与习近平的接近视为一种对冲策略是困难的，因为日本的国防部门已经准备好应对中国日益增长的军事力量，而日本公众对这个庞大的邻国也普遍持怀疑态度。32日本还没有完全倒向中国，安倍在北京访问后立即邀请莫迪到他的私人乡村别墅，这发出了一个强烈的战略信号。但日本也明确没有与中国这个亚洲最大的经济体脱钩。对日本而言，向世界开放也意味着向中国开放。
Although the fallout from the flare-up in the East China Sea at the start of the decade led Japanese firms to diversify their operations in Asia, the so-called China Plus One strategy, China remained one of the largest recipients of Japanese investment, well integrated into Japanese supply chains. The countries were each other's largest market for exports. Chinese tourists surged into Japan. In 2012, fewer than 1.5 million Chinese tourists visited Japan, the third most after South Korean and Taiwanese. By 2018, that number had swelled to nearly 8.5 million, surpassing South Korea to become the single largest country of origin and amounting to nearly 27% of tourists to Japan. 33 China was also the single largest source of foreign students and as Japan's population of foreign nationals reached record highs. More than 1 in 4 foreign residents was Chinese in 2017.3. For the story of Japan's internationalization is the story of integration with a wealthier China and its burgeoning middle class. Abe's pursuit of a global Japan necessarily meant breaking ranks with the U.S. to work with Beijing on economic integration.
尽管本世年初东海紧张局势的余波导致日本公司在亚洲实施了多元化经营，即所谓的中国+1战略，中国仍然是日本投资的主要接收国之一，深度融入了日本的供应链。两国互为最大的出口市场，中国游客大量涌入日本。2012年，访问日本的中国游客不足150万，排在韩国和台湾之后。到2018年，这一数字激增至近850万，超过韩国，成为最大的客源国，占日本游客总数的近27%。33中国不仅是最大的外国学生来源国，而且随着日本的外国人口达到历史新高，2017年超过1/4的外国居民是中国人。34日本的国际化进程，实际上就是与更加富裕的中国及其不断壮大的中产阶级融合的过程。安倍晋三追求的全球日本战略，必然意味着与美国拉开距离，与北京合作，推进经济一体化。
For Abe, forging a new relationship with Beijing was intended to preserve strong commercial ties while also reducing a source of anxiety at a tense moment for relations with the U.S., whether or not that amounted to a full hedge against abandonment by Washington.
安倍希望通过与北京建立新的关系，保持强大的商业联系，同时减轻与美国关系紧张时的焦虑，无论这是否构成对美国可能放弃的全面防范。
Abe's desire for strategic independence also led him to Vladimir Putin. The commercial logic was weaker. Although Russia was an important energy supplier as Japan's 4th largest and 5th largest supplier of crude oil and natural gas, it was otherwise not an important trading partner. But a new relationship with Russia could give Japan another friend in Northeast Asia and complicate China's most important relationship in the region.
安倍对战略自主的追求也促使他接近普京。尽管俄罗斯是日本第4大和第5大原油及天然气供应国，但商业上的理由并不充分，因为俄罗斯并非日本的重要贸易伙伴。然而，与俄罗斯建立新的关系可以为日本在东北亚增添一个盟友，并使中国在该地区最重要的关系变得复杂。
Immediately upon taking office, Abe and his advisors saw the value in pursuing a rapprochement with Russia, at least in part to disrupt Moscow and Beijing from drawing nearer. As the 2013 National Security Strategy stated, as the security environment in East Asia becomes more severe, promoting cooperation with Russia and starting with security and energy, but including all areas and enhancing the Japan-Russia relationship as a whole is extremely important for ensuring our country's national security.
一上任，安倍及其顾问就认识到与俄罗斯改善关系的价值，至少部分目的是为了阻止莫斯科和北京进一步接近。正如2013年国家安全战略所述，随着东亚安全环境日益严峻，从安全和能源领域开始，促进与俄罗斯在各领域的合作，并全面加强日俄关系，对于确保我国的国家安全极为重要。
Abe made resolution of the territorial dispute and a peace treaty with Russia a top priority for his government, part of what he would in 2018 refer to as settling the accounts of post-war Japanese diplomacy. 35 He had a personal stake in building a new relationship with Russia. His father had tried to achieve a breakthrough with Mikhail Gorbachev during the final years of his life, but his family's history should not obscure the more fundamental reasons for Abe's dogged pursuit of an entente with Putin. If Asia was indeed becoming more multipolar, Japan could ill afford to be at odds with Russia, an energy-rich nuclear and conventional military power determined to conduct its own pivot to Asia through its Look East policy. But to achieve this realignment, Abe had to overcome the legacy of the Second World War, which 3 generations of leaders had been unable to accomplish.
安倍将解决与俄罗斯的领土争端和签订和平条约作为其政府的首要任务，这是他2018年所称的解决战后日本外交遗留问题的一部分。他个人非常希望与俄罗斯建立新的关系。他的父亲在其生命的最后几年曾试图与戈尔巴乔夫取得突破，但他的家族历史不应掩盖安倍执着于与普京建立友好关系的更根本原因。如果亚洲确实变得更加多极化， 日本不能与俄罗斯这个拥有丰富能源的核武器和常规军事大国发生冲突。俄罗斯正通过其向东看政策进行自己的亚洲转向。然而，为了实现这一重新定位，安倍必须克服二战的遗留问题，这是三代领导人未能完成的任务。
In the weeks following Japan's surrender in August 1945, Soviet forces seized the Kuril Islands, an archipelago separating the Sea of Okhotsk from the Pacific, and expelled more than 15,000 Japanese civilians living there, including the four southern islands of Etorofu, Kunashiri, Shikotan, and Habamai, which had never been Russian. While Japan and the Soviet Union re-established ties in 1956, Japan's claim to sovereignty over the four contested islands, which became known as the Northern Territories, remained a sticking point, precluding the conclusion of a formal peace treaty. Point 36.
1945年8月，日本投降后的几周，苏联军队占领了千岛群岛。这个群岛将鄂霍次克海与太平洋分隔开来，并驱逐了居住在那里的15000多名日本平民，包括从未属于俄罗斯的4个南部岛屿：国后岛、泽卓岛、色丹岛和池武群岛。尽管日本和苏联在1956年恢复了外交关系，但日本对这4个争议岛屿的主权主张，这些岛屿被称为北方领土，仍然是一个障碍，阻碍了正式和平条约的签订。
To achieve a strategic realignment, Abe had to solve the territorial dispute and conclude a peace treaty. That would require the leaders of both countries to overcome domestic opposition to any compromise that divided the disputed islands.
为了实现战略调整，安倍需要解决领土争端并签署和平条约。这需要两国领导人克服国内对分割争议岛屿的任何妥协的反对。
With Putin too, Abe tried personal diplomacy. In 2013, Abe visited Russia for a summit in April and convened a 2+2 meeting of foreign and defense ministers for the first time in December. He then attended the Winter Olympics in Sochi in February 2014. The expectation was that Putin would visit Japan later in the year for their next meeting, but the Ukraine crisis intervened. With Russia sanctioned and expelled from the G8, Abe could hardly conduct a vigorous charm offensive.
与普京一样，安倍也尝试了个人外交。2013年4月，安倍访问俄罗斯参加峰会，并在12月首次召开了外长和防长的2+2会议。2014年2月，他还出席了索契冬季奥运会。原计划，普京将在当年晚些时候访问日本，进行下一次会面，但乌克兰危机的爆发打乱了这一计划。由于俄罗斯受到制裁并被逐出 G8，安倍很难继续积极的外交攻势。
But by 2016, Abe began to seek an opening. He might be able to resume his personal outreach to Putin without alienating other partners. To convince the Russian president that engagement was worthwhile, Abe planned a new offer. He would soften long-standing Japanese demands for the immediate return of all four islands, and perhaps be willing to accept an arrangement whereby Russia recognized Japan's sovereignty over the four, but would only commit to returning the two smallest in the immediate term. In the meantime, Japan would also offer a significant increase in economic cooperation, particularly in the development of the Russian Far East. Abe's willingness to consider the latter, which his predecessors had been reluctant to do before the territorial dispute was settled, was intended as a gesture of good faith, showing Japan's willingness to help Putin address what his government had identified as a key strategic priority.
但是到了2016年，安倍开始寻找突破口。他希望能够恢复与普京的个人接触，同时不疏远其他合作伙伴。为了说服普京参与是有价值的，安倍计划提出一项新的提议。他打算软化日本长期以来要求立即归还所有4个岛屿的立场，或许愿意接受一种安排，即俄罗斯承认日本对这4个岛屿的主权，但仅承诺立即归还2个较小的岛屿。同时，日本还将提出大幅增加经济合作，特别是在俄罗斯远东地区的开发。安倍愿意考虑后者，他的前任在领土争端解决前不愿这样做，这是出于善意的举动，表明日本愿意帮助普京解决其政府认定的关键战略优先事项。
At the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok in September 2016, the two governments announced that they would cooperate on more than $1 billion in joint projects in the Russian Far East, with the expectation of more to come. Meanwhile, Putin would take his long-delayed visit to Japan in December, when Abe would host the Russian president for an onsen summit, at a hot spring resort in his home prefecture. The hoped-for breakthrough did not occur when the two leaders soaked together, nor in the 9 bilateral summits or numerous ministerial and subministerial meetings that were held in the following years. Abe beseeched his Russian counterpart to compromise, and even dropped some of the more assertive language about Japan's claims to the islands, inviting severe criticism in the Diet, but had no success.
2016年9月，在弗拉迪沃斯托克的东方经济论坛上，两国政府宣布将在俄罗斯远东地区合作开展超过10亿美元的联合项目，并期待未来有更多合作机会。与此同时，普京计划于12月访问日本，安倍晋三将在其家乡的温泉度假村为普京举办一次温泉峰会。然而，两位领导人在温泉中共浴时所期望的突破并未实现。随后几年的9次双边峰会和多次部长级及次部长级会议也未能取得预期进展。阿贝恳请俄罗斯同行做出让步，甚至放弃了对日本岛屿主权主张的一些强硬措辞，结果在国会上遭到严厉批评，但最终未能成功。
Whereas Japan and China had reasons to compartmentalize their territorial dispute and the broader clash of security interests, Putin had little reason to do so. He had no reason to cede territory Russia controlled and could pocket whatever economic concessions Abe was willing to offer. Indeed, as James D.J. Brown, a leading specialist on Japan's relationship with Russia argues, Putin delights in spurning Abe.37 Abe's diplomatic outreach to Putin, far from driving a wedge between Russia and China, instead enabled the Russian president to drive a wedge between Japan and the U.S. Putin has chided Japan for its strategic dependence on the U.S. and pressed Abe for assurances that if Russia were to cede territory, U.S. forces would not be deployed on the islands, and that the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty would not extend to the Northern Territories. 38 At the same time, Russia strengthened its military presence on the disputed islands and deepened both military and economic ties with Beijing, potentially turning what had long seemed like a marriage of convenience based on shared interests in defying the U.S. into a more durable partnership.
尽管日本和中国有理由将领土争端和更广泛的安全利益冲突分开处理，但普京几乎没有这样的理由。他没有理由放弃俄罗斯控制的领土，而且可以接受安倍愿意提供的任何经济让步。事实上，正如日本与俄罗斯关系的专家詹姆斯 ·D.J. 布朗所指出的，普京乐于拒绝安倍。安倍对普京的外交努力不仅没有在俄罗斯和中国之间制造裂痕，反而使俄罗斯总统能够在日本和美国之间制造裂痕。普京批评日本对美国的战略依赖，并要求安倍保证，如果俄罗斯交出领土，美国军队不会部署在这些岛屿上，美日安全条约也不会延伸到北方四岛。同时，俄罗斯加强了在争议岛屿上的军事存在，并加深了与中国的军事和经济联系。这可能将长期基于共同反对美国利益的临时联盟转变为更持久的伙伴关系。
Abe is unlikely to abandon his new approach to Russia. He has invested too much effort in courting Putin, and the prospect of being the leader who finally settles the dispute is too inviting as a legacy for him to admit defeat easily. But he will leave office with little to show for his Russia diplomacy. Moreover, his exuberant pursuit of a closer relationship with a Russian strongman who has flagrantly violated international law and international norms, used hybrid warfare to seize territory from a neighbor, and sought to undermine liberal democracies from within sits awkwardly with Abe's emphasis on universal values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law as part of his free and open Indo-Pacific vision. The same could be said for Abe's rapprochement with Xi in light of alarming reports of China's treatment of the Uyghur population of Xinjiang, the crackdown on protests in Hong Kong, and China's exporting of its increasingly sophisticated digital authoritarianism. 39.
菅义伟不太可能放弃他对俄罗斯的新方法。他与普京的交往中投入了太多努力，作为最终解决争端的领导人，这一遗产的前景非常诱人，因此他不会轻易承认失败。然而，他在任期内几乎没有什么可以展示的对俄外交成果。此外，他积极寻求与一位公然违反国际法和国际规范、使用混合战争手段从邻国夺取领土，并试图从内部破坏自由民主国家的俄罗斯强人建立更密切的关系。这与安倍强调的自由、民主和法治的普遍价值观，以及他的自由开放的印太愿景显得格格不入。对于安倍与习近平的接近， 考虑到有关中国对待新疆维吾尔族人口的令人担忧的报道，对香港抗议活动的镇压，以及中国输出其日益先进的数字威权主义的情况，可以说也是如此。39.
But for Abe, a realist who has frequently been willing to bend his principles to further the national interest, the problem with his Russia diplomacy is not that he has risked looking hypocritical. It is that he has risked being accused of hypocrisy, but has so little to show for it.
对安倍而言，作为一位经常为了国家利益而妥协原则的现实主义者，他与俄罗斯的外交问题不在于他可能显得虚伪，而在于他冒着被指责为虚伪的风险，却几乎没有什么成果。
Abe similarly faced charges of hypocrisy for his handling of Japan's relationship with South Korea, which during his third term reached its lowest point since at least the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1965. To be sure, the deterioration of relations with Japan's fellow Northeast Asian democracy and U.S. ally is not simply Abe's fault. Moon's election, soon after Trump replaced Obama, fundamentally transformed the circumstances surrounding Japan's relationship with South Korea.
安倍在处理日本与韩国关系时，同样被指控为虚伪。在他的第3个任期内，两国关系降至自1965年建交以来的最低点。确实，日韩关系的恶化并非搜雷安倍的过错。文在寅的当选，紧随特朗普接替奥巴马之后，彻底改变了日本与韩国关系的背景。
While Park initially refused to meet with Abe due to his handling of history issues, they did, thanks to Obama's involvement and the need to coordinate in response to North Korea's provocations, achieve a thaw in their relationship. They concluded their 2015 agreement that appeared to settle the comfort women dispute. After a long delay, and in the face of significant domestic opposition, Park signed the General Security of Military Information Agreement, SOMIA, in 2016, allowing Tokyo and Seoul to share intelligence and bolster their coordination against North Korea.
尽管朴槿惠最初因安倍处理历史问题的方式而拒绝与他会面，但在奥巴马的斡旋和应对朝鲜挑衅的需要下，两国关系逐渐缓和。2015年，双方达成了看似解决了慰安妇问题的协议。尽管面临长时间的拖延和国内的强烈反对，朴槿惠最终在2016年签署了军事情报保护协定 SOMIA， 使东京和首尔能够共享情报，加强了对朝鲜的协调。
Park's rapprochement with the Japanese prime minister did not enjoy widespread domestic legitimacy, and indeed, South Korea's relationship with Japan was indelibly entangled with domestic political cleavages that resulted from decades of right-wing military rule and the popular movement for democracy. The 1965 Basic Treaty that established the bilateral relationship, which the Japanese government interpreted as marking the final settlement of any claims for compensation by South Korea, including individual claims against the Japanese government and Japanese companies, was made by Park Chung-hee's government, which put Japanese financial compensation towards industrialization instead of paying out to Korean victims of Japanese imperialism. After democratization, Korean conservatives remained more favorably disposed to Japan and appeared more tolerant of attempts by Japanese politicians, including Abe, to evade responsibility for the harsh treatment of Koreans during the colonial period. For the Korean left, now led by veterans of the pro-democracy movement in the 1980s, revising South Korea's relationship with Japan to accommodate demands for justice was part of the unfinished work of Korea's democratization. There would be no better example of this argument than revelations that Park had conspired with the Chief Justice of South Korea's Supreme Court to delay rulings on lawsuits filed by former Korean labor conscripts against Japanese companies, which resulted in the justice's arrest in 2019 on conspiracy charges. 40.
公园与日本首相的接近并未在国内获得广泛认可。事实上，韩国与日本的关系与国内政治分歧密不可分，这些分歧源于数十年的右翼军事统治和民主运动。1965年建立双边关系的基本条约，日本政府将其解释为韩国对日本政府和日本公司提出的任何赔偿要求，包括个人赔偿要求的最终解决是由朴正熙政府签署的。该政府将日本的财政赔偿用于工业化，而不是支付给日本帝国主义的韩国受害者。民主化之后，韩国保守派对日本的态度依然较为友好，并且对日本政客，包括安倍，试图逃避在殖民时期对韩国人的残酷对待的责任显得更为宽容。 对于现在由1980年代民主运动的老兵领导的韩国左派而言，调整韩国与日本的关系以满足正义的要求是韩国民主化进程未完成的任务之一。朴槿惠与韩国最高法院首席大法官合谋推迟对前韩国劳工对日本公司的诉讼裁决，这导致该大法官在2019年因共谋罪被捕，这便是这一论点的最好例证。40
Moon had been arrested for his part in resisting the military dictatorship and was elected thanks to his ability to capture the desire for a better democracy that had animated the candlelight protests that ultimately forced Park from power. He was less willing to indulge Abe. It did not help that Moon was obsessed by a vision of a reunified Korea. North Korea, once a unifying factor that had helped Japanese and South Korean leaders overcome their differences on history issues, was now a wedge that forced them apart. Moon's government seemed willing to prioritize confidence-building measures and economic cooperation that would benefit South Korea, but would leave intact the missiles and weapons of mass destruction that most concerned the Abe administration.
文在寅因参与抵抗军事独裁而被捕，他当选是因为他能够捕捉到烛光抗议所激发的对更好民主的渴望，这些抗议最终迫使朴槿惠下台。他对安倍的容忍度较低。这并没有帮助，因为文在寅痴迷于朝鲜半岛统一的愿景。朝鲜曾是日韩领导人克服历史分歧的统一因素，但现在却成了分裂两国的蝎子。文在寅政府似乎更愿意优先采取建立信任措施和经济合作，这将有利于韩国，但不会改变安倍政府最关心的导弹和大规模杀伤性武器。
As president, Moon therefore pushed for a significant shift in the spirit of South Korea's relationship with Japan. He campaigned to reopen negotiations on how Japan should make amends to surviving comfort women, and his government investigated Park's negotiation of the agreement, criticizing the former president for negotiating in secret and without consulting the survivors themselves. While Moon would not formally abandon the 2015 agreement, he effectively gutted it by all but dismantling the foundation established to distribute funds contributed by the Japanese government to the women. The foundation would be formally dissolved in July 2019 as bilateral tensions mounted.
作为总统，文在寅推动了韩国与日本关系的重大转变。他竞选时承诺重新开启关于日本如何向幸存的慰安妇道歉的谈判。其政府调查了朴槿惠政府在协议谈判中的行为，批评前总统秘密谈判且未征求受害者的意见。尽管文在寅不会正式废除2015年的协议，但他实际上通过解散由日本政府出资向慰安妇分发资金的基金会来削弱了该协议。该基金会于2019年7月正式解散，随着双边紧张局势的加剧。
But for the Abe government, the real betrayal would be decisions by the Korean Supreme Court in the autumn of 2018 that ordered major Japanese companies, including Nippon Steel and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, to pay reparations to former forced laborers and their descendants, decisions that were ultimately enforced by the expropriation of some of their South Korean assets when, with the Japanese government's backing, they refused to provide other forms of compensation. From Tokyo's perspective, Park's intervention in the judiciary to keep the court from rendering verdicts in the forced labor cases was consistent with the spirit of the 1965 agreement. But to expect the same from Moon, when doing so would rightly be viewed as a betrayal by protesters who had taken to the streets to oppose Park's corruption and then backed Moon as someone who would revitalize Korean democracy, was unreasonable.
然而，对于安倍政府而言，真正的背叛发生在2018年秋季，韩国最高法院作出裁决，命令包括新日铁和三菱重工在内的日本大公司向前强制劳工及其后代支付赔偿。当这些公司在日本政府的支持下拒绝提供其他形式的补偿时，最终通过没收其在韩国的部分资产来执行这些裁决。从东京的角度来看，朴槿惠干预司法以阻止法院对强制劳工案件作出裁决的做法符合1965年协议的精神。但是，期望文在寅这样做，这会被视为对那些走上街头反对朴槿惠腐败并支持文在寅作为民主振兴希望的人的背叛，是不合理的。
Abe was increasingly stuck between his government's commitment to the 1965 treaty and a South Korean government and people that increasingly viewed the 1965 agreement as an outdated relic from a time when South Korea was too weak to demand a more just settlement.
Abe 越来越陷入政府对1965年条约的承诺与韩国政府和民众之间的矛盾，后者越来越认为1965年的协议是过时的产物，当时韩国太弱，无法争取到更公正的解决方案。
Facing this impasse, Abe escalated the dispute. In July 2019, when talks with Seoul on the forced labor issue had gone nowhere, the Abe government announced that it would remove South Korea from its whitelist of friendly countries exempted from export controls for sensitive items, for 3 chemicals essential for the manufacture of semiconductors, chemicals for which Japanese companies were virtually irreplaceable suppliers.
面对这一僵局，安倍升级了争端。2019年7月，由于与首尔就强制劳动问题的谈判毫无进展，安倍政府宣布将韩国从其白名单中移除。该名单列出了免受敏感物品出口管制的友好国家，涉及3种对半导体制造至关重要的化学品，而日本公司在这些化学品的供应上几乎是不可替代的。
It was a calculated risk for Abe. The decision jeopardized an important trading relationship for Japanese manufacturers, risked undercutting Japan's market share as Moon's government began immediately to build indigenous capacity, and triggered worldwide alarm about how Japan's export controls would ripple downstream and impact the global supply of smartphones and other devices when markets were already anxious about the US-China trade war.
对安倍而言，这是一个经过深思熟虑的风险。这一决定不仅危及了日本制造商的重要贸易关系，还可能因文在寅政府立即着手建立本土产能而削弱日本的市场份额。此外，它还引发了全球对日本出口管制可能产生的下游影响的担忧，尤其是在市场已经对中美贸易战感到不安的情况下，这将影响全球智能手机和其他设备的供应。
It also appeared to undercut Abe's claim to leadership of the global rules-based trading system. Although the Abe government said the decision had nothing to do with the forced labor cases and was more about South Korea's failure to consult with Japan about compliance with conditions for staying on the whitelist, it was difficult to take these claims at face value. Abe, South Koreans argued, was just like Trump, using trade as a bludgeon to gain the upper hand in other disputes. 41 This comparison is overwrought. Withdrawing privileges unilaterally granted is hardly the same as unilaterally imposing trade sanctions on dubious national security grounds. And despite fears that Japan had effectively imposed an embargo on the sensitive goods, they continued to flow regardless of South Korea's loss of whitelist status. It is also hard to argue that Abe's actions vis-a-vis South Korea outweighed his efforts to preserve global economic integration by reviving TPP or concluding the Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU. 42
这一举动似乎也削弱了安倍作为基于规则的全球贸易体系领导者的地位。尽管安倍政府声称这一决定与强制劳动案件无关，而是因为韩国未能就继续留在白名单的条件与日本进行协商，但这些说法很难让人信服。韩国人认为，安倍与特朗普如出一辙，利用贸易作为在其他争端中获得优势的工具。这种比较有些夸大其词，单方面撤销特权与以国家安全为由单方面实施贸易制裁大相径庭。尽管有人担心日本实际上对敏感商品实施了禁运，但这些商品仍然继续流入韩国，无论韩国是否失去了白名单地位。也很难说安倍对韩国的行动超过了他通过重启 TPP 或与欧盟达成经济伙伴关系协议来维护全球经济一体化的努力。42
Nevertheless, Abe's decision to delist South Korea virtually guaranteed that relations would worsen. Moon could not cave to Japanese economic pressure. Abe could not back down without South Korea's making significant concessions. The whitelist decision was therefore followed by a series of increasingly dramatic steps by both countries. Japan removed South Korea from its whitelist entirely. South Korea did the same. South Koreans launched a widespread boycott of Japanese retail brands and tourism to Japan. The Moon administration filed suit against Japan at the WTO. And in August, it announced it would back out of the SOMIA, just as North Korea resumed testing short-range ballistic missiles.
然而，安倍决定将韩国从白名单中除名，实际上预示着两国关系的恶化。文在寅无法屈服于日本的经济压力，而安倍也无法在韩国没有做出重大让步的情况下退步。因此，白名单决定之后，两国采取了一系列越来越激烈的措施。 日本将韩国完全从其白名单中移除，韩国也采取了同样的行动。韩国人发起了对日本零售品牌和赴日旅游的广泛抵制。文在寅政府向世贸组织提起诉讼。8月，韩国宣布将退出军事情报保护协定，而此时朝鲜恢复了短程弹道导弹的试验。
While U.S. pressure eventually forced Seoul to back down from its threat to quit the intelligence sharing agreement 6 hours before the decision would take effect, without significant political change in South Korea, it is unlikely that the situation will improve before either leader leaves office. The gap between Abe and Moon, and their key constituencies, is too wide for either leader to back down. Nor is it obvious that a U.S. president more willing to intervene in the dispute would be able to fix what has been broken.
尽管美国的压力最终迫使首尔在决定生效前6小时放弃了退出情报共享协议的威胁，但在韩国没有重大政治变革的情况下，情况在任何一位领导人离任前都不太可能有所改善。安倍和文在寅之间的分歧，以及他们各自的关键支持者太大，任何一方都不可能让步。此外，也不清楚一位更愿意干预争端的美国总统是否能够修复已经破裂的关系。
The two countries may be in for a prolonged deep freeze, or may even be undergoing at least partial decoupling. Abe's whitelist decision may have precipitated an escalatory spiral, but his action was a symptom of a broader erosion of trust between the two countries, rather than the cause.
两国可能会陷入长期的冷战，甚至可能正在进行部分脱钩。安倍的白名单决定可能引发了一轮升级，但他的行动是两国之间信任逐渐丧失的表现，而非根本原因。
Abe's fundamental error with South Korea may be a failure of strategic imagination. Can a strategy that aims to rally Asia's democracies in favor of liberal principles be successful while excluding one of the region's most successful and prosperous democracies? In the name of Japan's strategic independence and rallying all Asian democracies behind the free and open Indo-Pacific vision, he should have been more willing to accommodate South Korean demands for new terms of the relationship, even if it meant conceding that the 1965 treaty was not entirely fair. But it may have been unrealistic to expect Abe to show strategic flexibility when his government felt that, after Moon backed away from the 2015 agreement, it could not trust South Korea to negotiate in good faith. And through the crisis, polls showed that Abe had the support of most of the Japanese public, including voters who otherwise opposed his premiership.
安倍对韩国的根本错误可能在于缺乏战略想象力。一个旨在团结亚洲民主国家、支持自由原则的战略，能否在排除该地区最成功和繁荣的民主国家之一的情况下取得成功？为了日本的战略独立和团结所有亚洲民主国家、支持自由开放的印太愿景，他本应更愿意满足韩国对新关系条款的要求，即使这意味着承认1965年的条约并不完全公平。然而，当安倍政府感到在文在寅背离2015年协议后无法信任韩国会真诚谈判时，期望安倍表现出战略灵活性可能是不现实的。在危机期间，民调显示安倍获得了大多数日本公众的支持，包括那些通常反对他担任首相的选民。
It is possible that an external shock could lead Abe and Moon to reconsider how they have allowed the bilateral relationship to fray, but unlikely. The dramatic deterioration of Japan's ties with South Korea will be part of Abe's legacy, with which his successor will have to grapple.
外部冲击可能会促使安倍和文在寅重新评估他们如何让双边关系恶化，但这种可能性不大。日本与韩国关系的急剧恶化将成为安倍的遗产之一，他的继任者将不得不面对这一问题。
On January 20th, 2017, hours before Trump was sworn in as America's 45th president and warned, from this moment on, it's going to be America first, Abe opened that year's ordinary session of the Diet. Japan, Abe said, would fulfill its responsibilities at the center of the world stage, while taking a panoramic perspective of the world map. As Japan stood on the precipice of a new, uncertain era, Abe was determined not only to keep his country safe, but to carve out a leadership role in a world in which leadership was increasingly up for grabs.
2017年1月20日，在特朗普宣誓就任美国第45任总统，并宣布从这一刻起，一切将以美国为先之前几个小时，安倍晋三在日本国会开启了该年度的例行会议。安倍表示， 日本将以全球视角审视世界地图，履行其在世界舞台中心的责任。随着日本站在一个新时代的门槛上，安倍不仅决心保护自己的国家，还要在领导权日益成为争夺焦点的世界中，为日本争取一个领导角色。
The Abe doctrine would weather the transition to a new U.S. administration, and Abe would seize the opportunity to assume a new role as champion of globalization. But while Abe's Japan became less hesitant about pursuing a global leadership role, his legacy as a global statesman would be surprisingly tenuous.
安倍主义将顺利过渡到新的美国政府，安倍将抓住机会，再次成为全球化的倡导者。然而，尽管安倍领导下的日本在追求全球领导角色方面变得更加积极，但他作为全球政治家的遗产却出人意料的脆弱。
It was not only that Abe's diplomatic initiatives yielded surprisingly little fruit. For all of Abe's regional and global activism, Japan remains insecure in its own neighborhood. China's military power continues to grow and is increasingly aligned with Russia. North Korea's nuclear deterrent has only grown more capable. Authoritarianism is on the march. The global economy may be drifting to competing economic blocs, and Japan remains no less dependent on the U.S. for its defense than in the past. Under Abe, Japan has become more active, but still faces an increasingly insecure future. Difficult choices about securing Japan may yet await his successors.
不仅仅是安倍的外交努力成果有限，尽管安倍在地区和全球舞台上非常活跃，但日本在其周边地区仍感到不安全。中国的军事力量持续增长，并且与俄罗斯的关系日益紧密。朝鲜的核威慑能力也在不断增强。威权主义正在全球范围内蔓延。全球经济可能正朝着形成竞争性经济集团的方向发展。日本对美国的防御依赖程度与过去一样高。在安倍的领导下，日本变得更加积极主动，但仍面临着日益不安全的未来。关于确保日本安全的艰难决策，可能还在等待他的继任者。
18. A New Japan.
新的日本。
On Wednesday, November 20th, 2019, Abe marked his 2,887th day as Prime Minister, surpassing Meiji-era Prime Minister Katsura Taro's record for longevity. For a politician who 12 years earlier appeared to have no future in politics, it was an extraordinary achievement. And as he looked back on his tenure, he could claim some significant accomplishments towards building, as he said in 2007, a nation which can withstand the raging waves for the next 50 to 100 years to come.
2019年11月20日星期三，安倍晋三作为首相的第2887天，打破了明治时代首相桂太郎的在任时间记录。对于一个在12年前似乎政治生涯已无望的政治家来说，这是一项非凡的成就。回顾自己的任期，安倍可以自豪地宣称，他在建设一个能够在未来50到100年内抵御风浪的国家方面取得了一些重要成就，正如他在2007年所言。
But it was also clouded by knowledge that, after governing Japan for the better part of a decade, Abe still faced significant challenges that would shape his legacy as prime minister. I still have nearly 2 years left in my term as president of the Liberal Democratic Party, he said. Under the weight of my responsibility, I will make an all-out effort to tackle policy goals, remembering the time when I first started out feeling nervous as if walking on thin ice. 1.
然而，他也意识到，在担任日本首相近10年后，安倍仍面临许多挑战，这些挑战将影响他作为首相的遗产。我作为自民党总裁的任期还有将近2年，他说，肩负着重任，我将全力以赴实现政策目标，铭记我刚开始时那种如履薄冰的紧张感。
By the end of 2019, Abe was dominant as no prime minister had been before, and no prime minister might be again. He won 6 consecutive national elections, cementing his party's dominance. He opened Japan to the world. He assumed a new role for Japan as a champion of globalization, even while preserving Japan's alliance with an increasingly protectionist America. And he led Japan to its longest stretch of economic growth since 1945. But when he leaves office, presumably in September 2021, he will leave his successors a legacy of unfinished tasks and missed opportunities. Japan's next leaders will wield more power but will face greater problems as Japan's population shrinks and ages, as American leadership recedes, and as climate change begins to wreak havoc on world order.
截至2019年底，安倍晋三的影响力超越了任何前任首相，也可能超越任何未来的首相。他连续赢得了6次全国选举，巩固了其政党在日本政坛的主导地位。安倍向世界开放了日本，使日本在全球化中扮演了新的角色，即使面对美国日益增长的保护主义，也保持了日美同盟。在他的领导下，日本实现了自1945年以来最长的经济增长期。然而，当他卸任时，预计在2021年9月，他将留下许多未完成的任务和错失的机会。日本的下一任领导人将拥有更大的权力，但也将面临更大的挑战，包括人口减少和老龄化、美国领导力的减弱以及气候变化对世界秩序的破坏。
There could be no better example of Abe's unfinished legacy than constitutional revision. The Constitution was the great, untouched pillar of the post-war regime. Article 9, the final institutional barrier to Japan's becoming a full-fledged military power. As Prime Minister, it was never far from Abe's mind, even as he pursued economic revitalization and other priorities.
没有比修宪更能体现安倍未完成的遗产了。宪法是战后体制中未被触及的重要支柱，第9条则是日本成为完全军事大国的最后制度障碍。即使安倍在追求经济振兴和其他优先事项时，这一目标也从未远离他的脑海。
On May 3, 2017, the 70th anniversary of the promulgation of Japan's constitution, Abe recorded a message for Nippon Kaigi's annual Constitution Day Forum.
2017年5月3日，正值日本宪法颁布70周年之际，安倍为日本会议的年度宪法日论坛录制了一段讲话。
2020 is becoming a major common milestone for Japanese, he said. I fervently wish that it is the year when a newly reborn Japan firmly begins to stir, and for 2020 to be the year when a new constitution comes into force, too.
2020年正成为日本的一个重要里程碑，他说。我衷心希望这一年能见证日本的重生，并成为新宪法生效的起点。
After pro-revision forces won a supermajority in the House of Councilors the previous summer, Abe was finally ready to push ahead with revision of the Constitution. He wanted nothing more in his political life than to change the Constitution, the enduring symbol of Japan's defeat and its subordinate independence. For Japanese hands to write even a single character of the charter would symbolize Japan's reclamation of its independence, and revised once, the door would be open for further changes. But he had not forgotten his Weber. In his message, Abe signaled his willingness to make significant concessions to achieve revision before leaving office.
在前一个夏天，支持修宪的力量在参议院赢得了绝对多数后，安倍终于准备推动宪法修订。他政治生涯中最大的愿望就是修改宪法，这是日本战败和其从属独立的持久象征。即使只在宪章上改动一个字，也将象征着日本重新夺回其独立。一旦修订，将为更多的修改打开大门。但他没有忘记韦伯的教诲。在安倍的讲话中，他表明了在离任前为实现修宪而做出重大让步的意愿。
He dropped the LDP's 2012 controversial draft constitution and, instead floated 2 possible revisions, in addition to Article 9 that would explicitly state that the SDF is constitutional and an amendment that would guarantee universal free education. The former could entice Komeito. The latter was of particular interest to the Japan Restoration Party, whose votes would be needed to pass revisions. By taking a realistic and flexible approach to revision, Abe also hoped to drive a wedge into the Democratic Party, which was split between a right wing that wanted to approach revision pragmatically and a left wing that was opposed to any compromise, at least as long as Abe was prime minister.
他放弃了自民党2012年提出的有争议的宪法草案，转而提出了2项可能的修正案：一是在第9条中增加内容，明确自卫队的合宪性；二是修正案，确保全民免费教育。前者可能会吸引公民党的支持，后者则对日本维新会特别有吸引力，因为该党的选票对于通过修正案至关重要。通过采取现实和灵活的修正策略，安倍还希望在民主党内部制造分歧，该党内部在右翼希望务实处理修宪问题和左翼反对任何妥协之间存在分歧，至少在安倍担任首相期间是这样。
the process never really got started. His proposals put revision on the electoral agenda for 2017, forcing all parties to articulate their positions. Point 3 But, as the returns came in, he made no mention of the Constitution. Point 4 The following year afforded little time for the Constitution. The LDP's Constitution Revision Headquarters did use the spring of 2018 to put Abe's proposals into writing, even as they were criticized from the right, including by Ashiba, for being too modest, particularly on Article 9.
这个过程从未真正启动。他的提案将选举改革纳入2017年的议程，迫使各政党明确立场。然而，随着选举结果的公布，他并未提及宪法。次年几乎没有时间讨论宪法问题。尽管安倍的提案受到右翼批评，包括石破茂认为他们过于保守，特别是在第9条方面，自民党的宪法修订总部还是在2018年春季将这些提案写入文件。
Despite Abe's willingness to compromise on the substance of constitutional change, he was unable to convince Komeito to join forces to draft amendments ahead of time. The junior coalition partner wanted any deliberation about revisions to be public in the constitutional commissions of the two houses of the Diet. The left-wing opposition parties, meanwhile, were not interested in opening a debate on the LDP's proposals.
尽管安倍愿意在宪法修改的内容上做出妥协，但他未能说服公民党提前联合起草修正案。公民党希望任何关于修订的讨论都应在众议院和参议院的宪法委员会中公开进行。与此同时，左翼反对党对自民党的提案不感兴趣，不愿意就此展开辩论。
The ruling parties had enough votes to force the Diet to begin deliberations, but Abe was constrained by political convention and public opinion. An informal rule stipulated that the debate should proceed with the consent of the minority and give minority parties ample time to debate. The majority would be generous to minority perspectives while the opposition would approach the debate in good faith and not politicize the revision debate. Point 5 But the rule's impact was asymmetrical. The opposition could and did violate it, repeatedly using other issues to prevent debate. However, if Abe were to push for revision without the consent of the opposition, he would be punished by voters, who were divided about the need for constitutional revision, generally see it as a low priority, and have repeatedly voiced their disapproval of Abe for undermining consensual norms.
执政党有足够的票数可以迫使国会开始审议，但安倍受到政治惯例和公众舆论的限制。根据一项非正式规则，辩论应在少数党的同意下进行，并给予少数党充分的时间进行辩论。多数党应对少数党的观点保持宽容，而反对党则应以诚意参与辩论，避免将修订辩论政治化。然而，这一规则的影响是不对称的。反对党可以并且确实违反了这一规则，利用其他问题反复阻止辩论。然而，如果安倍在没有反对党同意的情况下推动修宪，他将受到选民的惩罚。选民对是否需要修宪存在分歧，普遍认为这不是优先事项，并且多次表达了对安倍破坏共识规范的不满。
With supermajorities in both houses, Abe could move revisions through the Diet, but by doing so over the objections of the opposition, he would jeopardize the chances of securing majority support for revision in a national referendum. Point 6 Of course, after the 2019 upper house elections, in which the pro-revision parties fell short of the supermajority threshold, Abe had no choice but to seek the support of opposition parties.
拥有两院的超级多数，安倍可以将修订案在国会通过，但如果这样做会遭到反对党的反对，可能会危及在全民公投中获得多数支持的机会。当然，在2019年参议院选举中，支持修订的政党未能达到超级多数的门槛，安倍不得不寻求反对党的支持。
To a certain extent, Abe was a victim of his own success. His zeal for constitutional revision, dating back to the start of his career, had paid off. The prime minister could now talk openly about revision and even offer his own proposals without facing any backlash. Constitutional change had become a legitimate subject of political discussion. At the same time, however, he paid a price for his iconoclasm. The public might be willing to consider revision in the abstract, but was opposed to revision according to Abe's vision or timeline.
在某种程度上，安倍成为了自己成功的牺牲品。他从职业生涯之初就对修宪充满热情，如今终于得到了回报， 首相现在可以公开谈论修宪，甚至提出自己的建议，而不会面临任何反对。宪法改革已经成为政治讨论的合法话题。然而，他为自己的反传统付出了代价。公众可能愿意在抽象层面上考虑修宪，但反对按照安倍的愿景或时间表进行修宪。
Abe may still find a way to move constitutional changes through the Diet without triggering a public backlash that results in a government-ending referendum defeat. But as he enters his lame duck stage, it is less likely that he will be able to convince members of his own party, let alone Komeito, to gamble on revision. The greatest irony of Abe's tenure may be that, despite being the longest-serving and most powerful prime minister of the post-war era, he will leave office having failed to achieve the one change he sought above all others, an ambition that he had absorbed from the time he was dandled on his grandfather's knee.
安倍可能仍能找到办法，在不引发导致政府终结的公投失败的公众反对的情况下，推动宪法改革通过国会。然而，随着他进入跛脚鸭阶段，要说服自己党派的成员，更不用说公民党，来冒险进行修宪的可能性越来越小。安倍任期内最大的讽刺可能是，尽管他是战后任期最长、权力最大的首相，但他将带着未能实现他最渴望的变革这一遗憾离开办公室。这一愿望是他从小在祖父膝上玩耍时就吸收的。
As a practical matter, Abe's failure to change the Constitution may be more of a personal disappointment than a dramatic failure to change Japan. After all, he delivered significant constitutional reform when he reinterpreted the Constitution and implemented changes to Japan's national security laws. His more enduring legacy will be as the godfather of a global Japan.
从实际角度来看，安倍未能修改宪法，可能更多的是个人的遗憾，而非对日本的巨变失败。毕竟，他在重新解释宪法和修改日本国家安全法方面取得了显著进展。他更为持久的遗产将是作为推动日本走向全球化的先驱。
Abe did not merely pursue globalization in the form of high-profile mega trade deals. While the U.S. and other countries were putting up trade barriers, building walls, and seeking to curb foreign influences, the Abe government opened Japan to more foreign visitors and foreign residents than ever before. The Abe government did not embrace globalization out of altruism or cosmopolitanism. Abe was the man who had, after all, talked in his memoirs about the absurdity of a person calling oneself a citizen of the world. 7.
安倍不仅追求以高调的大型贸易协议形式推动全球化，当美国和其他国家在竖起贸易壁垒、建造围墙并试图限制外国影响时，安倍政府却比以往任何时候都更加开放，欢迎更多的外国游客和居民。安倍政府拥抱全球化，并非出于利他主义或世界主义。毕竟，安倍在他的回忆录中曾提到，称自己为世界公民是荒谬的。
But Abe used a variety of policy tools to open Japan to foreign goods, foreign capital, foreign workers, foreign visitors, and foreign influences. These policies were not all unqualified successes, but together they demonstrated that for Abe, globalization was a strategic necessity. In order to attract the world's talent, capital, and technology, which are bound to Japan's growth, we must advance the complete globalization of Japan at home, he said in 2014.8.
但是，安倍利用了多种政策工具，使日本向外国商品、资本、工人、游客和文化影响开放。这些政策并非都取得了圆满成功，然而，他们共同表明，安倍认为全球化是战略上的必要。为了吸引对日本增长至关重要的全球人才、资本和技术，我们必须在国内全面推动日本的全球化。他在2014年表示。
Perhaps the most visible piece of the Abe's globalization agenda was his pursuit of tourism as a growth industry. Although his predecessors targeted tourism before 2012, Japan still lagged well behind not only developed country peers like France and Italy and continental giants like the US and China, but also its neighbor South Korea in terms of international arrivals. Tourists, particularly from the burgeoning middle classes of developing Asia, would be a vital source of demand. Visitors to Japan spent roughly 4.5 trillion yen in 2018, 4 times more than in 2012, although per capita spending had stagnated. 0.9.
安倍的全球化议程中最引人注目的部分之一是将旅游业作为增长产业的推动。 尽管他的前任在2012年之前就已经关注旅游业，但日本在国际游客数量方面仍然远远落后于发达国家的同行，如法国和意大利，以及大陆大国美国和中国，甚至其邻国韩国。特别是来自发展中亚洲新兴中产阶级的游客将成为需求的重要来源。2018年，访日游客的消费额约为 4.5 万亿日元，是2012年的4倍，尽管人均消费已经停滞。
The 2013 growth strategy established a target of 20 million international visits by 2020, roughly double the number of visits in 2013. Japan would relax entry requirements, particularly for visitors from China and Southeast Asia, upgrade its travel infrastructure, with a particular focus on expanding the number of international arrivals at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, and improve the country's capacity for hosting international visitors, which included changes as mundane as providing signs and announcements in multiple foreign languages. The 2020 Olympics forced the government to accelerate these efforts.
2013年的增长战略设定了到2020年实现2000万国际游客的目标，这大约是2013年游客数量的2倍。日本将放宽对中国和东南亚游客的入境要求，升级旅游基础设施，特别是扩大东京羽田机场的国际到达能力，并提高接待国际游客的能力，包括提供多语言标志和公告等细节。2020年奥运会促使政府加快了这些努力。
Thanks to a weaker yen and the global appeal of Japanese culture, the government blew past its targets, prompting the government to double its target for 2020 to 40 million visitors. By 2018, more than 31 million tourists visited. This caused problems as localities struggled to deal with the rapid surge of visitors, and some international friction, particularly but not only with Chinese visitors, who by 2019 had become the single largest nationality among international visitors. 10. Accommodating this upsurge has forced Japanese to adapt in large ways and small, and tourists, particularly from the Asian continent, will remain a fixture even after the Olympics, especially after Japan's much-anticipated casinos open for business in the 2020s.
由于日元疲软和日本文化的全球吸引力，政府超额完成了目标，促使政府将2020年的目标翻倍至4000万游客。到2018年，游客数量已超过3100万，这导致了地方难以应对游客激增的问题，以及一些国际摩擦，尤其是与中国游客之间的摩擦。到2019年，中国游客已成为国际游客中最大的群体。为了适应这一增长，日本人不得不做出大大小小的调整。即使在奥运会之后，来自亚洲大陆的游客仍将是日本的常客，尤其是在日本期待已久的赌场在2020年代开业之后。
While the tourism boom has remade Japan in visible ways, Japan's embrace of foreign labor has been no less important. Reformers have long argued that Japan needs to attract millions of immigrants to stabilize its population. Nakagawa Hideneo, for example, proposed in 2008 that Japan should aim for 10 million immigrants and strive to become a multi-ethnic nation. By mid-century. 11, it was precisely the kind of issue that divided Koizumi's neoliberals from the new conservatives, who, beyond worrying about the threats to public order from a larger foreign population, also fretted that a multi-ethnic Japan would simply mean a Japan with a large Chinese minority. 12 It seemed, therefore, that Abe would resist including immigration as part of Abenomics, even after the post-2015 shift to a focus on Japan's demographic future.
尽管旅游业的繁荣在许多方面重塑了日本，但日本对外国劳动力的接纳同样重要。改革者长期以来一直认为，日本需要吸引数百万移民以稳定其人口。例如，中川秀直在2008年提出，日本应以吸引1000万移民为目标，并努力在本世纪中叶成为一个多民族国家。这个问题正是小泉纯一郎的新自由主义者与新保守主义者之间的分歧所在。后者除了担心更大的外国人口对公共秩序的威胁外，还担心一个多民族的日本将意味着一个拥有大量中国人口的日本。因此，即使在2015年后安倍政府开始关注日本的人口未来，安倍似乎仍会抵制将移民政策纳入安倍经济学。
But Abe surprised his critics and his admirers with his willingness to open Japan to foreign residents. Abe was not a convert to his one-time advisor Nakagawa's dream of a multicultural Japan, but he accepted that labor shortages in the immediate term and the long-term decline of the working-age population meant something had to change.
但是安倍让他的批评者和崇拜者都感到意外，他愿意开放日本，接纳外国居民。安倍并不是他的前顾问中川所倡导的多元文化日本的信徒，但他认识到短期内的劳动力短缺和长期的工作年龄人口下降意味着必须有所改变。
The changes were initially gradual as his government focused its efforts on reforming Japan's technical intern training program. This program, described by the U.S. State Department as having effectively become a guest worker program, allows foreign trainees to work in designated sectors and ostensibly receive on-the-job training that would benefit their home countries. The program was rife with abuse, exploitation, and forced labor, and in many cases the training was nominal. But Abe hoped to crack down on abuses while simultaneously expanding the program to new sectors and enabling trainees to stay for longer. But if Japan wanted to host more foreign workers to do the less skilled jobs that it was becoming difficult to find Japanese citizens to do, a de facto guest worker program was inadequate. Abe was surprised to learn, for example, that 69 trainees, most of them in their 20s, had died between 2015 and 2017 alone. 13.
最初的改变是渐进的，因为安倍政府集中精力改革了日本的技术实习生培训计划。美国国务院将该计划描述为实际上已成为一种外籍工人计划，允许外国实习生在指定行业工作，并且理论上应接受有助于其本国的在职培训。然而，该计划中普遍存在虐待、剥削和强迫劳动的问题，在许多情况下，培训只是名义上的。安倍希望打击这些虐待行为，同时扩大该计划的范围，允许实习生在新的领域工作更长时间。然而，如果日本希望吸引更多的外国工人来从事那些越来越难找到日本公民愿意做的低技能工作，那么实际上的客工计划是不够的。安倍惊讶地发现，例如，在2015年至2017年期间，就有69名实习生死亡，其中大多数是20多岁的年轻人。13.
As a result, in 2018, Abe decided to establish a more formal guest worker program. In practice, he deferred to Suga, who was absolutely convinced of the need for foreign workers. The Japanese economy is coming to the point where it cannot function without the work of foreign talent, he said in an interview in August 2018. 14 Suga had to convince Abe that it would not be an immigration program, reflecting Abe's discomfort with the issue. 15 The Abe government's economic policy plan for 2019, released in June 2018, indicated that the government would introduce reforms to the visa system, but left the chief cabinet secretary to fill in the details.
因此，2018年，安倍决定建立一个更正式的外籍劳工计划。实际上，他将此事交给了菅义伟，菅义伟坚信需要外籍劳工。日本经济已经到了没有外国人才就无法运作的地步。他在2018年8月的一次采访中表示，菅义伟必须说服安倍，这不会是一个移民计划，反映出安倍对这个问题的不安。安倍政府2019年的经济政策计划于2018年6月发布，表明政府将对签证制度进行改革，但具体细节由内阁长官来填补。
The reform bill passed in the autumn of 2018 created new categories of work visa to allow foreigners who demonstrated a certain degree of technical skill and Japanese language ability to work in Japan for up to 5 years. Technical interns could switch to the new visa if they qualified. Workers admitted on this visa would not have the option of bringing spouses or other family members. A separate visa would be created for highly skilled workers who could bring families and would qualify for permanent residence after 10 years. Japan had already introduced a point system for highly skilled migrants in 2012, and the Abe government introduced a fast-track system in 2017 that would award them permanent residence after only 1 year.
2018年秋季通过的改革法案设立了新的工作签证类别，允许具备一定技术水平和日语能力的外国人在日本工作长达5年。符合条件的技术实习生可以转换为这种新的签证。持这种签证的工人不能携带配偶或其他家庭成员，高技能工人将获得单独的签证，他们可以携带家人，并在10年后有资格申请永久居留权。日本早在2012年就为高技能移民引入了积分制度，安倍政府在2017年又推出了快速通道制度， 使这些高技能工人可以在1年后获得永久居留权。
At least initially, the new visas would only be available to workers in a few industries facing acute shortages of workers. For example, agriculture, construction, and nursing care. The bill mandated that foreign workers should receive similar pay and similar working conditions as citizens, and a new agency would be created to monitor for abuse and ensure that foreign workers were abiding by the terms of their visas. The government would also invest in language training and other programs to help foreign workers acculturate. These changes would take effect on April 1st, 2019. If the Abe administration cannot do this, the next administration will not be able to do this, an anonymous official told Nikkei. It's the last chance. 16.
至少在初期，新的签证将仅限于少数几个严重缺乏劳动力的行业，例如农业、建筑业和护理业。法案规定，外国工人应享有与本国公民相似的薪酬和工作条件，并将设立一个新机构来监督是否存在滥用行为，确保外国工人遵守签证条款。政府还将投资语言培训和其他项目，帮助外国工人更好地融入当地文化。这些措施将于2019年4月1日生效。如果安倍政府不能实现这一点，下一届政府也将无法实现。一位匿名官员告诉日本经济新闻，这是最后的机会。
As the Diet deliberated, Abe fended off accusations that it was not an immigration program, as opposition parties tried to tangle up the prime minister. They opposed the bills mostly on procedural grounds, arguing that the abuses in the technical intern program showed that the Abe administration was not up to administering the new program. Predictably, the right wing was also unhappy. Abe and Suga faced strenuous opposition from backbenchers within the LDP, who demanded assurances that the government would protect public order and received a concession that the government would conduct a review of the new visa program after 3 years. Nevertheless, there were murmurs on the right that Abe was making the same mistake that German Chancellor Angela Merkel had made, crippling his mandate in the name of opening his nation's doors. 17.
在国会审议过程中，安倍驳斥了反对党关于这并非移民计划的指责。反对党试图让首相陷入困境，他们主要以程序问题为由反对这些法案，认为技术实习生项目中的滥用行为表明安倍政府没有能力管理新的计划。不出所料，右翼也不满意。安倍和菅义伟面临来自自民党内部后座议员的强烈反对，这些议员要求政府保证维护公共秩序，并最终获得了政府将在3年后对新的签证计划进行审查的让步。然而，右翼有声音指出，安倍正在重蹈德国总理默克尔的覆辙，以开放国家的名义削弱了自己的执政基础。17.
Despite angst from Abe's right-wing allies and public anxiety, the legislation passed. Japan could begin to take in as many as 345,000 guest workers annually from the following fiscal year. Abe was right. It was not an immigration policy, but would, his government hoped, allow foreign workers to contribute safely and productively with greater protection of law. It would not reverse Japan's shrinking population. It was not even clear whether Japan would be able to attract enough migrants to claim all of the available visas. By December 2019, only 1621 had arrived on the new visa category, reflecting the fact that it was rushed into law without adequate preparation. 18.
尽管安倍的右翼盟友和公众的担忧，这项立法还是通过了。从下一财年开始，日本每年可以接收多达34万5千名外籍工人。安倍是对的，这并不是一项移民政策，但他的政府希望这将使外籍工人能够安全、高效地工作，并享有更多的法律保护。这不会改变日本人口减少的趋势，甚至不清楚日本是否能吸引足够的移民来申请所有可用的签证。截至2019年12月，只有1621人以新的签证类别抵达，反映出这项法律是在没有充分准备的情况下仓促通过的。
But Abe's right-wing critics were also right. The guest worker program could have a profound impact on Japanese society. Japan's foreign population was already the largest it had ever been. 19. The influx of new waves of foreign workers from across Asia will undoubtedly leave their mark on Japan. Whatever his reservations, Abe used his power to defy his conservative allies and open Japan to the world. Abe's willingness to support Suga's migrant worker bill over the opposition of his right-wing allies was the ultimate symbol of his realism. Point 20.
但安倍的右翼批评者也说的没错，这项外籍劳工计划可能会对日本社会产生深远的影响。日本的外国人口已经达到了历史最高水平，19从亚洲各地涌入的新一波外国劳工无疑将对日本产生影响。尽管安倍有所顾虑，但他还是利用自己的权力，违背了保守派盟友的意愿，向世界敞开了大门。安倍支持菅义伟的移民劳工法案，反对右翼盟友的反对，这最终体现了他的现实主义。20.
As Abe began to consider his legacy, Abenomics faded into the background. The shift that began when he announced the 3 new arrows in 2015 continued. When Abe called a snap election in October 2017, he cited Japan's aging, shrinking population as one of the 2 national crises that he needed a new mandate to address. But Abenomics repeatedly took the backseat to foreign policy or to Abe's political machinations.
当安倍开始考虑他的政治遗产时，安倍经济学逐渐淡出了人们的视野。这一转变始于2015年，他宣布新3支箭政策时。2017年10月，安倍突然宣布提前举行大选，他将日本人口老龄化和减少列为需要新授权解决的2大国家危机之一。然而，安倍经济学一再被外交政策或安倍的政治策略所取代。
Earlier in 2017, the administration had unveiled a new growth strategy that aimed for a productivity revolution and a human capital formation revolution. The government would use tax incentives, government spending, and regulatory reform to promote innovations that would strengthen Japan's position in the race for market leadership in the advanced technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution, including robotics, the Internet of Things, big data, and artificial intelligence. It was the clearest answer yet that the Abe administration had given to 4th Industrial Revolution strategies developed by Germany, China, and other governments. To strengthen Japan's workforce, meanwhile, the Abe administration indicated that it would prioritize free and universal early childhood education, cost reductions for higher education, and place a new emphasis on information technology from primary school onwards to help address critical skill shortages in the IT sector. The 2017 growth strategy, however, did not explain how the government would fund these new mandates. Regulatory sandboxes, the project-specific relaxation of regulations, would do much of the work to encourage advances in critical sectors.
2017年初，政府公布了一项新的增长战略，目标是实现生产力革命和人力资本形成革命。政府计划通过税收优惠、政府投资和监管改革推动创新，以增强日本在第4次工业革命中的技术领先地位，特别是在机器人技术、物联网、大数据和人工智能等领域。这是安倍政府对德国、中国等国家的第4次工业革命战略做出的最明确回应。为了增强日本的劳动力，安倍政府表示将优先实施免费和普及的早期儿童教育，降低高等教育费用，并从基础教育阶段开始加强对信息技术的重视，以解决 IT 行业关键技能短缺的问题。然而，2017年的增长战略并未说明政府将如何为这些新措施提供资金。监管沙箱及针对特定项目的法规放宽，将在促进关键行业进步方面发挥重要作用。
But Abenomics was at the mercy of the political calendar. The 2017 election, called largely for politically opportunistic reasons, vacated the autumn diet session, sparing Abe months of questioning about his scandals, but delaying the passage of what it called working styles reform legislation, reforms it had begun drafting in 2016 to address equal pay for regular and non-regular workers, teleworking, long working hours, overtime pay, family leave policies, and training.
然而，安倍经济学的命运受制于政治日程。2017年的选举主要是出于政治投机的考虑，导致秋季国会会议被取消，使安倍得以避免因丑闻而接受数月的质询，但也推迟了所谓的工作方式改革立法的通过。这些改革始于2016年，旨在解决正式员工与非正式员工的同工同酬、远程工作、长时间工作、加班费、家庭休假政策和培训等问题。
These issues were intimately connected not only to productivity but also to Japan's demographic crisis. Office cultures that emphasize long workdays and pressure employees not to take vacation days or parental leave force mothers to choose between careers and families, and have prevented fathers from being more involved in child rearing. This package would be delayed until the summer of 2018, which in turn delayed the implementation of the 2017 growth strategy. The shift to universal free preschool, meanwhile, was linked to the next consumption tax hike, from 8% to 10%, which would not be implemented until October 2019.
这些问题不仅与生产率紧密相关，还与日本的人口危机息息相关。办公室文化强调长时间工作，并对员工施加不休假或不休育儿假的压力，这迫使母亲在事业和家庭之间做出选择，同时也阻碍了父亲更多的参与育儿。这一揽子计划将推迟到2018年夏季，从而推迟了2017年增长战略的实施。同时，普及免费学前教育与下一次消费税上调有关，即从8%上调至10%，这将不会在2019年10月之前实施。
By the time Abe began his bid for a third term, the urgency that had once animated Abenomics seemed to have faded. In his re-election bid, he touted his economic record and promised merely to implement the policies from the party's manifesto the previous year. It was unclear whether Abe still harbored great ambitions for Japan's economy.
当安倍开始争取第3个任期时，曾经推动安倍经济学的紧迫感似乎已经消退。在他的连任竞选中，他强调了自己的经济成就，并承诺将实施去年党派宣言中的政策。安倍是否仍对日本经济抱有远大抱负，这一点并不清楚。
Certainly, the economy performed well. In February 2019, the Cabinet Office certified that Japan's GDP had grown for the 75th consecutive month, marking the longest post-war economic boom. 21 unemployment had reached an all-time low and stayed there. The number of jobs per applicant reached record highs, meaning that new school graduates enjoyed better opportunities than young Japanese had enjoyed in years. 22 more women were working. The share of working-age women in the workforce soared from 63.4% in 2012 to 71.3% in 2018, surpassing the United States and the G7 average. In Japan's M-curve, the pattern whereby female labor force participation plummets among women in their childbearing years and then recovers as children grow, flattened significantly. Women were increasingly staying in their jobs, at least in part due to the Abe government's efforts to increase the availability and affordability of childcare. And corporate Japan was booming. Corporate profits continued to set records well into Abe's 7th year in office, even as anxiety grew. What about the U.S.? China trade war and slowing global growth would mean for Japan. On October 1st, 2018, the Nikkei 225 closed at 24,245.76, its highest level in nearly 27 years. Land prices, particularly in Tokyo and major tourist hubs, continued to grow, and Tokyo's skyline was transformed as new towers rose as part of a pre-Olympics construction boom.
当然，经济表现良好。2019年2月，内阁办公室确认，日本的 GDP 已经连续增长了75个月，这是战后最长的经济繁荣期。失业率达到了历史最低点，并一直保持在这个水平。每名求职者的职位数量达到了创纪录的高点，这意味着新毕业生比近年来的日本年轻人享有更好的就业机会。此外，更多女性加入了劳动力市场，工作年龄女性的劳动力参与率从2012年的 63.4% 跃升至2018年的 71.3%， 超过了美国和 G7 的平均水平。日本的 M 曲线，即女性在生育年龄期间的劳动力参与率急剧下降，随后随着孩子长大而恢复，这一曲线显著趋于平缓。女性越来越多地留在工作岗位上，至少部分归功于安倍政府在提高儿童保育的可用性和负担能力方面所做的努力。日本企业界正在蓬勃发展，企业利润在安倍执政的第7年继续创下新高，尽管对美中贸易战和全球经济放缓可能对日本造成的影响的担忧日益加剧。2018年10月1日，日经225指数收于24,245.76点，达到近27年来的最高水平。地价，特别是在东京和主要旅游中心持续上涨。东京的天际线随着奥运会前的建设热潮而发生了变化，新的摩天大楼不断涌现。
But these results, the recitation of which had become a staple of Abe's stump speeches, masked a growing unease about what exactly Abenomics had achieved. Average GDP growth during Abe's tenure was only a little over 1%, better than the previous decade but far below the 2% real GDP growth and 3% nominal GDP growth that Abe had hoped for. More Japanese were working, but employers were still replacing too many retiring regular workers with low-paid, lightly regulated temps and part-time workers. And many workers were shifting into lower-paid nursing and eldercare jobs as aging baby boomers needed more assistance. More women were in the workforce, but women were still missing from leadership positions. Japan Incorporated was enjoying record profits, but it was also accumulating record cash reserves and using it on large share buybacks, while resisting the Abe government's now routine pressure for wage increases. Despite critical labor shortages, real wage growth was sluggish and consumer spending remained weak. 23.
然而，这些安倍在竞选演讲中经常提及的成果，却掩盖了对安倍经济学实际成效的日益担忧。安倍任期内的平均 GDP 增长率仅略高于 1%， 虽然比前10年有所改善，但远未达到他所期望的 2% 实际 GDP 增长和 3% 名义 GDP 增长的目标。尽管就业人数增加，但雇主仍在用低薪、监管较少的临时工和兼职人员取代许多退休的正式员工。随着老龄化婴儿潮需要更多帮助，许多工人转向了低薪的护理和老年照护工作。虽然女性就业人数增加，但他们在领导岗位上仍然缺席。日本公司，该公司正享受着创纪录的利润，但同时也积累了大量的现金储备，并将其用于大规模的股票回购，同时抵制了安倍政府要求加薪的压力。尽管劳动力短缺严重，实际工资增长缓慢，消费支出依然疲软。23.
The stock market boom, abetted by the Bank of Japan's, BOJ, and government pension investment funds, GPIF, equity purchases, also contributed to widening inequality. 24. The underlying constraints on long-term growth, the demographic crisis and low productivity, remained essentially unchanged. In 2019, the total number of births fell below 900,000, the lowest number of births since just after the Meiji Restoration. 25. Population decline appeared to be accelerating rather than stabilizing.
日本银行 BOJ 和政府养老金投资基金 GPIF 的股票购买推动了股市繁荣，进一步加剧了不平等现象。长期增长的主要制约因素，人口危机和低生产率基本上没有改变。2019年总出生人数降至90万以下，这是自明治维新以来的最低出生人数。人口减少的趋势似乎正在加速，而不是趋于稳定。
There was, nevertheless, a sense of drift even as these problems became apparent. The BOJ, after introducing its yield curve control policy in 2016, took a backseat, slowing its asset purchases even as inflation remained well below its inflation target. The BOJ ensured that the government's borrowing costs would remain dramatically low, like Germany and other European countries. By 2019, most of Japanese government debt was yielding negative interest rates for bondholders. 26. Kuroda, however, was reluctant to experiment with cutting interest rates deeper into negative territory. Abe effectively endorsed Kuroda's cautious approach when he granted Kuroda a second 5-year term in March 2018, instead of opting for a more unconventional choice like his advisor Honda Etsuro. By the time of his third leadership bid, Abe's commitment to macroeconomic experimentation was waning.
尽管这些问题逐渐显现，但仍有一种停滞不前的感觉。日本央行在2016年引入收益率曲线控制政策后，采取了更为被动的态度，即使通货膨胀率远低于其目标，也减缓了资产购买的步伐。日本央行确保政府的借贷成本保持在极低水平，与德国和其他欧洲国家一样，到2019年，日本政府的大部分债务对债券持有人来说都是负利率。然而，黑田东彦不愿将利率进一步下调至负值区域。安倍在2018年3月授予黑田东彦第2个5年任期时，实际上支持了黑田东彦的谨慎做法，而不是选择像他的顾问本田月郎这样更为激进的人选。当安倍第3次竞选领导职位时，他对宏观经济实验的热情已有所减退。
Honda and some of Abe's other more heterodoxical advisors had called for more radical experiments. Honda, for example, thought Japan should embrace helicopter money, the term coined by Milton Friedman to describe the central banks distributing cash directly to households. As Abe prepared to implement the long-delayed tax hike from 8% to 10% in 2019, some tried to draw Japan into a growing debate over the soundness of the heterodoxical modern monetary theory, an increasingly popular approach on the American left which argues that a government that borrows in its own currency and has a floating exchange rate can run larger deficits for longer without risking significant inflation. 27 Abe and his principal advisors were uninterested in Japan's being a laboratory for MMT. They denied that its past experiences had anything to do with the theory, even as some lawmakers, including Nishida Shoji, a new conservative ally of Abe's, called on the prime minister to defy MOF and embrace the theory. 28.
Honda 和安倍的一些其他更为非传统的顾问呼吁进行更激进的实验。例如 Honda 认为日本应该采用直升机撒钱，这是米尔顿·弗里德曼创造的一个术语，指的是中央银行直接向家庭分发现金。当安倍准备在2019年实施长期推迟的消费税从 8% 提高到 10% 时，一些人试图将日本卷入关于非传统的现代货币理论的日益增长的辩论中。这一理论在美国左派中越来越受欢迎，认为一个以本国货币借款并实行浮动汇率的政府可以长期运行更大的赤字，而不会引发显著的通货膨胀。27安倍和他的主要顾问对日本成为现代货币理论的试验场不感兴趣，他们否认日本过去的经验与这一理论有任何关联。尽管一些议员，包括安倍的新保守派盟友西田昭二，呼吁首相无视财务省接受这一理论。28
MMT theorists were not the only ones arguing against the tax hike. More conventional economists like former IMF chief economist Olivier Blanchard also argued for scrapping it, stating that persistently weak demand, what Larry Summers calls secular stagnation, meant that to grow, Japan must continue to run deficits. 29, but despite a widespread intellectual consensus that to raise the consumption tax would be a mistake, particularly given mounting signs of a global economic slowdown, Abe simply seemed to have less of an appetite for bold or unconventional economic policymaking.
MMT 理论家并非唯一反对增税的人。前 IMF 首席经济学家奥利维尔·布兰查德等传统经济学家也主张取消增税，指出持续疲弱的需求。拉里·萨姆斯称之为长期停滞，意味着为了促进经济增长，日本必须继续维持赤字。尽管有广泛共识认为提高消费税将是一个错误，尤其是在全球经济放缓迹象日益明显的情况下，安倍似乎对大胆或非常规的经济政策兴趣不大。
Abe seems to have decided to proceed with the 2019 tax hike partly due to political reasoning. He was afraid that delaying a third time would amount to an admission that he had failed to revitalize Japan's economy, and partly because his government prepared so many offsetting measures that in the immediate term the impact on household spending could be contained. Abe had also decided that the consumption tax hike was an opportunity to shift spending to childcare and early childhood education, a policy that not only would be popular but would help shift towards what he called a social security system for all generations. 30 Nevertheless, this approach was a far cry from Abe's conducting a radical fiscal policy experiment like MMT.
安倍似乎决定在2019年继续增税，部分原因是出于政治考量，他担心再次推迟会被视为未能振兴日本经济。另一部分原因是他的政府准备了多项抵消措施，使得短期内对家庭支出的影响得以控制。安倍还决定，消费税的提高是一个将支出转向儿童保育和早期教育的机会。这一政策不仅会受到欢迎，而且有助于实现他所称的全世代社会保障体系。尽管如此，这种方法与安倍进行像现代货币理论 MMT 这样的激进财政政策实验相去甚远。
Abenomics will therefore leave a problematic legacy for Abe's successor. Japan avoided a third lost decade, enjoying growth, price increases, and a strong labor market, but also failed to address longer-term demographic challenges, concerns about productivity and innovation, and the future of macroeconomic policy. He will leave future prime ministers with a more pliable BOJ, but one already wedded to unconventional, easing policies from which there appears to be no exit. Abe's successors may have more fiscal room. Under Abe, tax revenues reached the highest level since the bubble burst and the debt-to-GDP ratio stabilized. but may face a less benign global economic environment than Abe faced for much of his tenure. They will also have to cope with the fiscal impact of baby boomers advancing deeper into old age and placing a heavier burden on the healthcare system, and perhaps also begin bearing more of the costs of climate change and the transition to a zero-carbon economy. Japan's future leaders may therefore not have the luxury of rejecting radical and riskier ideas about macroeconomic policy or, if orthodoxy prevails, postponing deeper cuts to social security spending as part of the pursuit of a budget surplus.
因此，安倍经济学将为安倍的继任者留下一个复杂的问题遗产。日本避免了第三个失去的10年，实现了经济增长、物价上涨和劳动力市场的强劲表现，但未能解决长期的人口挑战、生产率和创新问题，以及宏观经济政策的未来。安倍将留给未来的首相一个更加顺从的日本央行，但该行已经实施了非常规宽松政策，似乎没有退出的途径。安倍的继任者可能会有更多的财政空间，在安倍任内，税收入达到了自泡沫经济破裂以来的最高水平，债务与 GDP 比率趋于稳定，但可能面临比安倍在任期内大部分时间更为严峻的全球经济环境。他们还将不得不应对婴儿潮一代进一步步入老年所带来的财政影响，这将对医疗保健系统造成更大的负担，甚至可能开始承担气候变化和向零碳经济转型的成本。因此，日本未来的领导人可能无法拒绝关于宏观经济政策的激进且风险更高的想法，或者如果正统观念占上风，可能不得不推迟削减社会保障支出以追求预算盈余。
Abe's successors will also inherit what has become a post-populist democracy. In 2019, less than half of the electorate voted in upper house elections, the second lowest rate in post-war history, and the first-time turnout had fallen below 50% since 1995. As other democracies fretted about the rise of right-wing populism, post-truth, politics, and deepening polarization, schisms that would leave them vulnerable to Russian influence operations, Japan was an island of stability.
安倍的继任者还将继承一个后民粹主义的民主政体。2019年，不到一半的选民参加了参议院选举，这是战后第二低的投票率，也是自1995年以来首次投票率低于50%。当其他民主国家担忧右翼民粹主义、后真相政治和日益加剧的两极分化，这些裂痕使他们容易受到俄罗斯影响行动的影响时，日本则像一个稳定的岛屿。
There were disagreements, but none threatened social solidarity. There were protests, but they never threatened political stability. The Abe government was often on the wrong side of public opinion on key issues, but Abe's political instincts and a sense of complacency on the part of the citizenry prevented disagreements from boiling over. Having risen to power as a conservative iconoclast determined to settle the post-war culture war once and for all, in power Abe was conciliatory, willing to compromise his past hardline ideals when preserving his government and advancing the national interest made it prudent to do so. Abe was able to govern and to dominate the political system, marginalizing his LDP rivals and breaking the two-party system that had emerged in the first decade of the century by being a competent, flexible administrator. He had achieved a political virtuous cycle, where stable government translated into strong parliamentary majorities which translated into stronger government, making it progressively harder for the fractured opposition to regain the public trust needed to dent Abe's power. The uncertainties of the post-2016 world would only reinforce this trend. None of Abe's rivals could claim to have a superior ability to deal with Trump, Xi, or Kim.
虽然存在分歧，但并未威胁到社会团结。尽管有抗议活动，但从未动摇政治稳定。安倍政府在关键问题上经常与公众意见相左，但安倍的政治直觉和民众的冷漠态度防止了分歧升级。安倍以保守派改革者的身份上台，决心彻底解决战后的文化冲突，但在执政期间，他表现得更为温和，愿意在维护政府稳定和推进国家利益时妥协过去的强硬立场。安倍通过成为一位称职且灵活的管理者，不仅能够执政，还能主导政治体系，边缘化自民党对手，打破本世纪初形成的两党制。他实现了一个政治良性循环，稳定的政府带来了强大的议会多数， 进而增强了政府的权力，使分裂的反对派越来越难以重新获得削弱安倍权力所需的公众信任。2016年后世界的不确定性进一步强化了这一趋势。安倍的任何对手都无法声称自己在应对特朗普、习近平或金正恩方面比他更有能力。
While Abe's efforts to preserve a liberal global economic order and expand Japan's strategic independence have been consequential, it is an open question whether, in decades to come, Abe will be remembered for his efforts to defend an open world, or whether his legacy will be overwhelmed by a single issue: climate change.
尽管安倍在维护自由的全球经济秩序和扩大日本的战略自主权方面做出了重要贡献，但未来几十年，他是否会因为捍卫开放世界的努力而被铭记，还是他的遗产将被一个关键问题所掩盖：气候变化。
The eyes of all future generations are upon you, said Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg at the United Nations in September 2019. And if you choose to fail us, I say, we will never forgive you. Thunberg's message was intended for all the world's leaders, but may prove especially damning for Abe.
所有未来几代人的目光都聚焦在你们身上。瑞典气候活动家格雷塔·通贝里在2019年9月的联合国会议上说道：“如果你们选择让我们失望，我在这里说，我们永远不会原谅你们。”通贝里的这番话虽然是对全世界的领导人说的，但对于安倍来说可能尤为严厉。
Abe has a decent record of saying the right things about climate change. He has not denied or downplayed the dangers. The problem is exacerbating more quickly than we expected. We must take more robust actions. And swiftly, he wrote in September 2018.31, he has recognized that Japan is not immune from the dangers of runaway climate change. During his tenure, Japan has been struck by record-breaking heat waves and battered by super typhoons, which have killed hundreds. Major urban centers, most notably Greater Osaka, lie just above sea level, vulnerable to rising oceans in a hotter world.
安倍在气候变化问题上有着不错的言论记录，他从未否认或淡化其危险性。问题比我们预期的更快恶化，我们必须迅速采取更有力的行动。他在2018年9月写道。安倍认识到日本并非不受失控气候变化的威胁，在他的任期内，日本遭受了创纪录的热浪和超级台风的袭击，造成数百人死亡。特别是大阪地区等主要城市中心，仅高于海平面，极易受到全球变暖导致的海平面上升的影响。
Post-Paris, Japan's emissions have declined due to the Abe government's efforts to promote more efficient energy use and its retention of post-3/11 policies to encourage the introduction of renewable energy sources. Abe, meanwhile, has touted corporate Japan's role in developing advanced technologies in the areas of carbon capture, batteries, and advanced clean and renewable energy. His government has also pioneered the use of a joint credit mechanism to help developing countries in Asia adopt cleaner technologies. While Japan's commitment to build new coal-fired power plants at home and abroad tarnishes this record, it is still superior to some of Japan's peers in the developed world.
巴黎协定之后，日本的排放量有所下降，这得益于安倍政府在提高能源使用效率方面的努力，以及继续实施3/11之后的政策，以促进可再生能源的引入。安倍还强调了日本企业在碳捕获、电池和先进清洁及可再生能源技术开发中的重要作用。此外，安倍政府还率先使用联合信贷机制，帮助亚洲的发展中国家采用更清洁的技术。尽管日本在国内和国外建设新的燃煤电厂的计划损害了这一记录，但与一些发达国家相比，日本的表现仍然较好。
However, Abe has enjoyed a durable political mandate unmatched in the rich world. While his peers were hobbled by domestic opposition or institutions that limited their ability to lead on climate change, Abe faced few constraints. 32 If any world leader could have rallied his people behind a radical climate mitigation program, a Japanese Green New Deal, and led by example and diplomatic initiative, it would have been Abe. But he struggled to convince the Japanese people to support nuclear power, still Japan's best hope for reducing carbon emissions in the immediate term, let alone to embrace a wider-reaching mitigation plan. While Japan ratified the Paris Climate Agreement, the Abe government made voluntary commitments in Paris that were woefully inadequate to meet the challenge of preventing runaway climate change. 33 By 2019, Japan's commitments were viewed as highly insufficient relative to what was needed to avoid more devastating levels of warming, beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius target in Paris or the 2 degrees Celsius viewed as a critical threshold. Point 34.
然而，安倍享有一种在富裕国家中无人能及的持久政治授权。当其他领导人因国内反对或制度限制而难以在气候变化问题上有所作为时，安倍几乎没有任何障碍。如果有人能团结民众支持一项激进的气候缓解计划，即日本版的绿色新政，并以身作则，通过外交手段引领全球，那这个人就是安倍。然而，他却难以说服日本民众支持核能，这仍是日本短期内减少碳排放的最佳选择，更不用说推动一个更广泛的气候缓解计划了。尽管日本批准了巴黎气候协定，安倍政府在巴黎做出的自愿承诺却远远不足以应对防止气候失控的挑战。到2019年，日本的承诺被评价为严重不足，无法避免超过巴黎协定设定的 1.5 摄氏度或被视为关键阈值的2摄氏度的更严重变暖。34.
If the world fails to avoid catastrophic, runaway climate change, other leaders will bear more responsibility. But Abe is vulnerable to the charge that he did not do all he could with the power he wielded. What difference would constitutional revision make to future generations of Japanese in a world that has blown past 2 degrees of warming?
如果世界未能避免灾难性的失控的气候变化，其他领导人将承担更多责任。然而，安倍可能会被指责没有充分利用手中的权力。在全球变暖超过2度的情况下，宪法修订对未来的日本人会有何影响？
Indeed, as nations shift from climate mitigation to climate adaptation, Abe's legacy could look dramatically different. The social and political consequences of a hotter world, food and water shortages, resource wars, climate refugees, and new pandemic diseases could overwhelm his efforts to protect an open, rules-based world order. How would a liberal, rules-based order led by Asian democracies fare in a world of militarized xenophobia as nations struggle to contain transnational security threats? Abe's most enduring legacy could be the national security establishment that he erected, which could become the foundation for Japan's own attempt to build what writer Christian Perny calls the politics of the armed lifeboat, green authoritarianism that would erect barriers, police populations, and fight brush wars in order to keep chaos away from Japan's shores. Point 35.
确实，随着各国从气候减缓转向气候适应，安倍的遗产可能会大不相同。一个更热的世界带来的社会和政治后果，如食物和水短缺、资源战争、气候难民和新的流行病，可能会压倒他保护开放、基于规则的世界秩序的努力。在一个国家为应对跨国安全威胁而出现军事化排外的世界中，由亚洲民主国家领导的自由、基于规则的秩序将如何应对？安倍最持久的遗产可能是他建立的国家安全体系，这可能成为日本尝试建立作家克里斯蒂安·帕伦蒂所称的武装救生艇政治的基础，即一种绿色威权主义，旨在建立屏障、管控人口并进行小规模战争，以防止混乱蔓延至日本海岸。35.
Abe has been fixated on ensuring national survival in a turbulent century, and he has shown an admirable flexibility in the face of the significant challenges he has faced in his own time. But whether he is remembered as the leader who laid the groundwork for a more resilient Japan that could help lead the world away from catastrophe, or as another leader unable to meet the challenge posed by anthropogenic climate change, is out of his hands. The radical transformation Abe sought may lie in Japan's future.
安倍一直专注于确保日本在一个动荡的世纪中的生存，面对自己时代的重要挑战，他展现出了令人钦佩的灵活性。然而，他是否会被铭记为奠定了更坚韧日本基础的领导者？这个日本能够帮助世界远离灾难，还是被视为另一个无法应对人为气候变化挑战的领导者？这已经超出了他的控制。安倍所寻求的激进变革可能存在于日本的未来。
As Abe heads into his final years, the shape of his legacy is already apparent. He committed Japan to a new vocation as the defender of the global rules-based economic order. He navigated a rapidly changing Asia, preserving ties with a volatile America, stabilizing relations with China, and articulating a new approach for building closer relationships with Australia, India, and ASEAN. He gambled on a macroeconomic policy experiment that boosted growth and inflation. Yet Abe's legacy could be subject to change in his final months in office. A global downturn, a rift with Trump over his approach to North Korea or China, or new scandal allegations would cast his legacy in a less favorable light.
随着安倍进入任期的最后几年，他的遗产轮廓已逐渐清晰。他承诺日本将扮演捍卫全球规则为基础的经济秩序的新角色。他成功应对了快速变化的亚洲局势，与不可预测的美国保持了稳定关系，与中国关系趋于稳定，并提出了一种与澳大利亚、印度和东盟建立更紧密联系的新策略。他大胆尝试了一项宏观经济政策，促进了经济增长和通货膨胀。然而，在任期的最后几个月，安倍的遗产仍可能发生变化。全球经济衰退，与特朗普在朝鲜或中国问题上的分歧，或新的丑闻指控，都可能使他的遗产蒙上阴影。
But his place in Japan's history will be ambiguous. In a sense, he has achieved what he had set out to achieve. As a young politician, he wrote of how he envied members of his grandfather's generation who were brimming with self-confidence and had built a Japan that was shining in the world. As prime minister, he showed the world that Japan was a country to admire and convinced the Japanese people to feel proud of their country, its achievements, and its place in the world. If the Japanese people could feel confident about their country and its future, even in the face of significant and intractable challenges, the country could achieve anything. By fighting his way back to power, Abe demonstrated the power of this conviction.
然而，他在日本历史上的地位将是复杂的。从某种意义上说，他已经实现了自己的目标。作为一名年轻的政治家，他曾经写道：“他羡慕祖父那一代人，他们充满自信，建立了一个在世界上闪耀的日本。”作为首相，他向世界展示了日本是一个值得尊敬的国家，并让日本人民为自己的国家成就和国际地位感到自豪。如果日本人民能够对自己的国家和未来充满信心，即使面对重大且难以解决的挑战，这个国家就能实现任何目标。通过重新夺回权力，安倍展示了这种信念的力量。
In a larger sense, however, Abe demonstrated the limits of strong leadership. As Japan's longest-tenured prime minister, he dominated Japanese democracy as no leader had done, wielding outsized parliamentary majorities and commanding an empowered political executive. He was dominant while the leaders of other advanced industrial democracies were hamstrung by domestic crises. But while he made some significant reforms by patiently deploying the power he had accumulated, he was unable to reverse the underlying causes of national decline.
然而，从更广泛的角度来看，安倍展示了强权领导的局限性。作为日本历史上任期最长的首相，他以无人能及的方式主导了日本的民主政治，拥有超大的议会多数，并指挥着一个被赋予强大权力的政治执行机构。当其他先进工业民主国家的领导人因国内危机而束手无策时，他却占据了主导地位。尽管他通过耐心地运用自己积累的权力进行了一些重要的改革，但他未能扭转国家衰落的根本原因。
Japan still faces a challenging future. The next generation of the Abe Kishi dynasty may face more significant challenges than any of its predecessors. 36 Japan's most momentous decisions still lie ahead. As the planet warms, China's power grows, U.S. leadership fades, and the Japanese population ages. It is unknown whether his successor, whether that is his longtime rival Ishiba Shigeru, former Foreign Minister Kishida Fumio, current Foreign Minister Motegi Toshimitsu, current Defense Minister Kono Taro, Chief Cabinet Secretary Suga Yoshihide, or some dark horse, will convince the Japanese people and the world that Japan is still capable of great things in a turbulent and uncertain future.
日本依然面临着充满挑战的未来。安倍、岸信介家族的下一代可能会遇到比前辈们更为严峻的挑战。随着全球变暖、中国实力的增长、美国领导力的减弱以及日本人口的老龄化，日本将要做出的重大决策依然摆在眼前。目前还不清楚他的继任者，无论是长期对手石破茂、前外务大臣岸田文雄、现任外务大臣茂木敏充、现任防卫大臣小野四五点、内阁长官菅义伟，还是某个黑马，能否说服日本人民和世界，日本在动荡和不确定的未来中仍能取得伟大成就？
It will be up to future generations of Japanese to determine whether they look back at the age of Abe as Japan's last moment in the sun before the inevitable decline, or as the beginning of a new age in which Japan helped lead the world through a volatile 21st century. 37.
未来的日本人将决定，安倍时代是日本在不可避免的衰落前的最后辉煌，还是日本引领世界度过21世纪动荡新时代的开端。37.
Afterward.
后记。
Together with the Japanese people, I will make this historic year, the year in which we will once again host the Olympic and Paralympic Games, a year for carving out a new era for Japan, Abe Shinzo said in his first press conference of 2020. I have renewed my determination to do so here as we start the second year of the Reiwa era. 1.
我将与日本人民一起，使这一年我们再次举办奥运会和残奥会的历史性一年，成为开启日本新时代的一年。安倍晋三在2020年的首次新闻发布会上表示，作为令和时代的第二年，我在此重新坚定决心，要使这一年成为新时代的开端。
As the new year dawned, 2020 promised to be a good year for Abe. True, he was again battling scandal, after being accused of using the government's annual cherry blossom viewing party to reward political supporters, potentially in violation of campaign finance laws, and then covering up misconduct when relevant records were found to have been shredded improperly. Most Japanese said they did not trust his explanations, and his approval ratings suffered. 2.
随着新年的到来，2020年对安倍来说本应是一个好年头。然而，他再次因涉嫌利用政府一年一度的樱花观赏派对奖励政治支持者，可能违反了竞选财务法律而陷入丑闻。随后，相关记录被不当销毁，安倍又试图掩盖不当行为。大多数日本人表示，他们不相信他的解释，导致他的支持率下降。
Abe's luck continued to hold. The opposition was still divided and unpopular. Talks about a merger between the two surviving Democratic Party splinters would collapse in January. 3. His would-be successors in the LDP seemed content to wait for his departure. There were even whispers that the LDP could again amend its rules to let him seek a fourth term in September 2021, particularly if Donald Trump were re-elected in November. After all, would the Japanese people trust any other leader to parley with him?
安倍的运气依然持续，反对派依旧分裂且不受民众欢迎。两个幸存的民主党派系之间的合并谈判将在1月破裂。3. 他在自民党的潜在继任者似乎愿意等待他离职，甚至有传言称，如果唐纳德·特朗普在11月连任，自民党可能会再次修改规则，允许他在2021年9月寻求第4个任期。毕竟，日本民众还会信任其他领导人与特朗普打交道吗？
And Abe would soon host the Olympics in Tokyo in July, showcasing his new Japan. Maybe the goodwill generated by the Summer Games would enable him to call another snap election, which could make it impossible for the LDP to deny him another term, if he wanted it. 4.
安倍不久后将主办7月在东京举行的奥运会，展示他的新日本。或许夏季奥运会带来的友好氛围能使他再次突然宣布选举，如果他愿意的话，这将使自民党无法拒绝他连任。
Only 2 weeks into the year, his dreams for 2020 were shattered.
仅在年初的2周，他对2020年的梦想就破碎了。
On January 11th, the Nikkei Shimbun published a short item on the first death in the Chinese city of Wuhan from pneumonia caused by a novel coronavirus. By January 16th, the Prime Minister's office established a crisis management center, and Japan's first case of COVID-19 was reported, a 30-something man who had recently traveled to Wuhan. A week later, China locked down Wuhan, a manufacturing hub of 11 million people. By the end of January, the World Health Organization, WHO, would declare the disease a public health emergency of international concern. Governments around the world would begin imposing restrictions on travelers from China and then, as the outbreak spread, travelers from other countries. By late March, the International Olympic Committee, IOC, would postpone the Tokyo Olympics until 2021, after WHO declared the disease a pandemic and national Olympic federations warned that they would not participate in the Games. By that time, the COVID-19 pandemic had shut down national economies, overwhelmed healthcare systems, and confined billions of people to their homes.
1月11日， 日经新闻报道了中国武汉因新型冠状病毒引起的肺炎首例死亡。1月16日，首相办公室设立了危机管理中心，日本报告了首例新冠肺炎病例，患者是一名最近去过武汉的30多岁男子。1周后，中国封锁了拥有1100万人口的制造业中心武汉。到1月底，世界卫生组织宣布该疾病为国际关注的公共卫生紧急事件。随后，各国政府开始对中国旅客实施限制，随着疫情的蔓延，对来自其他国家的旅客也实施了限制。到3月底，国际奥委会 IOC 在世界卫生组织宣布新冠疫情为全球大流行，以及各国奥委会警告不会参加奥运会后，决定将东京奥运会推迟到2021年。此时，新冠疫情已经导致各国经济停摆，医疗系统超负荷运转，并将数十亿人限制在家中。
Japan would weather the pandemic better than nearly all of its peers in the developed world. As of July 2020, Japan has had only 771 deaths from COVID-19, or 6.1 deaths per million people. 5. While slightly worse than some of Japan's Asian neighbors, Japan has performed significantly better than any of its peers in the G7, far ahead of Germany, which has received considerable praise for its response to the pandemic while still suffering nearly 90 deaths per million people. Despite fears and warnings from medical professionals that Japan's healthcare system would be overrun, leading to a surge in deaths, thus far the medical infrastructure has proved resilient, and authorities have introduced some timely reforms, telemedicine, centralized quarantine facilities for mild cases, that have significantly eased the burden on doctors, nurses, and other medical personnel. The country has not only avoided a surge in mortality, but has also seen a relatively limited number of cases that have required intensive care. While there are sadly cases of patients unable to receive tests or who were turned away from hospitals and later succumbed to the illness, the fact remains that compared to much of the world, Japan's handling of the pandemic has been exemplary, all the more so considering that no country has a greater share of its population older than 65.6.
日本将比发达国家中的几乎所有其他国家更好地应对疫情。截至2020年7月，日本的新冠死亡人数仅为771人，即每100万人中有 6.1 人死亡。尽管这一数字略高于一些亚洲邻国，但日本的表现明显优于 G7 中的所有其他国家，远超德国。尽管德国因应对疫情而受到广泛赞誉，但其死亡率仍接近每100万人90人。尽管医疗专家曾警告日本的医疗系统可能会不堪重负，导致死亡人数激增，但到目前为止，医疗系统表现出很强的韧性。政府及时推出了一些改革措施，如远程医疗服务和为轻症患者设立集中隔离设施，这些措施大大减轻了医护人员的负担。日本不仅避免了死亡人数的激增，而且需要重症监护的病例也相对较少。尽管有一些患者因无法接受检测或被医院拒之门外而最终不幸去世，但与世界其他许多国家相比，日本在应对疫情方面表现得尤为出色，特别是考虑到没有哪个国家的65岁以上老年人比例更高。6.
Despite this record, however, Abe appears to be one of only a handful of leaders whose approval ratings have fallen during the COVID-19 crisis. The fall has not been precipitous and has fluctuated. His approval dipped in February after the Diamond Princess episode, when the Japanese government mishandled its decision to quarantine the 2,500 passengers and roughly 1,000 crew members of a cruise ship docked at Yokohama as the virus spread freely among the population. It recovered in March and then fell again as a growing outbreak in Tokyo forced Abe to declare a state of emergency in April.
尽管有这样的记录，安倍似乎是他国领导人中少数几个在新冠危机期间支持率下降的人之一。下降并不是急剧的，而是有所波动。2月份，由于日本政府在处理停靠在横滨的钻石公主号邮轮上的2500名乘客和约1000名船员的隔离问题时处理不当，导致病毒在人群中自由传播，它的支持率下降。3月份支持率有所回升，但随着东京疫情的加剧，安倍在4月份宣布进入紧急状态，支持率再次下降。
From the docking of the Diamond Princess, Abe would be repeatedly wrong-footed by the outbreak. He would cycle between indecision and rash action, would struggle to communicate his plans to the public, and would all too often yield the initiative to other actors, whether the populist governors of Tokyo and Osaka or backbenchers in his coalition partner Komeito, who forced Abe to take the virtually unprecedented step of withdrawing an emergency stimulus budget to replace the prime minister's more modest, means-tested program with a plan to distribute cash payments to every individual in the country. Point 7. His ability to communicate his government's outlook of the pandemic and its intentions were wanting, and he was repeatedly criticized for tone-deaf public messaging, whether his roundly mocked dance-at-home Instagram video to promote social distancing or his poorly executed plan to distribute 2 reusable masks to every household that was mischievously dubbed Abena-masks. 8.
从钻石公主号的停靠开始，安倍在疫情应对上屡次受挫。他会在犹豫不决和鲁莽行动之间摇摆，难以向公众清晰传达他的计划，并且经常将主动权让给其他行动者，无论是东京和大阪的民粹主义之士，还是公明党的后座议员，后者迫使安倍撤回了紧急刺激预算，转而提出向全国每个人发放现金的计划，取代了首相原本较为温和、按需分配的方案。他在传达政府对疫情的看法和意图方面显得力不从心，多次因不恰当的公开信息而受到批评。无论是他为了鼓励居家隔离而发布的被广泛嘲笑的在家跳舞 Instagram 视频，还是他分发2个可重复使用口罩给每个家庭的计划执行不力，这个计划被戏称为安倍口罩。8.
The COVID-19 crisis has dramatically, and most likely irreparably, damaged Abe's reputation as a strong leader determined to protect his country from threats to life and property. He no longer appeared to be a safe pair of hands. As this book has argued, his most fundamental belief as a politician is that, when lives are at stake, a political leader cannot be indecisive or hesitant. The state, meanwhile, must deploy national resources to ward off threats. Having failed to play the role that he himself believed that he must play, a failure for which he had lambasted the leaders of the former Democratic Party of Japan when he plotted his comeback in 2011 and 2012, Abe's standing has been unmistakably diminished. Whether he lingers on past the acute stage of the crisis and survives to host a rescheduled Tokyo Olympics in July 2021. Assuming they can take place at all, the idea of a 4th 3-year term at the helm of his party and the nation is increasingly unthinkable. Point 9.
新冠危机对安倍作为坚定保护国家免受生命和财产威胁的强领导者的声誉造成了巨大且可能是不可逆转的损害。他不再被视为一个可靠的选择。正如本书所论述的，他作为政治家最根本的信念是，在生命受到威胁时，政治领导人不能犹豫不决或迟疑。国家必须调动国家资源来抵御威胁。由于未能履行他认为自己必须承担的职责，这一失败在2011年和2012年他策划复出时曾严厉批评前民主党领导人的原因。安倍的地位无疑已经下降。无论他是否在危机的急性阶段后继续留任，并在2021年7月主持重新安排的东京奥运会，假设这些活动能够举行，在担任第4个3年的党魁和国家领导人的想法越来越难以想象。
The reasons for Abe's political missteps are mundane. He started the year distracted by political scandals, not only the cherry blossom viewing one, but also an ongoing campaign finance scandal that had forced his lieutenant Kawai Katsuyuki to resign as justice minister the previous fall, and a bribery scandal connected to the government's casino legalization scheme that led to the arrest of an LDP lawmaker. The months of battling scandals, Suga was heavily implicated in the cherry blossom viewing allegations, had frayed the relationship between him and Abe, undermining the administration's key decision-making apparatus just when it needed to function at a higher gear. Point 10.
阿贝政治失误的原因很普通。年初，他因几起政治丑闻而分心，不仅有赏樱会事件，还有一桩持续的竞选资金丑闻，迫使他的副手河井克行在前一个秋天辞去了法务大臣的职务，以及与政府赌场合法化计划有关的贿赂丑闻，导致一名自民党议员被捕。几个月来与这些丑闻的斗争，菅义伟在赏樱会事件中被严重牵连，已经破坏了他与阿贝的关系，削弱了政府关键决策机构的功能。而此时，政府正需要以更高的效率运作。
The administration was also showing its age. After 7 years in power, Abe's government was no longer the well-oiled machine of its early years. Experienced ministers and advisors had given way to more inexperienced officials. Abe's point man for the pandemic, for example, was Nishimura Yasutoshi, a rising star who had served ably in deputy posts earlier in the administration but was serving in his first ministerial post when the crisis struck. Nishimura would be panned for his poor communications in the acute stage of the outbreak. The same slack may have led the prime minister to gamble on passing a controversial reform of prosecutorial personnel practices in the midst of the pandemic, one that sparked fears that the prosecutor's political independence would be compromised. This legislation, and Abe's decision to withdraw it after polls showed that it enjoyed virtually no public support, would cement the impression that his grip was slipping.
政府也显露出老化的迹象。在执政7年后，安倍政府不再像早期那样高效运转，经验丰富的部长和顾问已被经验不足的官员取代。例如，安倍的疫情负责人西村康稔，虽然曾是政府早期的副职，但在危机爆发时首次担任部长。西村因在疫情初期沟通不力而受到批评。同样的松懈可能促使首相在疫情期间通过了一项有争议的检察官人事制度改革，引发了对检察官政治独立性可能受损的担忧。这项立法及其在民意调查显示几乎无公众支持后被安倍撤回，进一步巩固了他控制力减弱的印象。
However, although the pandemic appears to have finally rendered Abe a lame duck as he approaches his final year in office, the crisis itself has not discredited his vision of a strong state led by a powerful prime minister. If anything, it is conventional wisdom that further reforms, the creation of a Japanese version of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, an emergency powers amendment to the Constitution, are needed. Nevertheless, the pandemic has highlighted the extent to some norms that constrain the exercise of power by the national government have survived despite the efforts of Abe and other reformers. For instance, while Abe successfully gained the power to declare a state of emergency through a legislative change early in the pandemic, a state of emergency, which Abe declared in April, empowered prefectural governors, not the prime minister, to request that individuals limit non-essential activities and non-essential businesses suspend operations. And those requests were not backed by the threat of legal sanction.
然而，尽管疫情似乎终于使安倍在任期的最后1年成为了跛脚鸭，但这场危机并未动摇他关于由强大首相领导的强势国家的愿景。相反，普遍认为需要进一步的改革，例如创建日本版的美国疾病控制中心，以及对宪法进行紧急权力修正等。不过，疫情也揭示了，尽管安倍和其他改革者做出了努力，一些限制国家政府行使权力的规范仍然存在。例如，尽管安倍在疫情初期通过立法变更成功获得了宣布紧急状态的权利，但他在4月宣布的紧急状态实际上赋予了各都道府县知事，而非首相，请求民众限制非必要活动和非必要企业暂停运营的权利，而这些请求并没有法律强制力作为后盾。
Like his grandfather, Abe may be followed by a low-posture prime minister, the Japanese political term used to describe leaders more willing to defer to critics and tolerate dissent. But his model of leadership, in which an administration's success will depend on its ability to dominate the agenda-setting and decision-making processes, will in all likelihood survive him. The challenges Japan faces in the 21st century will continue to militate in favor of centralization.
与他的祖父一样，安倍可能被一位低姿态的首相接替。这一术语在日本政治中用来形容那些更愿意向批评者妥协并容忍异议的领导人。然而，他的领导模式及政府的成功取决于其在议程设定和决策过程中的主导能力，很可能在他之后仍然存在。日本在21世纪面临的挑战将继续推动中央集权的趋势。
Those challenges will become more apparent in the post-COVID-19 world. The pandemic and its consequences will, if not entirely recast Abe's legacy, then cast a shadow over all of his achievements during his historically long tenure as prime minister. The wide-reaching impact of the pandemic on Japan, Asia, and the global order mean that his victories will seem more modest, while his failures will loom larger.
这些挑战在后新冠世界将更加明显。疫情及其后果即使不会完全重塑安倍的遗产，也会给他在历史上最长的首相任期内的所有成就蒙上阴影。疫情对日本、亚洲乃至全球秩序的广泛影响，使得他的胜利显得更加微不足道，而失败则更加显著。
Economically, the crisis revealed the fragility of Abenomics' achievements. Thanks to Abe's decision to raise the consumption tax from 8% to 10% in October 2019, Japan's economy was likely already in recession by the time the pandemic struck. The COVID-19 recession, however, will cut deeper. It has already ended a streak of record-low unemployment, as the demand for workers has plummeted. 0.11 inflation, which had been below the Bank of Japan's BOJ 2% inflation target but above zero, may well retreat. Wage increases for 2020 already looked disappointing before Japan's outbreak worsened. A global recession and, no less significant, global uncertainty about the resilience of economies amidst a pandemic will make it difficult for Japan's companies to invest. Meanwhile, tourism, a key pillar of Abe's growth strategies, has all but vanished. In April 2019, Japan welcomed 2.7 million international visitors. In April 2020, only 2,900 visitors entered Japan. 12.
从经济角度看，这场危机暴露了安倍经济学成果的脆弱性。由于安倍在2019年10月决定将消费税从8%提高到10%，日本经济可能在疫情爆发前就已经陷入衰退。然而，新冠疫情引发的经济衰退将更加严重。它已经结束了创纪录的低失业率，因为对劳动力的需求大幅下降。通货膨胀率原本就在日本央行2%的通胀目标之下，但高于0，现在可能会进一步下降。2020年的工资增长在疫情恶化前就已经显得令人失望。全球经济衰退以及对疫情中经济韧性的全球不确定性，将使日本企业难以进行投资。同时，作为安倍增长战略的关键支柱，旅游业几乎完全消失。2019年4月，日本接待了270万国际游客，而2020年4月，仅有2900名游客入境日本。12.
At the same time, the combination of a worse-than-expected contraction after the consumption tax hike, despite assurances from the finance ministry that the Japanese economy would be resilient enough to weather it, and the extraordinary demands of the pandemic have effectively undone his efforts to strike a balance between growth and fiscal sustainability. As of July 2020, Abe's government has already passed 2 supplementary budgets totaling more than 55 trillion yen, which will be entirely covered by government bonds, increasing the amount of debt to be issued in the fiscal year to 20% of GDP. After stabilizing Japan's debt-to-GDP ratio for much of his tenure, thanks to the largest haul of tax revenues since before the bubble burst, the fiscal stimulus needed to cushion the economy from the twin blows of the consumption tax hike and the global pandemic could lead to a sharp increase in Japan's deficit in 2020 and with it, Japan's debt-to-GDP ratio. 13. Even before the pandemic, it was apparent that Abe had merely postponed a reckoning with Japan's public finances. His successors will still have to grapple with the question of whether it can grow and reflate its way to fiscal sustainability or whether tax hikes and spending cuts are unavoidable as the aging population puts a greater burden on the social safety net. The BOJ will continue to dominate the market for Japanese government debt for years to come, perhaps enabling future prime ministers to continue to muddle through, but the debate will continue. And, as other governments contend with the fiscal hangover of the pandemic, heterodox proposals like modern monetary theory will continue to get a hearing in Tokyo. For all of Abe's willingness to entertain unconventional economic policies, there could be more radical experiments in the future.
同时，尽管财务省曾保证日本经济能够有足够的韧性应对消费税上调后的挑战，但实际的经济收缩比预期更为严重，加上疫情带来的巨大需求，实际上已经破坏了安倍在经济增长和财政可持续性之间寻求平衡的努力。截至2020年7月，安倍政府已经通过了2个补充预算，总额超过55万亿日元。这些预算将完全通过发行政府债券来筹集，使本财年的债务发行量增加到 GDP 的 20%。在任期内的大部分时间里，安倍通过自泡沫经济破裂以来最高的税收入，成功稳定了日本的债务与 GDP 比率。然而，为了应对消费税上调和全球疫情对经济的双重打击，所需的财政刺激可能导致2020年日本赤字大幅增加，进而推高日本的债务与 GDP 比率。即使在疫情之前，安倍也只是推迟了对日本公共财政问题的解决。他的继任者仍需面对这一问题。 日本能否通过经济增长和在通胀实现财政可持续性，还是由于老龄化人口对社会保障体系的更大压力，不得不采取增税和削减开支的措施。日本央行在未来几年将继续主导日本政府债务市场，这或许能让未来的首相继续采取拖延策略，但争论不会停止。随着其他国家政府应对疫情带来的财政后遗症，像现代货币理论这样的非传统提议将在东京继续受到关注。尽管安倍晋三愿意尝试非常规的经济政策，未来可能会有更激进的实验。
The economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic for Abe's legacy in Japan may not be entirely negative. The need for employers to encourage teleworking, accommodate parents faced with school closures with a few days' notice, and reduce gatherings in enclosed, poorly ventilated spaces has encouraged greater changes to Japan's working styles in 3 months in 2020 than the Abe government accomplished after years of a deliberate initiative to make Japan's workplaces more flexible and equal. If Keidanren's guidelines for businesses after the economy reopens are any indication, the Business Federation has recommended that its members consider telecommuting, flexible hours and leave schedules, staggered commutes, greater use of video conferencing, and even 4-day workweeks. Life for Japan's white-collar workers could be dramatically different. 14 The impact of the crisis on office culture could be even greater if drinking establishments face heavy regulations to prevent new infections, thereby reducing the role of after-hours socializing.
新冠疫情对安倍的遗产和日本的经济影响可能并非完全负面。为了应对学校突然关闭，雇主们开始鼓励远程工作，为需要照顾孩子的家长提供便利，并减少在封闭、通风不良空间内的聚集。这些措施在2020年的短短3个月内，促使日本的工作方式发生了比安倍政府多年努力推动工作场所灵活性和平等性更大的变化。如果经团联对企业重新开放后的指导方针有任何指示，该商业联合会建议其成员考虑远程办公、灵活的工作时间和休假安排、错峰通勤、更多使用视频会议，甚至实行4天工作周。日本白领工人的生活可能会发生巨大变化。如果酒吧等场所因防止新的感染而面临严格监管，从而减少下班后的社交活动，这场危机对办公室文化的影响可能会更加深远。
The geopolitical consequences of the pandemic may be no less important. While the post-pandemic world is still inchoate, it seems increasingly likely that the pandemic could upset the delicate tightrope act that Abe was treading between the United States and China. While in the early phase of the pandemic, it appeared that the crisis might bring Japan and China closer together. Abe, for example, resisted closing Japan's borders to all Chinese travelers until after the outbreak peaked. Ultimately, the pandemic has revealed just how tenuous their post-2017 rapprochement was. Japan has thus far avoided the heavy-handed, wolf warrior diplomacy that has spurred backlashes against China in Europe and Australia. Although in May, Chinese Coast Guard vessels chased a Japanese fishing boat near the Senkakus. 15 The Abe government, for its part, included financial incentives to encourage Japanese corporations to bring manufacturing back to Japan or relocate elsewhere in Asia in its crisis budget in April. It has also endorsed Australia's call for an independent COVID-19 inquiry, the proposal that has led China to impose steep tariffs on Australian agricultural exports and back to observer status for Taiwan. While neither Abe nor his successors is likely to opt for decoupling from Japan's powerful neighbor, if the COVID-19 crisis leads China to take a more assertive approach to its neighbors and in international institutions. Much like after 2008, Abe's modest steps towards rapprochement may well have been for naught.
大流行病的地缘政治后果可能同样重要。尽管后疫情世界仍未成型，但疫情似乎越来越有可能破坏安倍在美国和中国之间所维持的微妙平衡。虽然在疫情初期，危机似乎可能使日本和中国的关系更加密切，例如安倍直到疫情高峰过后才决定关闭对所有中国旅客的边境，但最终疫情揭示了自2017年以来两国关系缓和的脆弱性。日本迄今为止避免了中国在欧洲和澳大利亚引发强烈反弹的战狼外交，尽管5月份中国海警船在尖阁列岛附近追逐了一艘日本渔船。安倍政府在4月份的危机预算中加入了财政激励措施，鼓励日本企业将制造业迁回日本或迁往亚洲其他地区。 日本还支持澳大利亚呼吁对新冠疫情进行独立调查的提议。这一提议导致中国对澳大利亚农产品出口实施了高额关税，并支持台湾以观察员身份参加世界卫生组织。虽然安倍和他的继任者都不太可能选择与日本这个强大的邻国脱钩，但如果新冠疫情导致中国对其邻国和国际机构采取更加强硬的态度，就像2008年之后那样，安倍为缓和关系所做出的温和努力可能就白费了。
At the same time, the crisis may also serve as a reminder of the dangers of Abe's decision to invest in Japan's continued dependence on the United States for its security. The U.S. is renowned for helping others in an emergency, Edward Luce of the Financial Times writes. In hindsight, Trump's claim to global leadership leaps out. History will mark COVID-19 as the first time that ceased to be true. U.S. airlifts have been missing in action. America cannot even supply itself. 16 After the pandemic, it will be impossible to deny that America's dysfunctional political system has had ruinous consequences for U.S. global leadership and therefore the reliability of the U.S. as an ally over the long term. 17 Even if a Donald Trump is defeated in November, no U.S. ally can assume that the U.S. will return easily to old patterns or that political polarization will not hinder a future Democratic administration much as it hamstrung the Obama administration.
同时，这场危机也可能提醒人们，安倍决定投资日本继续依赖美国的安全保障存在危险。美国以在紧急情况下帮助他人而著称，《金融时报》的爱德华·卢斯写道。事后看来，特朗普对全球领导地位的主张显得尤为突出。历史将把新冠肺炎疫情视为美国首次不再履行这一角色的时刻。美国的空中运输已经缺席，美国甚至无法自给自足。16在疫情之后，将无法否认美国政治体系的失灵对美国全球领导地位造成了毁灭性的影响，从而质疑了美国作为长期盟友的可靠性。即使唐纳德·特朗普在11月的选举中落败，美国的任何盟友也不应假设美国会轻易回归旧有模式，或认为政治极化不会像阻碍奥巴马政府那样对未来的民主党政府造成障碍。
Abe's successors will have a harder time balancing a confident, assertive China, which has alternated between bullying countries that have criticized its response to the pandemic and deploying its largesse in pursuit of international goodwill, and a United States that is increasingly bent on conducting a new Cold War against China, with the support of most Americans and policymakers in both parties, but may also be increasingly incapable of marshaling national resources effectively. It is possible that a future U.S. administration opts for an approach that stresses cooperation with Japan and other allies who may be reluctant to decouple from China entirely. But a harder-edged, multidimensional competition between the U.S. and China is here to stay, and the China question could become a significantly more salient issue for Abe's successors as the Japanese people debate the risks of dependence on trade, investment, and tourism ties with China versus the risk of participation in what Beijing will inevitably see as a U.S.-led campaign of encirclement. Over the final year of his term, that debate will include a fundamental reconsideration of Japan's national security strategy, as an abrupt decision by Defense Minister Kono Taro to suspend the controversial Aegis Ashore missile defense system, foisted upon Abe with little warning, another sign of Abe's waning clout, has prompted the government to update its key strategic documents by the end of 2020.18.
艾伯的继任者将面临更大的挑战，需要在自信且强硬的中国与越来越倾向于对华开展新冷战的美国之间保持平衡。中国在疫情应对上受到批评的国家之间交替采取欺凌行为和利用其慷慨追求国际好感，而美国虽然得到了大多数美国人和两党政策制定者的支持，但可能越来越难以有效调动国家资源。未来的一届美国政府可能会选择一种强调与日本及其他可能不愿与中国完全脱钩的盟友合作的方法。然而，美中之间更为强硬、多维度的竞争将长期存在，中国问题可能会成为安倍继任者面临的一个更加重要的议题，因为日本民众将就依赖与中国的贸易、投资和旅游联系的风险，与参与美国主导的围堵中国的风险进行讨论。在他任期的最后一年，这场辩论将包括对日本国家安全战略的基本重新评估。 由于防卫大臣小野四五郎突然决定暂停有争议的陆基宙斯盾导弹防御系统，这一决定在几乎没有预警的情况下被强加给安倍，显示了安倍影响力减弱的又一个迹象。政府被促使在2020年底前更新其关键战略文件。18.
After Abe, Japan is unlikely to relinquish the leadership role it has assumed as he has sought to articulate a vision of an open Asia in which China also has a leading role but does not dominate its neighbors. Abe's steady investment in bilateral relationships across the region means that future prime ministers will continue to look to Australia, India, and the countries of ASEAN for support and friendship in pursuing this vision, even as Beijing and Washington push for their own alternatives. Despite think pieces about how COVID-19 means the end of globalization, that is unlikely to be the case in Asia, whose governments have not only handled the pandemic better than the Atlantic countries, but which have also continued to support regional economic cooperation, whether by expanding TPP or concluding RCEP.19.
安倍之后，日本不太可能放弃其承担的领导角色。安倍一直致力于描绘一个开放的亚洲愿景，在这个愿景中，中国虽然扮演着重要角色，但不会支配其邻国。安倍对区域内双边关系的持续投资，意味着未来的首相将继续寻求澳大利亚、印度和东盟国家的支持与友谊，以实现这一愿景。即使北京和华盛顿也在推动各自的替代方案。尽管有关 COVID-19 将终结全球化的文章层出不穷，但在亚洲，这种情况不太可能发生。亚洲各国政府不仅在应对疫情方面表现得比大西洋国家更好，还继续支持区域经济合作，无论是通过扩大 TPP 还是达成 RCEP。19.
But in foreign policy, two Abe's failings stand out. Not only does the pandemic mean that during the remainder of his term, it is highly unlikely that Abe will recover any of the northern territories from Russia or resolve the abductees' issue with North Korea once and for all, part of his desired settling of accounts for post-war diplomacy. But his failure to reach a modus vivendi with South Korea could have increasingly large opportunity costs for a Japan that needs all the friends it can find in the region. Repairing the relationship with South Korea, now a global model for public health and a leading champion for democracy after it held a general election with record turnout, in the middle of the pandemic, will be imperative for whoever succeeds him.
在外交政策方面，安倍的不足也非常明显。由于疫情的影响，安倍在其任期内几乎不可能从俄罗斯收回北方领土，或与朝鲜彻底解决绑架问题，这是他希望解决战后外交遗留问题的一部分。此外，他未能与韩国达成共识，这可能会给日本带来越来越大的机会成本，尤其是在日本需要尽可能多的盟友的情况下。修复与韩国的关系变得尤为重要。韩国现在是全球公共卫生的典范，并且在疫情期间成功举行了大选，创纪录的高投票率，成为民主的领先倡导者。这对于安倍的继任者来说将是一个紧迫的任务。
There is no doubt now that the age of Abe is drawing to a close. Whether in September 2021 or, if the public abandons him and his party, sometime sooner, Abe will yield the premiership. To some extent, he may be a casualty of the COVID-19 pandemic, in that it revealed Abe's premiership as increasingly exhausted and the public increasingly fatigued by the prime minister, and turned what was supposed to be his valedictory year into a crisis without parallel.
现在可以肯定的是，安倍时代即将结束。无论是在2021年9月，还是如果公众对安倍及其政党失去信心，可能会更早，安倍都将交出首相职位。在某种程度上，他可能成为新冠疫情的牺牲品，因为疫情暴露了安倍政府的日益疲态，公众对安倍的疲惫感也日益增加。原本应是他告别的一年，却变成了前所未有的危机。
But the pandemic has not fundamentally changed how Abe is likely to be remembered after his political career draws to a close. His efforts to spark a national renaissance, to fill the Japanese people with the belief that their country is capable of anything and to cement Japan's place in the ranks of the great powers, already appeared tenuous, and the long-term strength of the Japanese economy was in doubt before a new recession began in 2020. The crisis has perhaps accelerated the competition between China and the US, putting Japan in an uncomfortable position, but it was already apparent that Japan's leaders would struggle to balance between Asia's dominant powers going forward.
然而， 疫情并未根本改变安倍晋三在政治生涯结束后将被人们记住的方式。他努力推动民族复兴，使日本人民相信自己的国家能够实现任何目标，并巩固日本在世界大国中的地位。这些努力在2020年新的经济衰退开始前就已显得脆弱，日本经济的长期实力也令人担忧。危机或许加速了中美之间的竞争，使日本处于一个尴尬的位置，但已经显而易见的是，日本领导人将难以在亚洲的主导力量之间保持平衡。
Japan's future is already here, and the final task left for Abe will be to ensure a smooth transition to a new leader who can begin building anew with the tools, new central government institutions, international partnerships, and an example of pragmatic, risk-taking statecraft that Abe will leave behind.
日本的未来已经到来，安倍的最后任务是确保平稳过渡到一位新领导人。这位新领导人将利用安倍留下的工具、新的中央政府机构、国际伙伴关系和务实的风险承担国家治理模式，来开启新的建设。